compared to what we're anticipating. The top players have been struggling to finish triple peels. They've been making hoop errors. They've been making some pace errors. And they started off about, 9:15 this morning, and they were sort of medium quick. And then this afternoon, with the sun and this light to moderate breeze, they've really quickened up, and there's a wind gradient as well.
Yep.
And some of the players have been really struggling with that. It's sort of a full second different going from one direction to the other. A few players have done TPs, but we saw Reg sticking hoop 4 from 6 inches
Yeah,
straight.
It's Andrew. Andrew repeated that twice this morning. He couldn't resist but point it out. But you're right, Chris. It's been fascinating. I saw Ben Rothman on a 6-turn triple in control and failed probably a 1 foot, 1 back.
Yeah.
There seems to be an issue with the players just getting used to running wickets with control.
And I think that's a combination of two things. It's the Invictus balls, which are a bit grippy on the hoops, and it's the fact that the hoops are actually really quite tight.
Yes.
We were told yesterday that they were going to try and set them to a 30-second. When I went around testing them this morning, half of them were closer to a 64th than a 30-second. So they are genuinely tight. And certainly for this morning, they held up really well for firmness. This afternoon, I've noticed a few of them just starting to get a little bit floppy, particularly where they've had the hard hitters on them.
Yes, we saw this actually in the end of the Duncan Reeve game at fullback. It's
the old score on that.
Jose ran fullback at a slight angle, and it went into the wicket and carried on the same line afterwards, after catching a wire.
Yeah.
Which earlier in the day, I think it probably would have stuck or just wiggled through.
Yeah.
So
I've seen some of the firmer hitters definitely bully the hoops.
well, we had a fascinating thing this morning where Tom Boulding was in front of 4.
Yeah.
And he had his escape ball on the south side, and he just needed to bash it to the boundary, and he had the backward rush, and he went for it gently.
Correct.
And he stuck.
That was after failing hoop 2 already that
Yes.
game with a gentle hoop stroke.
Yes.
And when he was hitting them firmly, they were fine. But the truth is, and this is what I've told Jenny, because Jenny tends to hit the hoop shots too firmly.
Is this outside aid, Chris? Are you allowed to?
I'm certainly allowed to do this between games. But yeah, what I've been saying to Jenny is, if you're going to want to get into the deep parts of the tournament, and Jenny's number one desire is to win win a medal in an open Worlds. That's what she'd really like to do.
Great goal.
You can't simply run the hoops by 5 yards all the time and hit a return roquet, which she's very good at, because you've got to have the control to do triple peels.
Absolutely agree.
And also to pick up breaks from
Absolutely
difficult
agree.
positions.
Absolutely agree.
So you are going to have to risk occasionally sticking in a hoop to ensure you get that control.
Yeah, I was catching up with Tom after the game, and also actually with Curtis. And I think a piece of it is folks are just getting used to what the required hoop stroke is. I think that as the courts speed up, it's going to mitigate it, but I think their actual stroke play on the hoop strokes are going to improve because I think the players are getting used to it, and he's starting to see a little bit more control. And it looked like Logan McCorkindale, who I've never seen before, was finishing a very nice triple out on 12, and Reg was in the process of finishing up a delayed triple as well. He was for fullback and rover.
Yeah.
So I think the quality guys, the top quality guys, are going to start tuning the screws.
So hopefully that's caught people up with sort of the overall sort of feel of the tournament. We're now watching Jenny Clark against
Doug Grimsley.
this is Doug, isn't it?
Douglas Grimsley.
And
Yes.
we think Doug might be the oldest competitor this year. I think he's 76.
Right.
I can't think of anyone who's older.
I would question your source of truth on that. I mean, if it's from Douglas,
You
you've got to
think
take
he's
it with a pinch of salt.
winding
I
it
mean,
up.
look at him. He still benches probably 150 pounds.
Yeah. So Jenny's just made hoop 1. Again, too far. And she's got a rush south where she wanted to rush to the red ball over on the eastern side. And, to be honest, when you're approaching the hoop from as close as she was, she should be able to get a rush pointing at the red ball and not run the hoop by 8 yards.
Somewhere over.
And that's where the people like Reg and Robert and, the top players who can play with control throughout will eventually in these best of fives, when we get to the knockout stage, they'll start to just impose their will.
I would agree. So just to give everybody up to speed here, Jenny is taken off to red, which is on the east boundary.
About a yard in,
Yep, about a yard, half yard.
and the other ball's still in corner two.
Yes,
Just
in
out
corner
corner
two.
two.
So that's under hit, I think.
He's pretty quick. That's going to keep rolling. That looks pretty good to me.
That's
A little short.
it's a rush to hoop 3 that is cuttable to corner 2 with a really powerful shot.
So, Chris, what would your approach be here? Would you be going for the precision cut to 2 into corner 2, or would you be going for the load and hold?
I think I'd be trying to rush this into corner 2. The lawns are fast enough that you can play it. Now, with my much weakened technique and body,
It's going for too much power.
yeah, might not have taken that line. But I think Jenny had the power to take it at least to the north boundary behind hoop 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safe attack, right? Because if you don't get it into the corner, you can always transpose back to something else. But if you get it, you feel a lot better approaching 2 with a simple rush from corner 2.
So missing that, quite a surprise. Jenny's won both the games quite easily so far today. I think a plus 25 and a plus 26.
Very good.
I'm not sure what Doug's done so far.
I don't know. I think this is only his first game, maybe.
Really, no, it can't,
Can't
be.
be?
He can't be playing his first game if Jenny's playing a third game.
Well, we should
That's
get
not
croquet
possible.
scores.com
We
up,
should,
right?
yeah, we should. So Doug's joined up in the second corner, and unless Jenny's got a double, I think she'll play yellow back at red.
Which group is Jenny in?
B, I think. So she's immediately gone to look at this potential double target, whereas the natural shot, if she hasn't got a double, is to shoot at red. So it looks like it's a double.
So Doug lost to Angarad Walters,
Okay.
26-9.
Yeah, so this is Jenny's third game.
Yes.
Doug's second.
Yes.
Right.
Very good.
So, yeah, we can see there, it's not a perfect double. There's probably 2 ball gap in the middle, but it's a very attractive target.
So Chris,
It's
back
more than
in your
2
glory
balls.
days, would you be shooting for the middle, or would you actually be picking?
I always
particular ball?
shot at the ball on the left because I missed on the right. So if it hits
Did you
straight-
miss? Did you
This
miss?
looks
Chris?
more like 3 or 4
Absolutely. I
balls
missed
to
quite
me,
a
but
lot.
anyway.
Nope.
Through the middle.
Through the middle. But that's a pretty wide double, there, Chris.
Yeah,
you have
it's,
to. You have to.
It's
pick
4 or
the
5
ball.
balls. I think she was aiming at one of them there.
Yeah, Jenny's a good shot. She'll have aimed at one of them, but I always aimed at the ball on the left. Now, where it's gone will depend on whether Doug can. He should be able to play a sort of promotion here, playing the black, hit the yellow into the blue, and promote the blue. Oh, it's
Contact.
they're in contact.
Interesting. But I would love to have seen
Seems
who would have done
unlikely
that.
from that angle. But
Strange. So you can't get yellow very far out here. That's the problem.
I mean, wonders why he didn't potentially play blue and go for the cannon.
Indeed, yeah.
Well, maybe he just wants to approach one-off partner. It's a little short.
It's rushed to the correct side of the hoop, though.
Yes.
So you can approach this sending blue to a position where he can run the hoop and get a rush to red.
Exactly.
Be much worse if it was the eastern side of the hoop.
Absolutely. Totally agree.
Temperature here,
Beautiful.
what do you think, 25?
I speak Fahrenheit.
Oh, I don't know what that means then. About 80. 80 about
I think
right.
it's cooler than that. I don't think it's that hot, actually. The breeze is certainly making it feel very nice outside. I'm not sure what it's doing to the mallet swings, but it's comfortable weather. He's run that too hard.
Yeah, and very much the same thing that Jenny did, but even worse. You know, this isn't going to get anywhere near red. And just having the confidence to run that first hoop with control or approach it closer in the first place.
Oh,
That's
he
a
might have-
gentle shot.
ooh.
Snicked in.
Looked like he might have actually shanked that a little. But got away with it.
Probably send this to hoop 3 going to the red ball and then take off to yellow if he doesn't get behind the red.
Yep, that's what it looks like.
Where he's put this ball at the moment, excuse me, it looks as if he's sending blue a long way further south.
Nope, he's playing a defensive.
I don't like this at all.
No, I'm with you. I think blue to 3 is the way to go.
Because once you've played that shot, and you're unlikely to get a rush on red, you've then got to play this massive pass roll, sending red to 3, going to yellow near corner 2. And that's not a shot anyone wants to play.
I think, Chris, type of shot you were quite comfortable with years ago. Man of your croquet stroke ability back in the day.
A few more results for you. Block A, Kyle Maloof beats Samir Patel 16 TP.
Blinder. He's on a blinder.
Block F, Stephen Morgan beat Chris Barley plus 20. Block G, Reese McCorkindale beat Debbie Lyons plus 16.
Great
Jose
start
beat
for Reese.
Duncan.
Really good start for Reese.
Indeed. Qualifier, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Jenny Clark beats Michael Gidding plus 25. Gabriel Higgins beats Andrei Savinovs plus 17. Dwayne McCormick beat Nick Parrish plus
This
15.
is off. This is off if it misses it. I think this is off.
That's gone. Oh.
That's off. That's off.
Oh.
That's gone.
Oh.
And that's why you don't want to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Kyle Maloof is off to an absolute flyer. I think he beat Robert Fletcher this morning.
Yeah, great start. I think that was 26 TP3 or 26-3.
So he's taken out 2 big guns in his first 2 games, set himself up nicely for the block.
But again, that's Robert Fletcher, Reg Bamford, and Robert Fulford, who have all made errors in that first game. You don't get to score 3 points without making a mistake.
Unless you're being popped.
Cal won't have been popping it.
Just a few more results. Block G, Callum Highland beats Hugh Pettingell plus 19. Logan McCorkindale beats Stuart Lawrence 26 TP. Ben Rothman beat Lachlan Berryman plus 21 TP. So, a few more TPs
TPs are starting to roll in.
coming.
Yep. Despite the fact that the lawns are quicker, the hoops are going to get a little bit easier.
But the
and
players are more settled.
they're more settled. That's the most important thing. So the TP percentage will rise almost every round.
So
Right.
Jenny's taking the shot at partner here.
That's a 17-yarder roughly.
Looks like no.
No.
So in a wide join, is that? Oh, it's hit the corner peg, so it should come on about a yard east of the corner, I'm guessing.
So I'm guessing
Or west.
black
West
and red
west
here.
of the corner. Yeah.
What do you say, Cruncher?
That's the shortest shot, isn't it?
I think he'll play black at blue.
What would you do?
What would I do? I would play black at blue.
Really?
Yeah. She's just missed 2 shots.
She's only going to miss so many.
I mean, she's a very good shot. It's only a 9-yarder that she's got, but it isn't a laid break. You still got to do a little bit of work, take off all the way down to corner 4. And if I was playing a stronger player, so if I'm playing, one of the top players in the world, I'm going to shoot at red. I can't turn a shot that short down against a top-notch player. But I think Doug's perfectly legitimately gone, no, well, let's force her to hit with me joined up.
So where does Jenny fit amongst the top female players? Is she the best in the world right now?
Yes.
Ranked, certainly, yeah. 17th in the world. Last time I checked.
She's the best female player for
He should have shot it red.
certainly a half a century.
He should have shot it red.
I was quite surprised she took it that way because it joined herself up, so Doug could attack very easily. If she'd have shot the other way, it gave
maybe.
Doug very little.
Maybe it's your comment about a stronger player.
So
They could have been playing the man here a little bit.
yeah, maybe.
So the double banks have started, and there is one ball on the lawn, and it's in the way already. So there we are.
I think I might have a conversation with Jeffrey that lawn 6 should not be double banked because it does.
We haven't got
interfere
enough
with our-
lawns to do with it.
No,
We've not
we-
got enough
Well,
lawns.
people need to hurry up.
So the double banking game, just to fill you in, is Dwayne McCormick from Australia against Jared Coots from New Zealand. Dwayne will be a clear favourite to win this game. Yeah, I mean, talking about the female players, Jenny's played in form at Robertson Shields. That just sets herself apart. This year, she's become the first woman for about 60-odd years to win the New Zealand Open and the first woman for 60-odd years to be a finalist in the British Open.
Very good.
So
Very good.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Doesn't sound like there's Slight bit of pride in this, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm absolutely very proud of what she's achieved. I mentioned earlier, Jenny's number one goal is she wants to win a medal in an Open World Championship, and she's played in multiple quarterfinals.
It's not.
So you get a medal once you get to the semi-final.
Yeah. And she's but in both codes, GC and AC, she's got to quarterfinals.
It is very competitive. It's
But-
very, very competitive.
You
I'm
end
not
up
sure
meeting.
we should mention, if nobody knows, Chris and Jenny are man and wife.
Yes,
I
indeed.
think the clock might give it away.
Well, it's a common name.
And I think the other great thing for people watching this is Jenny's now, 54, and she's still improving. So people who think, well, you've got to be under 40 to, keep improving. No, she's still getting better.
I mean, there've been some Tony Stevens,
Yeah, I mean, he was very
Michael-
young.
Michael Taylor came back late.
Yeah. And I think
Could one say that Stephen Mulliner gets better every year?
I think he's now starting to get a little bit worse. But 2 years ago, he won virtually every GC tournament he played in, and some AC ones. He won the President's Cup 2 years ago, and I think he was about 70 or 71 then.
That's a very impressive achievement.
But it is noticeable that your power starts to deteriorate.
Yes.
And you know how to play all the shots, and you take good lines of play, but eventually, physically, for one
pretty good.
reason or another, you do start deteriorating.
It's a pretty good rush on blue. That was pretty good.
Yeah. And she's done the
Flame.
best she can with black. These balls don't stop shot particularly well.
Black's
Unless
fine.
you're playing with an Invictus mallet.
As the ball and mallet suit each other.
Indeed.
Oh,
that
it
was sort
sounds
of-
like there's a conspiracy theory here that the
Yeah.
Fletcher boys are dictating everything to favor themselves.
So
Are we expecting an Invictus hoop soon too?
Well, I don't know about that. But certainly the balls are a little bit deader. So you've got to hit them harder to get them where you expect them to go. And they stop shot just a little bit worse. So there we go. Dwayne the double bank is a really good shot. He just hit him fourth turn. Jenny's got a nasty little backward takeoff here that you'd ideally want to play with a thick takeoff, but she'll play it thin and just focus on the striker's ball.
That looks pretty good.
And that's very good, yeah.
Okay. So one tough shot, and she's off.
And this has been very reminiscent of how a lot of the games all over the club have been played today. People haven't just gone round straight away. They've sort of got to hoop two, and then there've been a bit of interplay,
That's right.
and then eventually they've picked up a break.
Just overrun that a little bit. So
Yeah, made sure of the hoop.
Annoying little returner. Okay.
The interesting thing, assuming she hits it, is does she try and get a rush on black to hoop two or to yellow? I'm not sure what she'll do. Generally very good at that length of shot. It's one of her strengths.
So she's center
and-
ball. This is a big stroke.
Yeah.
This is a big stroke. Yeah, that's a good question, right? I didn't realize yellow was up at 3.
Because your sort of safer line of play would be what sort of Doug tried to do, would send this to hoop 4, rush black to yellow.
You could leave it sort of peg high in rush on black.
Yeah, I like to be positive. I want to get a rush on black to hoop 2 or
Wrong
yellow.
side of black.
And she's in no man's land now. There is a massive wide area, 10 yards west of corner 4. So she can rush black into that area. But then the question is, where does she lay up?
Blue and yellows.
So that's just rushed it to hoop 4. She'll be taking off to yellow, probably playing a very aggressive shot, approaching hoop 2, sending yellow along the north boundary, and then going into corner 2.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of where she put blue. That's not.
No, she certainly didn't try to put it there.
Well, even that line from where she was coming from, like it was not going to be in a good spot, no matter what.
One thing you could do here is be very aggressive with this takeoff.
Yes.
If you aim it at the corner peg, so a yard west of the flag, and hit it and be positive about trying to get a rush to hoop 2. If it goes off the lawn,
No harm, no foul.
it's not a million.
Surely no worse than where she is, I think, after this.
Yeah, I mean, this does get her the guaranteed approach to the hoop.
So the question is, how deep will she get yellow?
Yeah, she'll want to put it as deep as she can get it. But there's nowhere to run to here. You can't roll to corner 1. You have to approach shoot too, I think.
Looks like she might be going for the wire across 3 from blue. If she gets it, it's not a bad option.
That's just a guarded corner. That's just saying to Doug, shoot blue at black.
She's not even going for the wire. Yep. It's just a trap.
Don't like that.
Blue and red all day long.
The whole term was made worse by the croquet stroke after 1.
Yep.
Being played from a long way away because she had that returner okay. She's put it yards away from where she was trying to put it. And now Doug's got a 11-yarder, 12-yarder, or a safer shot through black to the south boundary. And they're both really attractive because it's not even a long shot at black. He's taking the short shot. Gives the breakaway this, but it is really, really short.
No.
Close. And then this sort of rotation. So we've had multiple chances of going round, and they've been all half chances.
Now
And
it's
then
the first real one.
this is a proper chance, and most players have been going round from here.
Yep. Yep. So just to remind everybody, Jenny is both clips for 2. So yellow to play here is very nice for her.
And from a block position point of view, last round she beat her number 5 in the block, or possibly a number 4. No, I think she beat her number 4.
Where is she in the block?
She's number 2.
Okay.
And as soon as you've beaten someone in the top 4, you're sort of ahead of the
One up.
game.
Yep. One up. Yep. So, Chris, I was telling Andrew earlier this morning that we met, I think, in '92 after you had won the British Open. And
No. I'd been world number 1.
you had done something special because Reg's dad, Brian,
I'd won the President's Cup and got to world number 1,
there
I
you go.
think. Yeah.
You flew out to Cape Town. We played doubles.
It's fantastic. And you were a fantastic doubles partner.
I don't know about that.
And
but
I seem to remember we beat a certain Mr. Bamford in the doubles final.
we did. We absolutely did, and it is a great memory of mine.
So if it's only Mr. Bamford, it's quite an easy win if he hasn't got a partner.
Bamford and Barlow. Bamford and Barlow.
Barlow,
Charles Barlow. Tom Barlow, who lost in the final of the British Open to Aspinall in the 70s, the only time he played. His son, Charles. He actually lives in, I think he still lives in London.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
But
Yeah,
it was great
Charles
fun.
played in England for a bit. I remember
It was
playing
great fun.
Charles.
And you actually won the Open. You
I
beat
did.
Reg in the final.
I did. Yeah.
We've had a little collision there between red and pink, so pink goes back, and you guess where red went.
But I do have fond memory of that tournament because I beat you in the block.
You did. You're the only person to beat me, and it was, I think you 17 TP or something like that.
I don't know, but it was probably just a concession from my senior partner. I mean, all I had to do was get to 6 and we were done in the doubles. Sorry, get to 1 back, right? And you just did the rest. It was awesome.
Fantastic hospitality. My first visit to South Africa, Cape Town, wonderful city.
She's come up a little short here, Chris.
Is she really?
A little bit nasty angle. She should be fine, but
Should be.
It's not what you want. Good
Yeah.
job.
Nice follow through as well.
Yep.
When Jenny and myself sort of started going out, she finished a 5-year research fellowship at Manchester, and she said, well, what should we do? And I said, well, I'll give you 3 choices. You can get a job in the south of England, you can get a job back in Christchurch, where you were born, or you can get a job in Cape Town. They were my 3 options, because I really love Cape Town.
I think it's very different now to when you were there.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. But still got a lot going for it. Anyway, Jenny decided to go back to mum and dad,
Christchurch, yeah.
where she was born and brought up, and we've been there ever since.
Very good. So Jenny's got this all under control. Blue's in a great spot. We were just discussing earlier this morning about you don't actually necessarily want your Pioneer 2 feet in front of your wicket, but inside the basket might be a little better if she's got it here. So easy little rush on Blue to position at 3. Black is also very nicely placed. So
And one of the things you may notice is where Jenny puts her pivot. And she's probably treating these lawns as fast lawns at the moment. And she knows if she ends up getting a 2-foot hoop or a slightly angled one,
She's got the backup.
she might end up running it by 8 or 9 yards. And having the pivot more on the line of 3 and 4 means she ends up with a 3-yarder instead of an 8-yarder.
Yeah. Yep. So will blue go to 6 here?
Well, assuming she can run it gently, it will go to 5. We don't put out early hoop 6 pioneers.
Okay.
That's one of our things we tend not to do. Keith Ayton, fantastic coach who's done so much work in England for the GB and England teams, sometimes does put out a hoop 6 pioneer. That's one of the things we differ on. But
What's your rationale behind that?
I don't like 3-balling around 4 and 5. If you don't get a rush out of 4, you've got to roll to 5 and move your ball 8 yards to get there. I like keeping the back ball moving short distances. That's my reason.
It makes sense. I mean, I would say that in my approach, I'd be pretty ambivalent. Depends on how tight the ball at 4 is and the rush down. If I feel that there's sufficient control, I'll probably load 6. If I don't, then I'll send to 5
Okay.
to just clamp down.
Yep.
So here, from this position, yeah, definitely not 6. We've got a 5 from here
Yep.
because you're not guaranteed on that rush on red.
We should, I don't know what you've mentioned before, but the amount of work that's been gone into preparing these lawns.
Oh, it's great.
Amero, head groundsman's done a fantastic job.
Yes.
The hoop setters are here at 5:30 this morning to start the process. So
And they were still going at 8:30, making sure
They
everything
were.
was super tight.
Not that you had your watch.
So it's a big job. Every day, 6 of the lawns are having fresh hoop holes. So none of these hoop holes are going to be more than 2 days old throughout the entire tournament. And that's a huge amount of work. And also quite necessary when you're playing on a sandy-based soil.
Yes.
You don't want to get them that loose. Whereas at United, we can leave them for 4 days without any trouble, and they're still really firm. But you do want to be moving them here. So great team of ground staff, lots of volunteers helping out as well. I should mention certainly Michael Albert, our tournament director, and Adam Peck, who did a
Adam is a machine.
fantastic job at Chesapeake Bay last year. He was always on the lawns, getting everything ready. So, yeah, great team here. Super venue. And I think we're going to get some fantastic matches in the knockout. Jenny just, again, making sure of that hoop. She's gone
Yep.
through all the way to the boundary. And it has gone off. That's lucky. So still she's got a 4-yard return. And as I'm watching players during the box stage, I'm trying to work out who are the ones who are going to make the triple peels look routine. And I'm looking at Jenny and I'm going, this is not controlled. She's going to have trouble when she's peeling.
Yes, but I think that it's still early days, right? I mean, you're settling in. You just need to get that final little touch and feel and confidence, and,
Yep.
and then you're off to the races. So,
I watched Trevor Bassett this morning, and for people who haven't seen much of Trevor, because he sort of just focuses on playing in Aussie Opens and stuff like that, fairly locally. Trevor's actually one of the highest peelers of all time. If you look up his stats on Chris Williams' ranking site, he'll have done, I would say, over 950 triples.
Over 1,000.
Over 1,000 now.
He was wearing a top yesterday that had the TP 1000.
Fantastic.
He was telling me all about it. He's the 5th man to get to 1,000.
Yeah.
And when he got to 1,000, Mark Avery was on 999. So he just pipped him. So I think he was beaten by yourself and Robert and David Morm and Stephen Molyneux.
That sounds right. Yeah.
That's what he was telling me.
So he's a really, really good peeler. If we get to watch him, you'll see he's one of the worst shots in the tournament. He can't hit a barn door at 5 yards. But once he takes croquet, his croquet strokes are lovely. And he just reels off these triple peels. But even Trevor this morning went to 4-back and peg second break.
it was an interesting game because Ben Rothman had him, and Trevor was convinced that he was done 6-turn. So I saw Ben sticking one back, but I didn't see anything after that. So, but sometimes you got to do that, right, Chris?
Yeah, Trevor.
You just got to play the percentages. You got to play solid croquet, and just
Ball to the peg, finished after the lift shot was missed. Had a really tricky hampered shot after at 4-back, actually, and he was delighted to hit that.
I remember Phil Cordingley in his commentary of the 03 Mac criticizing me for playing pristine but boring croquet against the Beast.
Well,
I would take 2-0 against the Beast with no triple any day.
yeah. Certainly one of the players who beat me more than half the time, Dave. A fantastic Mick Robertson Shield record as well. I've played some of the best turns we've ever seen in the Mac.
Such a good shot.
And now he's sort of the opposite. He's one of the best croquet stroke players, tight break players, and he struggles when he's in front of hoop one and has to hit a 5-yarder. But his croquet strokes are fantastic.
Does he still strike the ball like a praying mantis?
He's still got his similar technique, so very sort of angled mallet.
Okay, a few more results for you. Block E, Edmund Fordyce, New Zealand, beat Paul Bennett of USA, plus 17. Block C, Reg Bamford, South Africa, beat Ewan Burridge of England, 26 TP. Block H, Mike Town beat Mohammed Kareem of Egypt, plus 8. Block G, Zach Watson of America beat Jordan Waters of England, plus 25 TP.
Two for him.
Close one here. Block F, Mark Avery beat Brian Cumming, plus 3. I think that's the closest so far.
So one of the things we should say is how fantastic to have an Egyptian playing in the tournament.
Yes, and Dr. Mohammed Kamal flying all the way from California just to support him playing in an AC tournament. It's a big deal.
And Salah Hassan, multiple GC world champion, is out here with his friend Mo. He's his coach, really, for GC, but I think Mo knows more about AC than Salah does. So I'm not sure there's a lot of coaching going on here. But great to see Mo getting, plenty of points in those games. And
so I haven't seen Zach play yet, but that's his second triple.
Yeah.
And he was pretty quick this morning.
yeah, the second one he's just finished, he had a standard triple, so he had all the balls immediately. Whereas most people have been finding they've had a delayed triple in front of them. But still, you've got to finish your standard ones.
Well, he knows these conditions like the back of his hand, being the pro here.
Yeah.
Matthew just missed out on a straight triple this morning.
Yeah, and he had lots of goes at the 4-back peel before it got to 4-back.
He's just working out the GC, getting back into AC mode. How did Mulliner do?
I'm not sure.
Looks like Roberts and
Did he have a
Fulton and
bye?
Harrods are coming in.
What is going on here? Jenny has just rushed into the back of one back.
Oh, yes, concentrate on the game we're watching. Not ideal, but should cope.
So you guys just nudge it forward and run it hard and rush it down.
Yeah, it wasn't in the worst possible place, was it? She's okay
I
there.
wonder if it's rushable.
Not worse than death, is it?
She may have overhit it slightly. Yeah, she did. It's a pity.
No hoop and okay.
Yeah, I think she was trying to put red just south of it and just rush it through. She's fine.
So we should say we've got 12 lawns at NCC here. And I think we've got 2 lawns at the Beach Club.
That's right.
Very kindly allowing us to use their facilities during the World Championship.
And I heard that the NCC, I think, is just going through permitting to put in at least 4 more.
Yeah, I think
Maybe 8.
I think there are 2 or 3 that have been started to be laid on the far end of the lawns as the camera looks at them. And that used to be where Bob Ullman had his big Tokay
And
circuit.
actually 9 wicket. They used to play 9 wicket there too.
Okay, and I know there's another lawn by the sides of Lawn 1 and Lawn 2 that's going to be in play in a couple of years.
So just a question, Chris. So is Jenny a half NSL spread? What does she play here?
She's a NSL.
So when you say NSL, do you mean the Wiley definition or the modern definition of NSL?
So I mean that the ball at hoop 2 will be floating near the boundary,
So half NSL.
so not an MSL.
We had discussions.
Okay, so
I'm not into fractional NSLs.
Okay,
but,
so blue is going over to 3-back here. Sorry,
yes, it is.
and then black's to follow.
Well, she doesn't always do that. Sometimes, depending on where red is, she puts black up to hoop 2 area, between hoop 2 and the boundary, before 3-back, rather than having all 4 balls at 3-back.
Okay.
So she can do both methods.
I was just asking because I've been told that the New Zealand approach, or the Kiwi approach, is to have all 4 over there.
I mean, the truth is, none of those balls are at 3-back, are they?
No.
I mean, red's about 6 yards away and blue's 5 yards away. And that's simply not good enough. If you're planning to put a ball on hoop 4 for that NSL, you need them within a yard of the hoop, really. And by this stage of the break, she's had a 4-ball break all the time here. The balls should be much more precisely positioned. We'll see where she chooses to put black.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if she moves all 4 over to hoop 4.
You're right. She hasn't got the weight on the hoop running right yet. She's overrunning a little bit still as well.
It's okay on there, so it's okay. Try and
So how does
minimise my
Jenny
fiddling
find,
because I didn't break it, so I'm happy
say,
with
taking
that.
on 4 or 5
It's okay.
games at this level in a day?
She'd be tired if she plays 5 in a day. I think I obviously know her more intimately than anyone else. She's carrying a bit of an injury at the moment, so she's got a slight bit of a dodgy back. And certainly she'll be delighted at the pace of the lawns, not having to thrash the ball around.
I don't think I've heard anybody complain about the lawns being too fast.
And this is interesting, because she hasn't got a proper...
Yep, she's transposing.
Or is it because... Is red on 1 or 2?
2.
Red's on 2.
Right, so that's why she's not having an NSL. We haven't
That's
spotted
good-
she's on hoop
good
2.
point.
So she's making a diagonal spread. So I still won't forgive her for having such a bad 3-back partner, but at least it's a little bit more forgivable.
Well, I think, Chris, we really, you should be allowing me to criticize. I mean, and you should be defending your wife.
No,
This is not very
no.
unchivalrous of you here.
No, definitely always want people to be doing the right things. And she's rushed it well. She should be able to get a rush north and play the next croquet stroke.
So
only
where would
moving
I mean, black is great. Where would your ideal placement of red be? If you could pick it up and put it on a blade of grass.
I'm going to put it about 4 feet east of black.
So the bad news, guys, is we're on camera, so we've been asked to introduce ourselves. I'm Andrew Gregory from England.
I'm Velo from America, and to my right is Chris the Cruncher Clark.
Currently living in Christchurch, New Zealand. And your hometown, Cape Town?
Somerset West. The great Somerset West Croquet Club.
And you moved to America in what year?
2000.
And I moved to New Zealand in 2005 from England. So we've got some variety of the world covered.
Some oldies here, right?
Managed to get blue in a pretty good position there and get close enough to black that she shouldn't have needed to hit it anywhere near that
She's
hard.
moved it a little too far, and this is why Chris was saying red needed to be 4 yards.
4 feet.
Sorry, 4 feet to the east of black, because imagine if red was just further south and east. This would be a much easier, even just a little stop shot with an automatic rush to the boundary.
She can't get a rush on red to where she wants to rush it.
And she can't do a takeoff.
So the primary objective is to get black wide from blue there, and then she'll probably just tap red, roll it as close to the boundary as she dare.
You wouldn't consider the big cut to the boundary so you can roll down the yard line?
I might have done. I'm probably more happy with this shot. The roll becomes quite difficult if you don't get the cut right.
I guess the benefit from here is you are rolling more down.
You're on the line.
The rush line, more so on
The
rush
wire line, yeah.
You're not fully on it, but it's much easier. You've got a bigger margin of error.
Yeah.
But the annoying thing is to get close to the yard line. And you'd go for the full roll here, correct?
I'd be trying to get both balls exactly where I want them.
Yep.
In this shot.
Yep. So some players would play a stop shot, which I would not advocate myself. I would be with Chris that you want to play the roll because yellow's placement is very important here too.
So yeah, she's only got one shot left here with the yellow, and lots of people don't take enough care here. The number one priority is do not leave a double target.
Can't agree more.
Now, that's a double target if you want to take it from the end of B bulk, but that's a long way away. However, you can miss through to corner 4 if you take it from a couple of yards east of that spot. So Doug might be tempted by that wide double.
Knowing him, I think he'll do that. I think he'll come here midway down the B bulk somewhere.
So lifting the ball at Jenny's hoop, which is very sensible. And
He's taking the defensive one.
I think he'll play it from in front of hoop 3 and have a wide double into corner 4.
Oh, you got it. You called it. I thought he might go a little further west.
It's a very attractive target, this. A couple of balls in the middle of it. Doug's not a very hard hitter.
Nope. And we aim for the left ball, right, Chris?
I do. That looks
No,
close to me.
He's not happy.
Yep.
Oh,
He should be
flicks
happy.
it.
He was going for red. I'm sure he was going for red.
So the advantage of having to make hoop 1 off partner here.
And keeping yellow near red is a little bit of fortune as well.
Yeah, and also hitting the 4-back ball means that you're putting the hoop 2 ball to hoop 2.
Yes.
Which,
Good
if
point.
you want to do a TPO, makes the TPO easier.
You think he'll go for TPO?
I don't know.
We need some entertainment.
Americans
It'd be good.
don't tend to do a lot of TPOs.
I got my first teapot this year. I was quite proud after 35 years.
Very good. Very
I
good.
deliberately held off to get the tea. It's Mr. Bowling, no less.
Very good.
For those who don't know, teapot is when you do a TPO and then win on time to give you the extra tea. I believe we're yet to have a sex pot.
I
Croquet history.
almost had one.
Almost.
Yeah. 1 minute. 1 minute away from having one.
And you finished.
Yeah,
It's
finished.
careless.
It was.
A couple more results have come in, I think. Block F, James Hopgood of England. I know he said Scotland. Lives in Scotland, but he's English. He beat the Sweden's Archibald Zimonyi,
Yeah.
plus 24.
I think that's 2 out of 2 for James.
I'll check that in a minute. And Robert Fulford beat Anna Harrod Walters, plus 23. That's in block.
No
B.
peeling again.
No letters.
Wow.
So Doug has cut this a little wide. It's not a great spot.
Hopgood is indeed 2 out of 2, which is very good because, well, he beat Dwayne McCormick,
Yeah.
which is a bit of an upset.
And,
And he should beat Archibald, is on you, but yeah.
and not only has Doug not rushed this well to 1, he didn't get a hoop 2 pioneer either.
that's
so
right, that's right.
from
Two
an
bad
easy
rushes.
position, he's disintegrated it straight away.
2 bad rushes in a row. That's all it takes.
That's a good approach.
I don't know.
Good position for black. You can get a rush to yellow or to red.
So he has the benefit of the Irish. It's a lot easier to run this with control, I think, with the Irish.
And he's still overhit it. What I find about players like Doug and Jenny is if black's 2 yards north of the hoop, they run it 3 yards past black. If black's 5 yards north of the hoop, they run it 3 yards past black. And it's a mental thing, isn't it? Oh, he's just snicked that one. That looked nervy.
If he'd hit that a lot harder, he could have cut it to yellow.
Yeah.
That would have been a good power play.
Yeah.
And killed that chap on lawn 5 with a ricochet.
Well, that's Brian Cumming. That's okay.
That's okay.
perennial doubles partner.
Yep. Great that Doug and Brian come over to the British Open so regularly. Great to see both of them.
I think they take immense pride in beating a certain Clark and Clark to stop the World Tour Open Doubles champions.
Yeah.
You should tell us that story, Chris. What were you and Jenny up to? You had won the New Zealand Open doubles. You had won the Australian Open doubles. You were in
I'm not sure about that, but
something like that. You were in Britain. You were going to go for the British Open doubles.
no.
And then you ran into the indomitable pair of Cumming and Grimsley.
Yeah, we made one error each, the four of us, and they outshot us. So fair enough, beat them fair and square.
Cumming and Grimsley.
And yeah, they played okay. We made those errors. There we go.
Well, you gave them immense joy. Doug is so proud of that.
Good.
That's a pretty good shot, actually.
That's okay. He just needs a good rush now, and he's picked up his break again. I once again mention the fact this yellow is floated up to hoop 3. It's the four-back ball.
Yep.
If he rushes
That's
well,
really
he's
good.
got a
Oh, it looks good.
standard
Very good.
TPO.
Looks very good.
Ireland. First day, I'm not sure I'm doing TPOs, but we haven't had one yet, have we? I don't remember reading out a TPO.
Have we had a 3-ball triple in the Worlds yet?
I don't think so, no. I mentioned earlier all the volunteer work that was going on. We also have a bunch of really good sponsors. So our major sponsorship support by WP Carey Foundation and the Palm Beach Sports Commission. So great, many thanks to those. Makes a big difference to what we're able to put on here and the quality of lawns that are available.
Just before we carry on with the list here, Chris, I don't know if you noticed this, but Doug ran two, had a lovely reverse rush to black, declined it, and is just playing the 3-ball.
Bonkers, in my opinion.
I would have thought the rush to black would have been ideal.
It just tidies up the break. Even if you're not
Absolutely.
going to go for a TPO, you don't in this position where you've got a deep hoop 4 pioneer, you've got no rush to hoop 3, and black's as your pivot is in
No man's
completely the wrong part of the
Yes.
lawn. We mentioned how Jenny had moved it to the right part of the lawn. Black's now still out of the break, and he did well to flick that rush to hoop 3. He could have easily have centre balled it, and it wouldn't have been good at all. Is that overhit? Just a fraction.
Should
It's
be fine,
okay.
but it's a rush to nowhere once again. So another big roll coming up. So as Chris was saying, we have some additional sponsors. Oakley Woods Croquet out of Canada. White Tie Croquet. PFC Hoopmaker Mallets from Australia. Invictus Croquet, which is also in Australia with, I think, a small American presence now.
Yeah.
Wrong side of black.
It's all messy, isn't it? I mean, you mentioned the wrong side of black. I mentioned earlier reducing the distance the striker's ball moves. And after he hits this little shot here,
Yep.
he's going to be playing a shot where his ball moves about 17 yards.
That's a nasty takeoff as well. To get behind, you don't want to come up short on red. You've got the boundary in the background. It's not ideal.
They're just messy.
And black is still kind of offsides.
Yeah. And you can get away with it, but over a period of games, errors creep in.
Well, and conditions, right?
Yeah.
On a much faster, trickier lawn, you do not want to be
Looks a
doing
good
that.
pace. It's not hitting it.
Super pace.
It's the 6-wicket experience coming out.
It's a half ball cut to hoop 4, so he'll be happy with that. It's a good shot. Overcut it.
Short.
I sometimes feel Doug comes up during the shot a bit early. and he could do
Yes.
with just staying down on it and
Yes, he
through
does.
it a bit more.
Yes, he does, and he gets a little. He gets a little. Sometimes he gets a little twisty, or like he'll pull one way or the other
Yeah.
instead of just nice clean stroke through.
Again, you don't want this length of Croquet. Whether he'll probably go and pick black up here.
But that's the thing that I've noticed. I think that's a difference, right? Is the younger players, and I think it's the golf croquet influence. They don't care about that.
They don't.
So there's less precision than I think there used to be in the game.
Yeah,
That's
and
my personal opinion.
If you know you can hit 3 yarders on the correct side, that's fine. But Doug, he's played another big croquet stroke. The back ball's moved a long way there. And everyone in every 200 shots of this length, he's going to miss it. So he's not very likely to miss it. But over a period of time, there'll be an error.
You just don't want to be doing this.
So now the break's about as tidy as it's been now. So he should be able to pot around to 4 back. No TPO. Doug tends to make diagonal spreads.
So if Doug does go around, they'll both be on 2 and 4 back.
Yeah. And it's thinking about the game a little bit more at a higher level. When you hit in and your opponent's on hoop 2, you should either TPO them or you should peel them to hoop 3.
Yeah. I was actually just thinking that he should have been looking for the pop.
If you can peel them to hoop 3 and then put their 4-back ball in hoop 2, you've got a really good leave. And at the moment, neither of those things are going to be done. And it's how the players differentiate themselves in ability, that type of turn. Didn't get a rush on yellow there. This is approaching from double the distance it should be.
Chris, you're a harsh critic.
Yeah.
I was telling Jeff, I think I might not, after this commentary spell, I think I may just give up playing again for fear of being rebuked.
Well, we all make errors. The key is to take lines of play that minimises the likelihood of them causing problems.
Oh, interesting.
So he's swapping these balls over now so he can get partner at 2 back.
Seems to be settling down.
Yeah.
He seems to be calming down a little
Yeah.
bit. Now he's thinking the big think.
So I remember we were discussing in a pub with some players, which ball do you want at 2 back for your first break? And Phil Eardley thought about it and said, whichever happens to be closest to the hoop. It's a good answer.
I think a lot of it's personal preference.
Most people choose partner because then, by definition, your partner can't be your 3-back.
Correct. Correct. But there are occasions where you don't want that.
But if you're doing a spread, some people would rather have your partner at the peg to begin with. Anyway.
Or doing the modern NSL New Zealand style, you just have all 4 balls over at 3 backs. So what is that? Yellow's a bit deep.
So who are your 2 picks for who's the most likely player to win at the start of this event?
I can't comment. So, I have not actually seen a lot of Robert Fletcher. I know that generation hold him in very, very high regard. So he has to be very good. Deeth just rolled up the other day and busted out a 3-ball triple cold, not even a warm-up. Just that was the warm-up. So, but he's mercurial, right? You have no idea what you're going to get.
I find it difficult to look beyond 2 players who've won 11 World Championships between them.
They're not at the same level that they were.
They are.
Sorry to say it.
They're in their late 50s now, or second half of their 50s anyway. Yeah.
And then I can't speak for McCorkindale.
Now, Logan's really good.
I haven't seen him. I've just seen a little bit of him. He's very, 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 very meticulous.
The thing that impressed me about Logan, he won our top invitation in New Zealand. That's okay. That's a good result. But the thing that impressed me most was he did about 3 times more triple peels in that event than Paddy. Now, Paddy's a really good.
And I've never seen Paddy play.
Paddy's got a
Former world champion,
total game. He understands the game.
That's
He's
one
got
I
all the
thought.
shots. So Paddy's really good. Very high percentage TP rate. And yet Logan did significantly more TPs in that event. So that to me is a real highlight as to he's better than a lot of people think he is. He's still unexposed at this world level. Last time we played in Hurlingham, he got off to a shocking start, got to something like 1 out of 4, and then crawled through to qualify, and then reached the quarterfinals. So very solid.
Yeah.
So yeah, Logan definitely.
I think that'd be
And we
fantastic.
don't seem to mention Matthew Essick.
And Matthew's obviously going for 3rd time lucky.
Indeed, runner-up last 2 occasions. Yeah.
Yep. And
And we have some insight into your thinking, Chris, because you run a fantasy competition.
well, yeah.
As always.
You give us a budget and you assign values to the players, and your top 2 Robert Fletcher, then Matthew Essick.
Correct.
So that would be
I-
good.
I would never rule out Fulford and Bamford.
Yes.
They know how to win.
Yes.
One of the things I say is if someone plays in the final and they haven't played in a final beforehand,
Right.
I think they'll lose.
Right.
Obviously, they might both be in that scenario,
Yeah,
in
no,
which
and
case
then-
one of them's got to win.
Yes.
But, if you had, say, Essick, who's...
I mean, Joe Hogan hadn't been in the final
Yes.
before he'd won the first one.
Well, nobody had.
Nobody won the 0th World Championship.
But, yeah, if you've got someone who's never played in the final playing against Essick, Fulford, Bamford,
Yes, I would.
Fletcher.
Fletcher, they're going to have their
It'll have
work
to be
cut
a-
out.
Let's
it'll-
not
it'll
forget
be- it'll be
Molina.
an incredible achievement.
Yeah.
So Molina won it, having previously been in the final.
Yeah. So,
Third time lucky, I think, for him.
I think what's going to be
2016.
what's going to be interesting. I think is the quarters and the semis because
That's when it starts hotting up.
You've got some serious firepower that can upset the apple cart before you get to the final. Like that, the draw I think is going to be important too. I mean, Watson, Boulding, those guys can blitz you.
So
yeah,
They
absolutely.
can blitz you.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's not that you played badly; they just blitzed you. So.
So to explain, the draw will be seeded according to ranking rather than according to. So if you win your block, you might not be seeded top if you do.
Well, but is it updated ranking based on the block play?
It
yes,
is.
the block play
Yeah.
will be included, but so it is relevant. But so are we in a position to know who the seeded semi-finalists will be?
I think we know that the number 1 seed in the knockout, assuming he qualifies, is Robert Fletcher.
Yeah,
Right.
for sure.
He's miles ahead.
For sure.
Okay.
And then Fulford and Bamford, 2 and 3, I believe. Bamford, unusually, hasn't actually got a ranking. at
Indeed,
the moment.
he's not in the rankings.
So
Hasn't
that
played
means he
for 12
hasn't
months.
played a game in the last 12 months. And it's strange, really, because he's played lots of golf croquet and he's played very well. And why on earth should his AC ranking disappear just because he's playing some golf croquet for a while?
Well,
I think you can find it out.
Yes,
but it's not on the
I'll
regular
attest to the
list.
fact it takes forever to get your ranking removed. Chris, if you came out and played 6 games, you'd be back in the top 10 just like that.
Well, if I entered this tournament and got accepted, I would be, world number 2.
There you go.
He got seeded in the open doubles because
Yes.
you're world number
No,
2.
there's no degradation for time, which is fascinating to me.
Which golf croquet does, I think. Is that right?
No, it's stopped now.
Oh, it stopped that. Okay. Jolly good. Oops.
But they've
So
got.
I think it's difficult. I think you have to go with Robert Fletcher as the favorite. You just have to. I mean, what little I've seen of him is he seems to have that great ability to just turn up the gears when needed.
Yep.
So that's what makes it difficult for me to assess him because I haven't seen him against, say, a full foot and full cry. So how many gears does he have?
Yep.
I think that's the question in my mind. But mentally looks very, very tough.
Yeah, there's
Anyway,
certainly a number of people who will agree with you there that he is the favourite. But I think it's a fantastic event. There are 8, 9, 10 people who could definitely win this.
I think the quarters and the semis are going to be crackers because there could be some fantastic matchups. Imagine Bamford and Fulford in a semi together.
So meanwhile, Doug's made it all the way around to 4-back.
Yeah, I think he's botched the leave.
And that yellow is definitely
Open on red.
open on red. And Jenny wants to play the red ball. We're not sure whether red's got a full target of yellow, but it'll have something. And Doug can't lay up too far south, or else yellow will have a free shot at it. An open shot at it.
That's a nightmare.
So Jenny's going to have some options here. Lots of them are going to be short. Even this long lift from corner 3 is probably going to be about 18 yards. So it's not very long.
Might be a 17-yard, I always put it.
And that's off.
Yep. That's
So he's now got a much longer rush than he wants. So that it's all playing into perhaps Jenny should take a long shot here.
I'm wondering yellow, just that rush.
I just think if she's open full ball on yellow, she'll take red at yellow from where it lies. If she's not, she'll probably play red at black from corner 3.
Okay, a few more results. Block C, Jack Good of England beat Chris Percival Smith, Canada, +3.
+3.
That's what it says here.
Wow.
Block B, Stephen Mulliner beat Ireland's Russell Harris, 17 TP. And Block D, Greg Hill beat Jack Rush.
They're two good names, aren't they? Hill and Rush.
Yes.
That's excellent. 26 TP for Greg Hill, so well done him.
I don't know, I've met him before.
So Greg's one of the people vying for a place in the Aussie Mac team.
Right.
So they've sort of got 3 Fletchers, Ed Wilson, Dwayne McCormick as a core 5.
Right.
And then you've got people like Greg Hill, Lockie Berryman, Stephen Forster, perhaps Ian Demerg, Trevor, all sort of vying for that last place. And so Jenny's actually taking the shot I mentioned she was going to do, but with the 4-back ball
That
instead of the
seems
hoop
odd
2
to
ball.
me.
This actually was my initial reaction, guys.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I mean, it's really
Nowhere near it.
yeah, it's
close.
stemming from the fact that that length of rush. I think you're thinking is the length of rush to Grimsley's lack of power.
But he's on hoop 2.
That's true.
You've left the ball at his hoop. I don't like that, the shot. I thought leaving the ball at the peg, you could get to a position where he couldn't put out a proper hoop 3 partner.
So Chris mentioned the Robertson Shield, which is the World Team Championship for Association Croquet. It's happening next year in England. And I think, are all 4 countries selecting shortly after this event?
The US is meant to be November 9th.
And we'll be late November, early December.
That's England.
And New Zealand will be probably Feb, March time.
Okay. So, so certainly, I think, Chris, you're a selector for England, so you can't comment too much.
He's the chairman of the selection committee.
Yeah, so, but I think it's similar to what we're saying in Australia. I think there are 5 people fairly confident in, and the 6th place is up for grabs.
I was talking to Chris privately yesterday, saying that it's a piece of me that wants Mulliner to win, just to put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, if you win the World Championship, you put yourself there, absolutely. And we just mentioned a narrow win for Jack Good, who I'm fairly confident is the youngest player in the event at 19.
Yep, think so.
Yeah, and he's just come on very quickly. I suppose he's a teenager, so they learn quickly. I met him first time 2 years ago at a little tournament we have in Edgbaston. We don't let good people play in it, but he did his first triple peel there and won the event.
Yeah.
And this year he was joint first in the President's Cup, but lost in the playoff to Andrew Johnston. So he's a Jack for the Mac, I say. But I know Chris can't comment.
I met Jack at the Under-21 Worlds Golf Croquet in
Sarasota.
And after play, he was assiduously practicing his sextuple.
We have it.
So much so that he actually got in trouble with his hostess for not being home in time for dinner. which I thought was a rather entertaining story. But
Yeah.
I caught up with him yesterday, and he has successfully completed his first sextuple in club play,
Right. Yes, he hasn't had one.
which he had
For
not
real,
been, he had
but-
not been doing in March. So you can definitely see the progress taking place.
Absolutely.
there.
He was,
Not trying to influence you in any way, Chris.
he was part of our Great Britain's winning Solomon Trophy team a couple of months ago. With a very narrow win against the USA, 11-10.
Very entertaining test match that was.
It was. I watched a bit of it on live stream, the other side of the camera. Yep, the microphone.
We've done a little bit of test cricket approach there at the end. But anyway,
Probably the first time England have been underdogs playing at home in the history of the sport.
Technically Great Britain, but I'll take
Yeah.
your point.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, so America's team was almost full strength apart from Ben Rothman. Is that right? Yeah. Like, see, England. Well, not so many of their Mac players played. Samir did, of course. And
I won't comment on this. But
Because you're available. We know you're available for the American team this year round, and you've had some good recent results. So it's going to be fascinating. All four teams are going to be strong. And every test match is going to be competitive. And I think that's fantastic for the game.
I don't have a sense of the Australians. I mean, obviously, Fletcher's.
Ed's a strong player. Dwayne will be more confident in his second Mac than he was in his first. He'll settle faster. So that's five good players. Another nice approach from Doug there.
so Doug hasn't winkled yellow out of fourth corner yet, so he's unable to try a standard triple peel, or an on-time triple peel, should we say, as we're in America.
Oh,
But
looked
he's
like
block
that
three,
always
you
looked
can't do
like
anything.
It always looked like that was going to happen.
I think Jenny
hang
will
on.
play red at blue here.
I got so excited, I thought he'd run out. There we go. Right.
And if you're
Red
taking
at blue.
if you're taking red at blue, you should always get a referee.
Check black, yeah.
Make sure whether you hit black or, equally importantly, do you hit the hoop moving black?
Because that'd be significant. Because if you do that and then come off in B bulk, then you should lift black and
Unless it's you, Chris, right? Because you always missed it right.
Yeah, I'd probably still shoot at blue there. I think shooting at yellow.
No,
whilst
my
it's a
point
little
is,
bit
my
so-
point is, you shooting at blue, you don't need the referee.
Jenny correctly asking, well, she seems to be asking for a referee rather than an umpire. It's a technical point.
Yeah, the players are allowed to umpire each other.
Right.
But we've got, let's run through our good referees. We've got David Malouf from America. We've got Ken Jones from Edgbaston area.
Originally, yes,
Yeah.
he was my mentor when I joined Edgbaston Croquet Club in 1982. He was the best player there.
Another English referee, Simon Hathrell.
Watford,
Then
associating with him.
Chris Williamson.
Well, I don't know.
And we're going to be joined on Tuesday by Greg Solomon, who some people may know is the son of John Solomon.
Oh, right. I was going to ask if he was related to either of the Solomons. I don't know.
So that's the list of good referees. Can we now get the list of
No,
bad referees?
they're all good referees. I was meaning that they were very good people to be volunteering their time.
Well, you didn't put yourself in the list of good referees. So
Well-
by default, then you must be one of the bad referees.
Probably. That's
No, he's one
probably
of the-
true.
Very good referee.
So it's interesting getting this view from directly behind Doug. His left heel
Yes,
almost looks
yes.
to be in line of where he wants to pull the mallet back.
It's crazy, right?
He'll be trying to rush this to yellow, I'm sure. Oh, he's underhit that, surely. That ball has to get off the lawn. That's like the worst place you can put it. So now he'll probably stop it behind hoop 4, not
Low
bothering
hole.
to get a rush on yellow. And it's all messy again. Yellow's been taken out. The red's been taken out of the break.
Chris, this is actually all planned because the idea here, you see, he's actually ahead of you. The idea here is he'll move blue. Oh, it should be a little further. Yellow to 5, bash through 4, backward rush on blue up to 4 back. Peel or jaws going to red. And Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, the first shot didn't quite work.
No, he didn't quite get that, did he?
We had a lot of this morning with Chris. Fantasy feeling. This is how Tom does the TB 5 and 4 back.
Well, no.
No, he's just going to go round the peg.
Those were legitimate lines that I put out this morning. I don't think Chris would have disagreed. That's an interesting way to put it.
That's all right.
And I should probably mention over at the Beach Club, we've got Eileen Sue as well. So she's managing and refereeing over at the Beach Club.
And she was studying the laws assiduously yesterday.
Yeah,
make sure
both Eileen and David have recently passed their exam.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. So they know the current rules.
So yeah, they're almost certainly better than people like me who passed it donkeys years ago.
Oops. Dear Armand.
And you can see Dwayne here in the foreground. The wind's really getting up now. It's ripping through his trousers.
You're making the mistake we made this morning. They can't actually see that.
Ah, okay.
Well, one of the flags was.
So
It's actually the
briefly
TV. The
in play
TV
there.
should be right in front of us so that we can see exactly what we're talking about.
So
Then I
Doug's
look at the
underhit
TV
his
and you
approach.
can't hear me.
So he's going to have to go back to the corner. Leave a rush, hopefully to hoop 4. And then Jenny's got a fascinating decision. This is the first time she's legitimately had the opportunity to corner. She could play yellow to corner 1 here. Could play yellow to corner 2 here. Or could just shoot.
I have to think she's shooting.
And from there, you can argue that you can shoot yellow at red.
Yes.
I think that's what she will do. Oh, this is cornering.
She's cornering 3. That's not an option you gave her, Chris.
Yeah,
Like
and nothing wrong with this. Nothing
You
wrong
like
with
this,
this.
do you?
I wouldn't play black this turn. I'd play blue.
Okay, blue's fullback, black is 4-4.
All I'm going to do is make a leave. But I think it's easier to make a good leave by playing blue.
So black's in a decent spot there with 4 and 5, right?
Yep.
So you got good warring options. Red is for 2. So what do you think, Cruncher? Yellow down 5-ish way, red maybe north of 2?
He seems to be playing black, doesn't?
I'm probably going to play blue,
Yeah,
hit black,
I agree
take
with
off
you.
to yellow,
Yep.
roll yellow 3/4 of the way to hoop 3, going to red,
Yep.
put red between hoop 1 and the west boundary, and leave myself for rush to hoop 4.
And if I may, I think that Chris's rationale about playing blue here is instead of black, you'll notice with Doug playing black, blue will now be out on the court. Whereas the other way around, had he played blue, black wouldn't have been as far out. And it's low odds here that Doug will pick up the break for 5.
It's a really good takeoff, we should say.
Yeah.
That's not an easy shot. My shot would have again been 3 yards nearer. But he's played that really well. And now it's just a matter of where he wants to do it. I don't want yellow at hoop 2.
Yes.
Despite the fact that it sort of forces it to play, because it's your hoop. It's also red's hoop.
No, black's for hoop 4 now.
Oh, black's hoop 4.
5. Black's for 5.
Black's for 5. So I definitely
5,
don't
is it?
want yellow
How
at
did he
hoop
get
2.
to 5?
He did.
Did he?
He's not on hoop 4. He's on hoop 5.
But how did he
Sorry,
get
that's
there?
mine.
'Cause he approached 4. and
Yeah, he's
didn't
on
make
hoop
it.
4.
He is on hoop.
He's on hoop 4.
But the clip's on 5.
The clip, it does appear to be on the wrong hoop. Yes.
Right.
So he's definitely on
it's
hoop
not,
4.
it's not the brown clip or something.
I think he's just spotted and he's having a wander and he's going to move it back to hoop 4. That's good.
Good. We don't want misplaced clips. Yes.
Now, Jenny can say, I thought you were on hoop 5. I wouldn't have done that. but I think she probably knew he was on hoop 4.
Have a few more results come in. Block C, Trevor Bassett beat David Houston, 16 TP. Block A, Sam Murray beat Brian Lozano, 17. And Block A, Alain Giraud beat Joachim Norbach, 25 TP. That game at the Beach Club, the satellite venue in Palm Beach.
And we've mentioned a lot of names, but in that discussion for Robertson Shield Place is Alain Giraud.
Indeed. He's somewhat handicapped at the moment by the fact he's living in Toronto rather than he's English, clearly.
He's a very good player.
Indeed. Not Reg out of the last Worlds,
Yeah.
I think I'm right in saying. So not many people have knocked Reg out of the Worlds, frankly.
Looks like yellow is going to 6.
One of the things about making a non-lift leave that I coach is that none of the balls should be inside the rectangle. That's this mythical rectangle from hoop 1 to hoop 2, 2 to hoop 3, 3 to hoop 4, and 4 back to hoop 1. And the only reason balls should ever be inside the rectangle when you're making that a non-lift leave is if they're wired. And he's got no guarantee of getting any wire whatsoever here. So I don't like yellow. Yellow is too aggressive.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges, and I know the game AC has come a long way in the States. One of the hardest things I think for the Americans to grasp around the AC game is the rushing off to gain the space.
Yeah.
Right, which is your point. If it's outside that box but still off the yard line, if you have a rush at it, you can still do a lot of damage.
And it's just further away from all the other balls.
Exactly.
What Doug is doing here is something mega aggressive. He's going to roll red between hoop 5 and hoop 1.
Yep.
Trying to get in front of hoop 4.
Leave a short shot and pray that Jenny misses.
Yeah. So I'm going to call that yellow a hoop 2 pioneer.
Correct.
I'm going to say that she's going to be forced to play red because that's the ball nearest.
She's for 2.
She's for hoop 2. It's not going to be a long shot. It's not going to be from corner 1 to blue.
Nope. She will take it.
So it's really... And you could argue, because Doug is the weaker player here, not completely wrong to give her a do or die, because it gives Doug the world if she misses him. And it does give Doug this small percentage chance of rolling off hoop 4. I think this is too far.
Seems to hit the peg.
Now it's got an even shorter shot at black and blue.
See, I wouldn't have been practicing the peg out there.
It's
personally.
even got a short shot at yellow.
Well, Chris, it's justified because he may have the wire of red and yellow across the peg.
No, he's definitely not got that. That's wide open. I don't know here whether Jenny is going to take... He's already hit that ball.
He has. He's forgotten. No, he hasn't forgotten.
He's just cleaning it off.
So that might be a
rush.
double target. That's
rush
my
too.
first thing. I think... No,
he's forgotten.
He's forgotten his...
Is Jenny in control?
Yeah.
Where is Jenny?
And
Yeah,
now,
Jenny's-
and now the critical position of that red might have had a perfect double target. Jenny should have been on top of that straight away. Because she's... How can you decide where this ball is now? Red might have had a perfect 13-yard double target. And now where are the balls going to go back?
For referee. Oh, there goes someone. There goes Ken Jones.
Ken's going. So again, need to be more on top of it. As soon as he's hit that shot off the lawn, Doug, you've already hit that ball. The balls stay where they are, and then you've either got.
Well, I would actually say that. I mean, when he rushed it, as soon as he took position to take the next stroke, she should have stopped him because his turn was over.
So is
No,
this
it
where
wasn't. He had a continuation
is
shot.
this where Croquet should adopt VAR?
you-
I mean, it's on video. We could sort of rewind it and see where
No
that
video
can-
used for replay purposes.
Right.
Was that the
okay.
Croquet stroke?
Sorry, I'm talking to the
They
referee
play
of
the
the
croquet
tournament, of
straight
course.
down there, and
Yeah, but then he can hit it, but he can't pick
It
it
was
up.
a scatter
Correct.
shot. It's a scatter
So
shot.
he should
That's
she should
right.
have forestalled him after that stroke.
Exactly.
And not allowed him to pick it up.
Leapt on.
Yep.
Well, double banker's got an opinion.
So it's very useful here to have a double banker. And if both players agree, you can go to them and say, can you put it where you think it was? And it's the most neutral position you can get. And I thought she had a lovely target. Now it looks as if she's got a hole in the middle.
What do you think Mick Meehass would have done?
We shouldn't talk ill of the dead. So she's taking it anyway. It's so short with a ball to hoop. It's just a compulsory. I'm going to hit this. Just waiting for
somebody to stroll down. Not very good at back views. Is that Ben? No.
Who that is? No, it's just, I don't know.
No,
You know,
I think it is. Anyway,
I mean, I hear you about Doug being the weaker player and taking some risk here, but he's got so much experience. This is just playing with fire. And appropriately punished.
Yeah. Now, she's got a pretty easy break. The negative is she's going to be making hoop 2 off the peelee. So it's not a trivial triple peel. She will have to do some work.
indeed. But
And this was one of the scenarios
nice rush after
that we were
two.
practicing last week, or this week even, at United. I was saying, I want you to make hoop 2 with a break, with the balls at hoop 3 or whatever, and do a standard triple. Can you get a rush out of hoop 2, rush it over to hoop 3, and do a standard triple? She needs to be better at it than she is. You can get this ball almost all the way to hoop 4 straight away.
Yep. No, I mean, she should have very good odds here of getting a standard triple.
That's you clearly haven't watched her enough. Then,
She's a good player. Come on.
and that's another thing I want to complain about, because I spent about 2 hours in 1992 learning how to pronounce Vaynant.
Oh, yeah.
I kept getting it wrong, couldn't get it right, Vaynant. And I come back 20
should
years
try
later.
spelling it.
Well, I know how to spell it. That's part of the problem.
That's what
because
messes you up.
That's what messes you up. And I come back 20 years later and everyone's saying Vay.
Yeah.
You gave up, did you, in the end?
Well, I came to the States, and, it was the choice of either Vay, and I came in 2000, which is Bush, Gore,
Yes.
Chadgate.
Yeah.
So I could either be
Hanging
W.
chads.
Yeah. W.
I could have been W.
Yeah, probably.
Or Vay. So I went with Vay.
Okay.
In hindsight,
Good
actually,
choice.
you'll enjoy this. I actually have a different name for Starbucks.
Oh, yes.
I go by Joe, which is not strictly incorrect, since my first name is actually Johannes. But I got very tired of having to explain Vay and where that came from to everybody on the planet.
So we need to explain to people with bad hearing, like myself, that you didn't just say that your first name is Your Highness.
So that is also a classic story at my rehearsal dinner. So in America, you have a rehearsal of the wedding, and then a dinner that the groom pays for.
Yep.
So at the rehearsal of the wedding, we had, and it was in Florida, but it was a South African who was marrying us who had been in the States for 20 years.
Yeah.
And he gets up and he says, "Do you, Johannes Vaynant Low?" And Lisa, my wife's friend, comes running to her afterwards and says, "Did he say Your Highness? Are you marrying royalty?" So
Very good. Very good. So Jenny's
she's
got
done
a
well.
decent hoop 3 partner.
But she hasn't got a rush.
And once again, has completely failed to get any sort of rush out of hoop 2.
but
And I'm going to tell you, this is going to be a ball to the peg, and that yellow ball won't get within 2 yards of hoop 3
no,
At any stage.
at
She's
any
got-
stage. That's
Boris
going to be my
TP.
guess.
no, Chris, she's got a free roll at fullback here. Like, you can still go for it.
She's going to say she's not got a good enough hoop 4 partner. She needs a better hoop 4
Yeah,
partner.
black is awesome. So what?
Black is good.
2 to 3 yards south of fullback.
That's
right?
what I would do.
Right?
That's what I would do.
And if it, you even have options if it's like if it's too close or too far, you may even be able to cannon with black to put it back in peeling position. And you just need the jaws.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
just need the jaws. Now, you know your wife too well.
Okay, so we have another result from Block A. The game between Robert Fletcher and Tom Coles was 1+3 by Robert Fletcher.
So he was in a lot of trouble there. He was
was
about
nearly
to go to
0
naught
2.
at 2.
Yeah, 0 2. Yeah. Meanwhile, Dwayne's blobbed 4 back from nowhere.
No, she should be rolling that.
And that will get in the way of Jenny, so she'll have to wait while Jared comes and sorts it out.
Yeah, she'll mark her ball.
Very sensible, yeah.
get out of the way, let
So,
Jared
I
play.
mean, do you think that Jenny just not a fan of bashing the rush up to corner 4? Is that maybe the reticence?
I think she's too cautious in terms of probably.
Ooh, what was that?
Yeah, she hit that.
Yeah, he also scored the point for white. So
He
Should
did.
be picking up the white clip now.
Correct. That is correct. But
TPO.
when you're one of the better players, you have to, at some stage in the tournament, and preferably earlier on, play turns that you will have to play later on in the tournament. And she'll probably get away with a ball to the peg against Doug. But when she's playing these elite top 8
That
players,
extra shot, you got to take it out.
and that was the reason she won the New Zealand Open. She did 2 TPs, I think 5th and 6th turn, against Paddy.
Good.
Can't complain.
And at some stage during this event, you're going to have to look as if when they miss the lift shot against
You're
you,
gonna punish
you
them.
are always going to finish.
Yeah, you got to punish.
And it's better to try and do that earlier on than get to the second round of the knockout and then try and work it out.
It's
how to do
almost
it.
right. It's almost a sense of asserting yourself.
Yeah.
It's a psychological pressure that you're trying to play, and you want the opponent to know that that's what they're up against.
Yeah. In the past, when getting through the block and, maybe winning your first round match would be a really good result, I have less of a problem. But she's on this fantastic year and she's got this target. And, she isn't going to get a medal by going to 4-back and peg every game.
You do know this is being recorded, and
I do.
we can play
I
this
do.
back to her.
Look at the hill. Look at the hill that got.
Ooh, that was.
That
We
was
saw a hill
interesting.
earlier, didn't we? Matt Essick approaching hoop 6 on this court. I think it went the other way. It went, I'm going to say east. Turned right, basically. Oh, coached by
That's
clubbing it to the
difficult.
far
That's
wide.
really difficult.
That looks
Tricky shot,
tricky.
that's nasty.
Going to need
Yeah.
a referee, definitely.
Right. Off you go, Chris.
Now, she's better at these than I am. Definitely better at this shot than myself.
Is that because she's had more practice than you, Chris?
I just think she's better at sort of proddy shots than me.
Oh,
He missed the compliment. It's amazing.
so there's a referee just behind her refereeing a shot on court 7, court 2. So,
Ken's
but
coming.
somebody's I thought that was Ken. Hang on. That's Ken, right? Who was that then?
That's Chris Williamson
That's Chris
refereeing on lawn
Williamson.
7.
Right, okay.
And Ken Jones on
that
lawn
angle. That is
6.
not a pretty shot.
Oh yeah,
It's all about
We're seeing
how
what
big
you
a
can as
backswing
well.
she's got. Has she got 6 inches behind that? And I think she has. So she can definitely hit it hard enough to reach the block. And that's part of the issue.
But we've just seen the approach hill, so maybe this one goes straight. Oh, how's she playing this?
The lawns have been playing fairly true, though.
This doesn't look a natural shot.
One of the things I'd have looked at here is sweeping it with enough power to reach yellow.
Okay, so the sweep
I think
shot
it's a
is
double
where you
target.
have the
Yeah.
mallet horizontal to the ground rather than vertical. It hadn't been invented when I did my ref 6 so I've no idea how to ref it.
The sweep shot? Chris showed me that in 92.
Yeah, I
Andrew's
a
been
ref
playing
in late
quite a while.
80s. Yeah.
Doesn't look it. That's pretty good. That's good.
That's a super shot.
Super
And,
shot.
yeah, she's much better at than I am. And justifying her choice not to do the triple because she'd have had to hit the Peely so far away.
It was a free crack. It was worth.
So
it was
you
worth
don't,
the free crack.
you don't think she'll consider a delayed
I don't think she will.
TP?
I think she'll be thinking, look, if I can get this win under my belt today, I go
Yeah,
3 out of
for
3.
I'm almost there.
That's a really good position to go in. And then
That's a
maybe
start.
later on, when I've qualified, then I can try a bit more expansive play.
Nope. It's a miss there. Green missing brown.
That's Jared against 12.
And part of it is about looking round and seeing what other people are doing. And Jenny will have looked around going, oh, hold on, I've seen Robert Fulford almost lose to Mike Gidding. I've seen Robbie Fletcher lose. I've seen Reg Bamford fail hoop 4 from 6 inches. And perhaps I don't need to be brilliant on day 1. Let's just try and be more solid than my opponents.
So let's see where yellow goes. This will
Some more results come in. Matthew Essick in Block E beat Edmund Fordyce 26 TP. Greg Fletcher in Block E also beat Sandy Grieg plus 26. And Tom Coles has beaten Patrick Sweeney of USA plus 20. So I don't know if that game was pegged down or possibly missed a result from earlier. Anyway, we're relying on, of course, Eileen at the Breach Club and Jeff and his assistant here to post all the scores, which is a big job.
Block A today at the Beach Club, isn't it?
Block A at the Beach Club today. Block
So perhaps
B tomorrow.
that's one of the explanations as to why Robbie Fletcher's lost. It's quite a lot easier over there. The lawns are slower.
Yeah. Could be a
So
factor.
easier to lose to a weaker player.
Apparently yesterday the hoops were wider as well.
Right.
I was
Okay.
told. I did actually pop over there.
Probably some cunning plan by Mr. Sue.
We had an unsuccessful attempt to get some lunch in the big clubhouse of the Beach Club. But I did manage to be surprised by seeing the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, the clue is in the name, isn't it?
Yes.
Beach Club.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, there's an ocean. Right.
Okay, Christopher. Where is yellow going?
I think it's going to go as a pivot.
Well, it's not going to fall back from there.
I wouldn't have done that with it. That's in no man's land.
Nice, right. Take
How
it
does
back
Jeannie
to
put
blue.
up with you?
Well, it is, isn't it? It's, when you make hoop 5, you don't want your pivot ball there.
I agree.
not
And
ideal.
she could have either hit it 4 yards further or just tapped it.
No, I'm with you.
And either way round.
I would have still been looking to how do I get yellow to fullback with blue at fullback.
But yeah, this yellow ball will not get within 2 yards of fullback. That's my guess. Unless she accidentally has to put it as her pioneer. I think when she won the Women's World Championship, she didn't do appeal.
Right.
She had a game where she twice managed to get it into the drawers, but had to take it out on both occasions.
That's always unfortunate. And highly amusing for everybody watching.
Yeah, yeah. Which is why it was so good to see her, do those TPs in the New Zealand Open. I think she had another TP or two against, maybe one against Logan in the semi-final.
Was that at Christchurch this year?
No, it was at a much easier venue, so Mount Maunganui.
Okay. That's on North
The
Island.
lawns were nice. They were 11 seconds.
Okay.
And even paced. So pretty straightforward playing conditions. But now she has got a tight break. And she still overhit that hoop shot. That was still give it a bit extra shot, wasn't it? It was. I'm not quite confident yet. And we've seen a lot of people fall into that category today.
Andrew's solving the scoring here. We're
Yeah,
not
I
allowed to do
managed-
fictional scoring.
I've
One
gone,
of
I've gone
the-
a few hours without breaking it.
Well, one of the things people might be looking at is where Jenny holds the mallet. And she changed about a year ago. And she used to hold it at the top, which is where we encourage people to hold their mallet, hands together, swing from the shoulders, hold it at the top. And she was struggling getting enough power. And she went and had a golf lesson because she plays golf. And her golf pro said, your putter's too long. So she had 3 inches cut off her putter. And he explained all the biodynamics of why the putter was too long and where she was swinging from and all that. And she came back and thought, well, if my putter's too long, I wonder if my mallet's too long. And rather than cut 3 inches off her mallet, she moved her hands 2.5, 3 inches down and suddenly became much more confident at hard rushes, firm rushes.
Okay.
And perhaps not by entire coincidence, has had a very, very good year. So that's maybe something for people to think about if they're...
Yeah.
One of the things Jenny tells people who play with their hands apart is, okay, you've been told you don't want your hands apart because you want the swing to come from the shoulders rather than the wrist. But rather than bring your bottom hand to meet up your top hand, well, why not maybe go halfway with both and meet in the middle? And that might be an easier way for some people to bring their hands together and become more consistent.
Well, it seemed to me there's coming back to the sport, there's definitely more players with longer mallets, and in golf croquet as well, particularly that Solomon grip, massive pendulum, seems to be very, very popular.
You haven't seen Ian Burridge's golf croquet mallet, then, have you?
The digger's digging. So,
Right.
I saw him actually. He wasn't playing, but I saw him up at the GC Worlds in Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Watching
He was
you.
over there. Yeah, you was there.
He confirmed he was still digging. Okay, so yellow to one back. We're gonna make.
That's we should notice at this stage it has got to within about 7 yards of four back.
This might be as close as it
That
gets.
might be as close as it gets.
No. Look, she's gonna make.
We need some sort of name for this metric.
No,
the
no.
Clark metric.
We're gonna be running 6
Minimum
here.
distance.
We're gonna be running 6 off blue. A little backward rush to black. We're gonna rush. We're gonna send blue perfectly in front of 2 back. Getting a
With
rush
you
on
so far.
Getting a rush on black to 4 back. And then we're going to go for the rush after 1 back to 4 back for the jaws.
Oh,
That was a bit fortunate.
You are
Wow.
asking, Chris, you were asking for control. Now you have it.
Yeah, Martin Murray would be proud of that control.
It'd be nice to have a replay of that because I felt she was walking after it a bit.
Okay, can we do replays?
I don't know what replay facilities we've got, but I felt she sort of hit it and she almost reached the hoop by the time the ball was going. Oh, I'm not sure I'm through yet. So we've got a little bit more than 3 rounds to play today, haven't we? Because not everyone can play at the same time.
That's true.
So-
There's
Some lawns will have to get 4 games a day on. And
Indeed.
We've got probably a deadline of about 7 o'clock when it gets dark.
it gets started very quickly.
I do have the floodlights on some of the courts.
And we're only using floodlights if both players agree. That's the regulation for that.
So blue's a little short.
Yep. Got a rush on black.
Black to 4 back.
Right. Ken Jones is on the lawn again.
Again, talking about players who I think
Something in the
this
double
type
bank
of,
game. Sorry.
type of lawn and hoop favours the most is Stephen Mulliner. Very good touch player.
Yeah.
Starting to lose his power, but that won't matter on this pace of lawn. Been here, done it before.
Winner in 2016 here. Yeah.
Plays quite tight breaks and get rushes out of hoops. So I think Stephen's got
It's the Irish.
reasonable chance. Irish grip, yeah.
It's the Irish grip.
Yeah.
Controlled hoop runs. Something about being able to see everything in front of you.
So mentioning Stephen
No.
prompts me to ask you, Chris, do you think we'll be seeing any sextuple attempts? in this
Yesterday,
event?
I thought definitely.
Right.
I'm starting to think I'm not 100% sure at the moment.
Right.
We do have the threat of thunderstorms in this area, don't we? You might get
Tuesday,
heavy
Monday or
rain over
Tuesday.
a short period.
Yeah, there's nothing forecast though.
Ah,
There's no big storms. You might have some spotty rain, but I think the plan is to continually speed up the courts throughout the tournament.
but as Chris points out, God might have other plans and send us a deluge.
So you called to Chris. There's no rush to 1 back here. Sorry, to 4 back after 1 back.
Again, that black ball lurking between 1 back and 2 back in case she ends up running it by 10 yards.
Yeah, it's always good to get the 3 possible lengths there. Yeah. This is one of those shots you shouldn't really have in the middle of breaks, but she'll cope. I wouldn't be fancying this at all.
You can make a really defensive leave here. You can lay up tight in corner 2 with the 4 back ball in the middle of the
It's a
west
referee.
boundary and the hoop 4 ball near hoop 4.
We found a ref. Ref on Dawn 7. Oh, and they found Ken. There, here he goes. Anyway, sorry. Let's concentrate on this. So,
Well, yellow is going to 3-back, so doesn't look like we're going to get a straight triple attempt.
no,
We should mention that 3-back is about 20 yards away from 4-back.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
yeah, not very close.
The,
But as it passed the peg, it was in about 10 yards.
the real risk here is when yellow goes to pen. How close will it actually?
Yeah, no, it's going to be vying for within 7 yards then, isn't
So
it?
you think it was deliberately putting yellow to 3-back so that there's no chance of it going anywhere near 4-back?
We used to call it McCulloching.
It is John McCulloch. Make sure you can't be tempted.
Absolutely. Approaching a hoop 2 off partner, put it to the west.
Sounds like the anti-Deeth.
Yes, indeed. So, we've been critical of Jenny. One of the things that we should say is if you can notice how short a distance her striker's ball is moving.
Point of correction. We should note how critical you have been.
Yeah. Yeah. So it isn't all bad what she's doing. The striker's ball is really quite under very good control.
I think there's a good case to be made. I understand, where she may be coming from based on what you said. I mean, to lock down 3 solid wins, get comfort on the launch. You've got more games coming tomorrow. Then start ratchet. You actually don't want to peak too soon, right? You want to be building your strength.
Yeah.
Once you get that knockout stage, then you want to be hitting your straps. To come out and be sextupling right now or octupling, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, tomorrow is quite a tough day for her because I think she's at the beach club.
That's
So
correct.
that won't be ideal from a pace of lawn for her.
Right. Has she got 2 games there
I
or
think
3?
she's got 2 games there,
at
one of
least a
them
bye.
possibly against Fulford. I can't remember.
Right.
Um,
I don't think
So you taking your doubles partner out drinking tonight then?
my doubles partner. Are you talking about Mr. Fulford?
Yes.
Well, I want to tell everyone a story about that. Because for those of you who don't know, Robert and myself, very, very good friends. And we used to travel around the world. And Robert was the world champion. And he'd get introduced to local dignitaries and local club members. And they would say, this is Robert Fulford, the world champion.
Rushed black into yellow.
And then they would come to me and they'd go, and this is Robert's doubles partner. So I had 25 years of
This is Robert's doubles partner.
having to cope with that. And about 2 months ago, I asked these new AI things you can get on the internet. And I said, who is the best croquet player in the world? And it came up, number 1, Reg Bamford. I gave a bit about Reg. But somewhat surprisingly, number 2, Chris Clark. Gave a bit about me. Number 3, Robert Fulford.
Chris Clark's
And
doubles partner.
my favourite bit, Vane got it straight away. The AI said, Chris Clark. Or Robert Fulford, Chris Clark's doubles partner. So after 25, 35 years, I got some credit.
Well, it raises the question as to, how seriously can we take AI?
Well, you can't take AI seriously. Another thing I did about a week ago was I said to AI, can you draw a picture of the winner of the 2026 AC World Championship? So I now have a picture on my desktop of what the AI thinks the winner is. So they went for someone who was white. So
Probably.
that's reasonably likely.
Probably a good chance.
Male
That's also
Quite
reasonably
likely.
Yeah, it's with you so far.
and wearing a bucket hat.
What?
You know what I mean by a bucket hat? There's sort of not a brimmed one that just doesn't have a brim. A
Oh,
bucket
it has a
hat.
brim, yeah.
And there's,
Oh,
I think there's a
Oasis
few
fans
people
are-
play. Yes, that type of thing. So that's what we need to be looking out for as the knockout progresses. Who fits all those categories?
So we're looking for Buckethead.
Bucket hat, male, white.
Buckethead.
Yeah.
It's actually a famous guitarist.
Ah, didn't know that.
We got
So Kenster is actually also, Kenster Rosenberry has been actually having similar games with AI.
Yeah.
I tried to get him to come down because I thought he'd be pretty good at this commentating gig.
Yeah.
master of all the stories. But
Meanwhile, Dwayne's just beaten Jared.
that was pretty quick.
So we can luxuriate in single banking for at least a few minutes.
Yellow is going west of Penn.
Here we go. It's that's not got within 7 yards.
No.
That's the point. It's
Very,
west,
very,
it's west
that's why
of
you put
Penn.
it west. So you
Very
say,
why I said west.
well, that's not west, that's into Penn. Anyway,
Well, that even prohibits it from getting any closer to fullback. It's unrushable to fullback.
she might be going to promote it. No. Okay. I think she's got Pennock covered there.
Well, she can always do what I was doing a couple of years ago, which is start peeling yellow through Penn, just assuming you're done with fullback.
Just to practice.
No, just absolute mash up of the algorithms.
Oh, right. Just think, I must have done the fullback peel.
Of course, if the balls are here like this, I must have done it. Old age is a wonderful thing. So what are you thinking here, Chris? You think it'll be a spread?
No, I was mentioning earlier,
you think
these clip positions play into a defensive leave in corner 2. So your ball's tight in corner 2, about a foot apart, with a rush for your fullback ball south. And then you want,
So you're willing to give up the 13-yarder?
yep, and then you have the fullback ball in the middle of the west boundary, peg high, and you have the hoop 4 ball floating
4.
between hoop 4 and the boundary. And it's quite a good leave. You can just make a diagonal spread. One of my things I'm famous for saying is a diagonal spread is never bad. But I do like against Doug. Doug's shown nervy twitchiness, hasn't he? I don't want to give Doug one shot for all the balls. I want him to have to work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is a difference, right? When you're playing somebody that you consider weaker than yourself, you may have a slightly different approach than just somebody who's a peer or stronger.
Yeah.
Further from fullback.
So Zach Watson has beaten Debbie Lyons plus 26 TP. So Debbie's
So
0
Zach's on
2.
fire.
That's a really good day for Zach, isn't it?
And Zach has had 3 TPs and conceded 2 hoops in 3 games.
Very good.
So yeah, well he does have home advantage, doesn't he? 'Cause,
Yep.
so he's put that to good use.
He threatened Robert at the US AC Nationals. I actually thought he was a little unlucky based on the format because they never finished the block play. He landed up in the half with Robert, and Tom got the other side. And I actually don't think that that's quite right, but that's just my humble opinion. Because I think it was 2-1 to Robert, I think.
This is Robert Fletcher.
Yes. Yes.
Robert Fulford.
Yes.
But unlucky in Croquet to have 2 top players both called Robert F. something.
Well, Robert Fulford will always be the bunny.
Indeed. I remember back in 09, Robert got knocked out relatively early by Robert Fulford. Sorry, got knocked out relatively early by Ben Rothenink. Well, I keep looking at the order of play, and there's Robert F, and it's not me.
Sheet here. I'm trying to remember whether. Yeah, so Robert Fletcher lost in the semi-final in 09. It says here, but I'm not sure to which. Was that to Reg or to
It was on this lawn,
Ben Rothman?
and
In order of.
I think it was to Bamford. It was a
Yeah.
Bamford-Fletcher semi-final. I remember a pegged-out ending on this lawn that we were actually watching today.
Okay. So the other losing semi-finals was Chris Farthing.
It was the remarkable year where Chris qualified with something like 4 out of 9.
4 out of 9 in the block. It was his 40th birthday. He was having a party. People kept, "You're playing tomorrow, Chris." No, I only won 4 games. No. Playing tomorrow. And eventually I turned up at 1 a.m. because I was managing. "You're playing tomorrow, Chris." "Oh, right. Okay. So he got through that and then got to the semi-final. So he's a medalist.
I remember Chris Farthing and Chris Patmore.
Yeah.
But they were a big
Yeah.
doubles pair. Won the Open doubles.
1995.
Something.
I think it was a bit later than that. But they did win the British Open doubles, yeah.
See, I have the benefit, Andrew, is I know which years I was in England. So
Yeah,
there
yeah.
are only certain dates when I could have
All
met
of
certain
them
people.
for me. Right. Oops, hang on.
Here we go. Here's a 6-yarder.
Oh, blimey.
That was uncalled for.
And she is very, very good at this shot. If I had 5 of these in my break each time, I wouldn't make many all-round breaks.
So Chris, there is from what I recall, a fantastic story of you playing doubles with your partner.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, there are 2 stories. The first one is you always picked the colors,
I did.
and Robert, for probably 20 years, never realized he always played with the same color ball,
Yeah.
depending on your selection.
Correct, because I always played the lighter coloured, so I always played yellow or blue.
And he never knew.
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
Because he is prone to the occasional wrong ball.
He is. My basically my only job was to stop Robert playing the wrong ball.
That's all you want your doubles partner to do, really.
And we had
Don't bother
his
me
parents
unless-
came to watch an open doubles final, and Robert was in the. He's about to get to hoop 3, I think, on his break, and I saw his dad, who was in corner 1, get up, and we were sitting under a tree in corner 3. And his dad wandered round up the west boundary and along the north boundary, and as he was just about 10 metres away, I wondered, well, what's Bruce coming to talk to us about? And I went, "Oh, geez, you've forgotten your only job. Rob's playing the wrong ball." And because his dad didn't know you're not allowed to tell people, he came and said, "Chris, why is Robert playing the wrong ball?" And I said, "Oh." And we lost. And it was the start of a run where every time his parents turned up, we lost.
So you banned them in the end, didn't you?
Something quite remarkable then happened. We'd won our first 23 consecutive Robertson Shield doubles matches. We were playing in Christchurch, New Zealand. We were unbeaten in that test match. And we were safe because we were 12,000 miles away from Robert's parents. And then Bruce and Mary walk through the gate and we lose our 24th match. There we go.
Absolutely.
Delightful couple of people. Bruce no longer with us, but
So Jenny did not 100% follow your thinking here.
well, she's been in no man's land because she hit that Croquet after Rover
Into Rover. Yeah.
into hoop 5, basically. So that's the best she's managed to do with it. And to be fair, it's not too bad. Apart from it's a really easy break for Black.
Black is not rushable to fullback, though.
No, so he might be tempted not to play that. It won't rush to Penult either.
Oh, is that the Bamford? We have the Bamford coming up. This is going to be a...
So who's Reg playing?
Jack Good.
Ooh, this should be a good one.
Big match.
This is an excellent. That'll be excellent. Not yet, no. Jenny's 4-back and peg.
So Doug will want to lift the Black because it gives him an easy to break, but it won't rush to Penult and it won't rush to 4-back. So he's looking at 4-back. He's going, this ball doesn't rush there. Perhaps I shouldn't lift it.
Exactly.
But I want to lift it.
Meanwhile, Reg is playing a standard corner 2 opening here. Looks like he might be laying for a duffer, but he's going corner 2.
Which is
Well,
where
see,
Jenny's
there's-
balls are, I think.
Yes, yellow.
So
is-
he's trying to hit yellow. Yeah.
he's trying to hit yellow. Talking about going for the wrong ball.
No, he's missed yellow.
It's quite
He's
wide,
missed. He's missed the corner by quite a long way.
yeah?
South.
Yellow is in the way. Yes.
Well, yes,
Yep,
but
he's lifting blue.
then I just put brown into second corner.
Put that down as a slight win for Jenny. I think.
Absolutely. As Jenny, you're thrilled that you've got this lift shot out of Doug.
So then the other story from this storied doubles partnership, you have to be honest. As I understand it, you're playing, and I think you're going second. The oppo fires off on the east boundary, and the bunny trundles off to the middle of A bulk, and he puts up a good old-fashioned 1960s Tice that's probably, I don't know, maybe a yard north of one on the boundary.
Short one.
Short one.
All right. Yeah.
And you give a big sigh, trundle on over rather forlornly, and promptly miss the Tice.
Well, I wouldn't expect to hit a 8-yarder. I mean, jeez.
No, only 7 yards. He said it was 1 yard north of one. That's only 7 yards from the
It
corner
would be very
spot.
strange if that happened, because Robert always played fourth. Because Robert could hit in.
There's some story.
And
like
then
that
I
where
always
you
did
were
the
just-
triple peel.
You were just dejected, like the fact that he had done this, and he was on the side thinking it was pretty funny.
I don't remember that. but,
Okay, I'll have to go back to my sources.
I'm very good at forgetting things. So I think lots of things in your life you want to forget. So I'm very good at that.
But we are here to remind you.
Jack Nicklaus. You could ask Jack Nicklaus when he won the Open in 1970, whatever, and he'd talk you through the last few holes, every shot by shot, and then you'd say, "And can you tell us about the next Open Championship where you came second?" No, I can't remember anything about.
So the remarkable thing is, I hope I'm right in this, Jack Nicklaus won 18 major titles.
And was runner-up in 19.
19.
Yes.
That's amazing to me.
Yes. Yeah.
The champion like that didn't convert. Anyway. So, Reg has just missed fourth turn.
Quite a long shot for fourth turn. He's turned down a much bigger target from B-Bulk.
Indeed.
And they're quite a long way north. They're about level with Hoot 5.
I agree with you. The way he was practicing his shooting yesterday, he went for a fat double up here. He had hit it 9.5 times out of 10. Jenny's got the rush to red.
She's rushing straight to 4-back, I assume.
No, she
Given
just
where
rushed,
black is.
She just rushed blue to red. So
Oh,
we'll
right.
see. We'll see.
Okay, I think she's
Oh, you
rushing
can't see
to
from
4-back.
that. Yeah.
Black doesn't rush to any of the 3 hoops she's interested in getting to. But she could opt to rush close to black here and bombard it away from the peg.
Ooh. We like a bit of bombarding.
That's a cute play.
We had good bombard from Matt Essex. Well, it wasn't very good, but he tried one to get his straight triple peel.
She's going black. She's going black.
But
Look at how badly that went.
it didn't go well.
Yeah.
She is going to black.
And really here, you're just trying to rush it as close to black as you can. It doesn't really matter which side it is, as long as it can hit black. You can go east of it, you can go west of it. You can go
Would be
north
excellent.
of it.
If black were touching the peg,
Yep,
you could just go north and slam into the peg and
yep.
promote the black. But
Woo ball, that's too hard.
That's wired.
Now it's wired. Perfect wire.
not moving black from there.
No, that's a bit of a... Probably make a leave. Probably croquet red,
send
up,
red
up
towards-
4-back
Yeah.
and hit black and move it down towards corner 4 and guard corner 3.
It's coming to pin. She must think it's rushable, or sufficiently rushable.
So you can just rush it east and roll up from 8 yards away if you want.
I think that's what
That's
she's doing.
aggressive. I don't think she needs to be that aggressive.
I think she.
She may be able to get between the peg and black and kick it out.
Oh, bounce off the peg. That'll be good.
I think she just wants to be done. So
Well,
that
does it? It's not a bad shot, is it?
No.
You know,
You've got what,
6 yards.
6 yard roll up for the game.
I think she's probably just tired of you criticizing her, Chris. She's just had enough.
No, she wants to get home and replay every moment.
Maybe get a foot massage from you, Chris.
that's a super shot.
That's a nice shot.
She is not given enough credit for how good her croquet strokes are. She can play all the shots, and she's, even with these Invictus balls, she can still play really good shots.
Well done. That's a good one.
Seem to run it off the near wire.
That's a good one.
Anyway,
I think we should say it's not quite over because she only grovelled through hoop 6 and she hit her shot through penult harder than she wanted to. So that's clearly the tightest hoop, most difficult hoop on the lawn.
No,
Right.
I think she's done.
I'm not betting against it.
And Jack's
He's just run one. After Rich missed.
hasn't
Fourth
got a
turn.
rush again, though.
No.
Again,
Rush.
not
Hasn't got a
quite
break
in that
yet.
elevated section of players who can rush to a hoop, approach it, and get a rush out of it to where they want.
That makes things so much easier, doesn't it? Especially in
Yeah.
healing turns. Right. Now what's Jenny doing there?
He's wandering over to look up space.
Okay.
And look how far she's aiming this black. She's giving it about 3 yards worth of pull. Yeah. So quite a wide angle shot with this. You want to play with a stop shot.
Yep.
Good stop shot. Pretty good shot, that.
Very good. Well, yeah, 9 out of 10.
This is interesting from Jack. He's rushed it to the south boundary. He's got green coming to 3, going white.
Yeah, he's got power, as Jack. So this won't be a problem for him. Can he get a rush on white? Looks short
Green
to me.
hit black. No,
Green
good.
short too.
He's going to be short.
You know, green's not a disaster, but he's going to end up rolling up from the ball near corner 2.
Yeah. Which is probably a shot you should practice, given the prevalence of second corner openings. You often end up rolling to 2 from the second
Slight
corner.
angle, Chris. Slight angle.
Yeah, it's fairly short though, isn't it? She'll give it more than she needs.
Run it to black.
Not quite that much, but you know, it was never finishing short of red, was it? And I think she'll roll these down.
Well, you seriously wouldn't have gone trying to get a forward rush there. You just want to get through it. Black's fine.
Yeah, she'll roll this down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll,
She's totally fine. Rolling down the rush line, everything's perfect.
And Jack's the sort of player, you mentioned the approach from corner 2, and the approach from corner 2, you normally roll the croquet ball along the north boundary,
Yeah.
trying to get in front of hoop 2.
Yeah.
And Jack's the sort of player that I feel you can justify taking off to hoop 2.
Yep.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah,
No,
but
no, from the corner.
From the corner.
So
Take off the hoop 2, run
Doing
the
a
hoop
Tom-
and hit the 6-yarder.
doing a Tom type approach. Just get it a yard in front, bash it through, and then just hit the 6-yard and off.
Yeah, okay.
Because to be honest, Jack's likelihood of going round, or highest likelihood of not going round, is not getting a hoop shot.
Right.
If he gets a hoop shot, he will probably go round.
Yeah. There's his
So have you taught him your lazy
golf
triple?
croquet.
So you think he's trying
Experience?
to lay up in front of the hoop here? You
No.
think
He's
trying
going
to
to he's going to go to
My
pink.
lazy triple.
Yes.
Tell me about my lazy triple then, Vay.
You told me that, back in the day, you
Is Brown stopping?
out.
It's gone. It's
Brown's
gone.
gone. Brown's off.
And that's downwind.
Right.
If you weren't in the
It's gone a
mood
fair bit off.
to faff around with
Foot or two.
precision pickup, you would just take, after the spread is missed into corner 4, you just get the 3 balls to 4 back, peel through 4 back, get the rush to 4,
No, I didn't do
rush
that.
it,
very often.
rush it a little east of 4, stop it to 5, run 4, hit the ball corner 4 in the 6-yarder, and boom, you're
Yeah.
done. Easy.
We had a squad meeting about a month ago in the UK, and I said that method
Yeah, she
of
does that.
peeling 4 back after hoop 3 with the ball in corner 4 was in vogue in the sort of early 90s. And we did it for 2 or 3 years, and then everyone worked out, actually, we just do a delayed triple instead.
It's known as the Molina Roquet. Molina hadn't won the Open Championships. He had to hit that sort of Roquet just to win it, and missed and didn't win
Okay.
the championships. So the Molina Roquet there, but Jenny's coped with that. So that is to all
With that, so we'll be switching
extents over.
to Bamford Good. Actually, that Bamford block, I think, is probably one of the toughest blocks.
Block C, that is.
A lot of danger in that block, I think.
So I'm going to leave you. Thank you for your time.
So you only came up here to watch Jenny.
I'm going to let you commentate against your countryman, or original countryman.
On your
I thought
countryman
you'd
rather than
enjoy that.
against. You commentate against people, do you, Chris? That's an interesting choice of preposition there.
I would have thought you would have enjoyed a little critique on the Bamford.
I'll get that opportunity later in the tournament. I'm feeling reasonably sure.
That might be wishful thinking.
But yeah, enjoy the game, and
Right.
see you tomorrow.
Well, thanks, Chris.
Cheers, Chris. Okay, so.
Sure we do that every hour or so.
Okay, yeah.
And make sure, this is important, don't say that they're a sponsor, major support.
Okay.
So we're in the position of Jenny's just won that game. Chris is headed off to congratulate his wife,
Do I know?
and
Yes.
we'll be transitioning to Reg Bamford against
Jack Good.
Jack Good,
Right.
who's up
green
and coming.
brown? Hang on.
I believe Jack is the youngest player in this tournament at 19.
That's right.
Yes, he is.
That's correct, yeah.
So Jack is 19. We think the youngest player in the tournament. He played at the Under-21 GC Worlds. But before we switch over, I just want to highlight some important people and organizations that are supporting this event. Our major support is provided by the W.P. Carey Foundation and the Palm Beach Sports Commission. And their assistance is very, very much appreciated in promoting our sport. And then we have additional sponsorship by Oakley Woods Croquet, White Tie Croquet, PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, and Invictus Croquet, since it's Australian.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to load the flags for this game, and I don't seem to have an English flag.
That's Wales.
That's Wales. I should know what an English flag looks like.
Oh, just scroll down.
Well, we've got 16 countries, but not England, and there's only 15 playing. Right. Okay, we'll have to look into that. Right.
Okay, well, while Andrew's working on that, Reg is playing white and pink.
He's playing for South Africa.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it.
So Reg is representing South Africa, although he has lived in England since the early 90s. Not quite sure what he's up to here. Looks like he might have a rush on green.
He says England is there.
Okay, let's have another look. Insert image. Image in cell. Google Drive. Right.
Just put that one up.
Yeah, there aren't any Germans, are there? Germany aren't here. Because Germany's not here, and there are 15 countries here.
Yeah, but Germany's there, and we don't have Belgium or Germany.
Yeah, and we do have England. So we don't have an England flag, unless
Well,
it's...
we've got a German flag and a Belgian flag, but we don't have Germany or Belgium flag.
Okay. Office. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, there's Belgium, there's Germany, but neither one of them is in it.
Yeah, because this was pre-made, but this is not like so. Let's see.
Okay, Vay, what's happening? Has
Well, Reg
anybody
just-
made a hoop yet?
I think Reg, no, it doesn't look like it. Well, Jack's made one. He's for two with brown. Reg is playing pink here. He's just rushed green to the south boundary. He's taken off to partner at white. I think he's for one, in which case that's a pretty good takeoff to get the rush to one with brown down there. But I think he's already played brown.
If you want England around the Great Britain.
That's Britain.
So that's the one you want. No.
Next one.
That one.
White with the red cross. There you
Yeah.
go.
And Reg is playing the rush to one, I believe. And we have Michael Elwick joining us.
Hello, Billy.
Michael, Ridge is approaching 1 with pink here. That's pretty good. And let's see. So he'll be looking for some useful rush after 1 here.
He doesn't have a Pioneer at 2.
That's it. Great.
So he has 2 options. He can try and get the rush 2 off white, or based on where white is, potentially a rush to green. And he has got
There's
the
a
forward
clip on
rush.
hoop.
There's a clip on hoop 2, and I can't.
It's brown.
That's brown. Thank you.
Brown. So what Chris was talking about earlier, you're seeing a little bit of the pedigree coming out here, where Reg is not just bashing it through; he's going for control to get that forward rush. He would have preferred it another yard north, but quite willing to start taking on control. And that's a pretty good cut rush, considering the length.
That's good. Thank you. Okay, so we have the scoreboard. We had a momentary technical issue in that we didn't seem to have the England flag. I think there are 20 English players in the event or something.
20.
So we didn't have an England flag, but now we have. I
Well,
think that's
Michael,
England
We had
flag.
19 pre-qualified, and then Stephen Allen.
Stephen
came out
Allen.
of the qualifier.
Exactly.
Michael, hopefully not for too long.
And how many?
20 will be whittled down pretty
how
quickly.
many? How many
We'll
Americans?
get rid of at least half, maybe.
You have it.
How many Americans are in the event? Do you know?
Not enough.
Not enough. I think we have 18 or 17.
So
17 or
England,
18.
England, the biggest contingent then.
So Reg is going for a 2-ball break to 3 here. He had options of getting a backward rush to brown. He elected not to do that. He also has the option here of rushing, at least running 2 all the way to the boundary, and white is well placed then to rush to green.
Yeah. Pink's hitting that tubing quite hard here, I reckon.
Yeah, he's got 2 options. I think that's the easier option. And
Oh, he grows.
Well,
no, he may have the rush to 3.
grovelled through and got
No.
a better rush than the Hattie.
rush.
ran it cleanly. Such is life.
20 years ago, Fulford and Bamford were absolute machines with the rush.
Oh, Fulford especially. I think the first
Yes.
time I saw him
Yes.
at Colchester, when he was just practicing, he was a schoolboy and he was practicing. And we'd heard about this Wunderkind from Colchester. We were looking at him. He played a shot, and somebody said, well, it's quite a rude word, but they said, dear me. And Rich Hildrich says, yep, the boy can rush.
So Reg's rush here is not actually as good as he would have wanted it. He would have preferred it much closer to green just to keep control.
Just a reminder on our display here, we don't yet have the technology to show second colours, so we've used the equivalent first colours to the second colours. And also, we're showing hoops scored. So Jack Good, the blue one is his green, so that's for hoop 1, because it hasn't scored a hoop yet. And the brown is equivalent to black, so that has scored a hoop, so the brown clip is on hoop 2, which you can't see at the moment because you've got a different shot, but I'm assured it is.
So now Reg is looking to just get the rush on green to 3. He's overcooked it and he's gone out. There must be a bit of hill there.
So,
And that is a famous Reg pose. Both
Can't
hands on
believe
hip in absolute disgust.
a few more results. Block A, which is the one at Palm Beach Club. Samir Patel of England beat Patrick Sweeney of America +6. Block C, Ben Rothman beat Shane Hetler in an All-American clash +25. And another All-American clash in Block H, Sharif Abdul Wahab beat Steve Scalpone +8. And just in a few seconds ago, Ian Lyons of England has finally got off the mark. He's beaten the Latvian Andrei Savnovs +25. So there you are. I'll try and keep you up to date. On Monday, it'll be very exciting because that's when it'll become clearer who's qualifying, who's not qualifying, and most importantly, who is in the last chance saloon needing to win their last game to stay in the event. So it should be some excitement Monday afternoon, evening. But,
Jack's got a lot of work just to get to 2 here.
Well, he's playing green, which is for 1. He's got brown down there. So
So
he's
pink's going into the lawn here, and ideally getting a rush on white.
correct.
Brown.
The critical one here is green, tight on white to get the rush to brown.
So you're allowed to, yeah, you're allowed to move things, including the corner flag. You're allowed to do that. That's fine. If it's in the way, move it. You're not allowed to move the hoops or the centre peg, but the corner flags and the corner pegs, if they're in your way, just move them. There we go. Well, that's pretty good.
So Jack didn't quite get the rush, which would have been top priority.
Yeah, the green.
Pink's
Pink's okay.
fine, but it could have been 3 yards shorter with green tighter.
That would have been better. It's difficult. It's quite an angled shot, and that was one of the strokes where you mustn't go off the lawn. So you can understand the slight conservativeness of where you're aiming green. Right. But he hasn't cut white.
And it
As he'd have
happened right
liked.
where Reg's ball heeled out, so he was probably overcompensating for that.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Right. Make sure you pick up the right balls then. The first colour balls have been dumped there.
So I would think probably a takeoff here behind brown. So between corner 1 and brown.
Yeah, pink's workable.
And that should be sufficient.
We might need these later, yeah.
Jack had an excellent showing
Later,
at the Salmon
Monday
this year.
when the blocks are
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right.
I think there's a
Okay.
strong school of thought in England that Jack's number 6 for the Mac next year.
Jack for the Mac.
Jack for the Mac. We'll start a campaign.
I've heard those rumblings.
I think England have a good policy of trying to bring in at least one younger player to start giving the experience. I remember 20 years ago, Matt Burrow came in and partnered with Stephen Mulliner in doubles. So a lot of
That's an
experience.
experience.
A lot of experience.
That is an experience partner,
Yep.
Steve.
I think
And
we're
they
likely
did well.
to see the youngest American Mac team ever next time around.
Right.
I don't know,
yes,
Michael, we might get you in there.
No, I'm too old.
What about your good self? Eh?
I don't know. We'll see. So it's not up to me.
Well, it sort of is. I mean, I know. You've put yourself.
My
I
cards-
looked at your record. You're 20 games out of 23 this year. That's pretty good.
Yes. Yes.
Have you won things, or did you?
I've played 2 tournaments. I played the Sarasota Open, and I beat Brian in that in the final. And then I played the
Brian Cumming? Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
Pinehurst.
and then I played the North Carolina
Carolina
Open with Pinehurst, and I beat Tom Bowling in the final.
Big win.
So you've played 2 tournaments and won them both.
Yes,
Well, that's pretty good. What more can you do?
playing the Worlds.
Well, unfortunately, you're not able to. I wish you could. It would mean,
I know, but it's been a lot of fun playing it. So Jack's done well here. That's good placement for Brown. A little south of 1. He'll get a good position. He may go to white immediately.
I would think so. I think.
Yep. So now just a strong rush near 1, near white, sorry. And white's a little bit off the yard line, so he's got a little bit of space to work Brown to 4. So the ideal here is to rush Brown off near the first color balls that are just off the court, which you guys can't see yet, but you'll see soon. That's where he wants it. It's got in the right spot. That's perfect. And now he's got space to send Brown to 4.
You look on the what we're seeing using. That's quite a brown patch.
It is a brown patch. It is a brown patch. But when the camera pulls back, there you go. He's in perfect spot here to send Brown to 4, getting a rush on white up to pink.
Yeah.
So this will be a very clean pickup. It's a bad error by Reg with that takeoff going off, which stemmed from his rush being 3 yards too far west from where he was trying to rush to.
Yeah, sometimes the break ends, especially if it's a hoop shot. If you play a bad hoop shot and don't run the hoop, that's the break over. But quite often the break sort of slowly disintegrates and you play a few shots and they don't quite go to the right place. And
He's fine.
suddenly you're in trouble. Yeah, that looks okay. Oh,
That's fine. And the critical ball there was Green. Brown, even if Brown was still short, you still have time after 2 to go down there with a reverse rush and clean it up more. So
nearly always the key ball is the striker's ball.
he's underhit that.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Depends on his natural ratio.
It's a nasty split, this.
Yeah. You've explained before about the importance of being on the rush line. So if White were further
I'm
west.
inclined to drop White a little short and focus on
Yeah,
pink.
absolutely. Focus on green, getting green nicely on the pink. But it would be easier if White was east and indeed a bit closer.
He's done that. He's just left White short.
That looks pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
I'll give him a 7, shall we, Andrew?
Green's pretty good on pink. I might go up to 8. But
No, but white.
Well, and then
White
White's
should
not,
have been.
White's not great. Okay. And we've got to be careful because
good.
once we start seeing the top chaps doing top things later in the week, if we start giving that.
All right, we're getting a break.
Excellent.
The croquet world is about to get relief.
A couple of world champions are going to
Exactly.
sit in here
So the
for
quality
us.
of commentary will seriously
we're about
improve.
to turn this over to Matthew Essick and Ben Rothman, and we'll bid you guys good afternoon.
And I think we're probably one and done, Andrew.
I guess, or I could carry on doing this if you want. Do you
Actually,
want to do this?
I would enjoy watching Ben trying to work out the vagaries of that spreadsheet.
Ben,
So I'm sorry about the small fonts, but I broke it earlier, so you have to live with that. But it's okay on there, as you see.
Gotcha.
So we're obviously doing blue is green and black is brown. We haven't got the technology to do second colours, so you just edit it and it magically look here and it's done.
How do we not have the ability to change the colors?
We do. Good evening, everyone, as it's almost 5 o'clock here. This is Ben Rothman. Thank you very much to Andrew Gregory and Velo and Michael Albert for their help and efforts. Now Matthew Essick. Oh, geez, we're on camera. Let's move these beers. All right. Hey, everybody. How's it
what we're
going?
doing is we're counting hoop scores, not what hoop we're for.
Right. Okay. So let's see. Let's see if I can catch up to this game. Looks like it's Reg versus Jack. Jack just ran 2 to the boundary, which I would expect from a golf croquet player.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I have another mic. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we have 2 different mics here. How's it going? Got a pretty good matchup here from an all-time great and an up-and-coming AC player, and I would say almost more than up-and-coming. He is already there, played really well in the Solomon. I think probably the best player in that test for the winning English team, and I think a strong consideration for the upcoming MAC team. So excited to watch him play Reg here and the end of our block play for day 1.
So it looks like, if I understand this scoring, we're putting in what hoop they have made. So green, also known as blue on the scoreboard, has made hoop 2. Reg, it looks like, has also made hoop 2, is stuck at 3 and 1. And Jack, I guess, is at 2 and 3. So must have been interactive at some point.
I got a chance to watch some of this from downstairs about 10 minutes ago, and our viewers probably got a chance to see all of this. But I saw Reg take play after Jack took off into corner 2 out of bounds, and then I look up and Jack's in play. So I'm not sure how that happened, but here we are.
Well, I can give you a brief recap of what I saw from Reg's first game of the day. I was sharing a court with him, and he he stuffed hoop 1, also known as a blob, right into the middle of the hoop. And then I think his opponent got in. Eventually, Reg got in with his other ball, stuffed hoop 2. And then I think, first he stuffed hoop 2, then he stuffed hoop 1. And then when he got to make one, it was from the jaws. And the very first time, and then he made 2 to the boundary. And then his next hoop was 3 from about a foot and a half. He ran it 12 yards through. So it was very much watching the learning curve take place. So we'll see if Jack has the hoop touch. Yeah, I don't know how to make the colors on there change, but I can keep Jack up. Yeah, there's some sort of Visual Basic or something going on that is past my pay grade. For those of you in the know, the Excel spreadsheet I'm looking at has proper colors for these balls, but yeah, how it's getting, translated to the big screen is beyond me.
Yeah, so you had a chance to share a lawn with Reg this morning in the first match, and I didn't get to see much of it, but what I did get to see, he looked, I would say, ordinary for Reg's standards. So obviously you're playing your match, not paying much attention, but a lot of errors or
a fair
missed
amount.
hit-ins.
He was doing well. He was doing well hitting the ball. It was really just the hoop stroke. Like he had, I think he center balled that return Croquet. It was, the color exporting is what I don't know what you're doing, and I don't want to mess with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's day one. I think you can look across this tournament so far, and a lot of the top seeds have dropped a game or played poorly in a game and scraped away with a win. So I don't think anyone's overreacting. With any early losses, you start to lose 2, maybe 3, and then you're starting to worry a little bit about trying to make it out of block. But
then you hope at the very least, if you've lost 2 or 3, that you hope whatever was causing you to lose those, you found your form because you need to win out.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to hopefully find your form and deliver for the remaining 8 days in a row.
Yeah, I was talking to Pepe, Jose Rivo, last night at the cocktail party, and he was mentioning that in 2018 he was in a block where he won 6 out of 9, so he went 6-3 in block play, which in most cases not only gets you out of the block but gets you out of the block without a playoff. And worst case scenario, you have a playoff to get out. And in his scenario that year, he won 6 of 9. But didn't even get a playoff because the top 4 seeds all had 7 of 9 wins or 8 of 9, and I think one of them had all 9. So it's a rare case, and I think it's the first time and only time it's ever happened. But I think most of these players know that if they can get 6 wins, they're guaranteed to at least get a chance to play off to get into the knockout. And that's what all these players are playing for: finish top 4 in your block and get a chance to make it to the top 32 knockout stage. All right, so Jack is moving along, scored hoop 4, and he's got everything pretty tidy over at hoop 5. I think a lot of us know Jack is a golf croquet player, phenomenal shot. But
Not up there.
the one thing I definitely give him credit for is he's got a really good head on his shoulders. I think very smart, very mature for his age, and makes wise decisions, makes the right play. And I can speak as a successful younger player. I rarely made good choices at his age. It was more of the choice that was more aggressive, or I just thought I was good enough to do it, really. And it's cool to see somebody that's so young and still so mature. I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, not only in the GC world but in the AC world.
Yeah,
as well.
I think most you see out of him is he'll kind of bite his lip and bend over at the waist if something goes horribly wrong. But yeah, no mallet throwing, no loud noises, no thigh slapping. I know that's a popular one.
Well, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I joked with him during the Solomon bin about he would hit a croquet stroke, and we'll probably see this today or during this match, and he would kind of throw his hands up and look at it all funny, and I'd look at it myself and I'd say, what was wrong with that? It was an almost perfect shot, and he seemed upset, and I don't know if he thought it was much worse than it actually was until it stopped moving, or he just is looking for absolute perfection. But I kind of joked with him that and asked him about it, and he kind of just laughed and didn't say much about it. But regardless, it's something I think is kind of funny that you'll see some gestures and body movement making it look like the shot is much worse than it actually is.
That's the fun. That's where you see some of the character out there. It's a little less fun when they just look like robots with a perfect swing.
That's right.
And, you don't get any sort of read into what's going on. And the most important 6 inches of the game is those 6 inches between their ears. And so it's kind of fun to see a little expression out there. A little lift in the leg. Didn't like where it landed.
Yeah.
Wanted another half ball rotation one way or the other. But on a pretty standard 4-ball first break, again, I'm not sure why he's chasing perfection on that 18-inch drive shot, but seems to be happy enough with that one.
Yeah, so these guys are in your block actually, Ben, and it looks like Jack is. I think all the 3 seeds today had bye first round, and then they played the 8 seed and the 1 seed.
Yeah, we have a slightly unusual format. Normally we have blocks of 8 or blocks of 10, and part of that is to ensure that you don't have buys. And you had 64 people originally slotted for this, and then through the kindness of the Beach Club in Palm Beach, Florida, we were able to get 2 more courts. We got 8 players over there today. I believe Block A is over there today, and that allows us to add 9 players to the tournament, which is great to have, or 8 players at the tournament. So we got 72 players. But it does mean you got buys randomly, so it's hard to know when you would want to buy. I don't think many people wanted a first round buy.
Yeah.
But maybe they were able to take advantage of the drink tickets last night, get a little bit of a lie-in, as the English would say.
That's right. I've got a first round bye in the morning, and I think it all kind of works out regardless, but I think the ideal situation is having the bye as the last round of the day. So you play your first 2 rounds, and then your bye happens to fall as the 3rd round of a day. That way, your opponent's not getting any kind of advantage. Now, what they've done
what does body language, Dr. Matthew Essex say? What was all that?
I didn't see it.
We had a little head shake. We got a little pointing with the mallet shaft, all for what is maybe a little bit more than a drive shot to load one back, going to the ball at 6. Maybe it should have been a drive shot the way that one landed.
So that's part of what I mean. He kind of threw his hand up like what is that? And to me, just from the bird's eye
Head
view
shake,
here,
turning around
it
270 degrees to see that brown ball. It's not on the right check.
It looks really good. I mean, that shot I think was played very well. White might be a little short for his liking, but with so much control at 6, he's going to have a great chance to rush it into an even better position.
Yeah, if we could get the camera on us, I could show you what Matthew would do in this scenario if he didn't like the ball position, but he was still doing drive shot. It'd be like a,
yeah,
little head bob, about it. Like none of this head shaking, pointing. What? He had a perfect straight drive shot to keep the break going.
Yeah, I try not to give too much emotion out there, but I'm not as successful as I'd like to be.
But yeah, so here we'll see what young Jack does. So with a ball at 2, I assume you'd want something nice and tight there, some sort of mom standard issue position, a ball right up there on a stanchion, one of the opponents stuck there. I'm guessing preferably Reg's. I don't know. Would you rather put Reg's hoop 3 ball there? Or you probably want to put Reg's hoop 1 ball there and make Reg play the hoop 1 ball?
Exactly. I like putting his hoop 1 ball there, trying to encourage him to play that ball, or if he doesn't play that ball, you're leaving a pioneer at Jack's current hoop. So
this I don't know if Jack is aware of the summer leave, but 2 and 4 back is a nice candidate for the summer leave here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the summer leave. This is exactly when I'd be looking to set it. The setup is exactly the same as this, and basically what you're going for is the white ball is in the jaws of hoop 2, and then the pink ball would be level with the peg.
Kind of old standard position over on the east side.
Old standard position. You want it basically just east of the 3-4 line of hoops 3 and 4. So about 5 yards on lawn and level with the stake. And then you and partner are positioned on the west boundary.
Yeah, encourages the oppo to give you that ball anywhere but corner 4, basically.
That's right.
It's really weird that they would shoot to corner 4. They could still shoot at that east side ball from B-block, but leaves you with a nice rush to your hoop.
Yes.
Forces him to play the hoop 1 ball or leave you a ball in the jaws of your hoop. In the olden times, even before I started playing croquet, believe it or not, they used to purposefully peel partner through 1. And then they'd set the old standard leave, because the old standard leave, you got balls spread out. It's at least a 40-foot-ish shot. All the shots are at least 40 feet. And then if you hit partner first, you send it to 3, make hoop 2, because your partner popped you through 1 or peeled you through 1. You make hoop 2 off opponent, and if you can get that 4th ball, you're sitting there with partner already as your hoop 3 pioneer, ready to start the triple.
Yep.
The standard, also known as the on time. There you can see a couple of the sponsors in the background, Invictus Croquet and White Tie Croquet. All right, this is also major support has been provided by the WP Carey Foundation and Palm Beach Sports Commission, and we are supported by viewers like you.
Yes, indeed.
So thank you for watching. Let's see, he's got, no head shake. He's okay with this straight drive shot to continue the break.
Yes.
This one, not difficult. And then I assume he's going new standard, so probably wants to get pink nice and close to 3 back here so that it's an easy job to position it later. I don't like how he's doing these, he's stepping forward on these instead of just doing a normal swing.
And you can clearly see that pink is placed really well, and green's a little bit long, and I think he can play that flat.
Green's a little long. Yeah. Use your normal swing, Jack.
Exactly.
It's golf croquet. Use your golf croquet swing as much as humanly possible. I was telling Mo Karem the same thing. It's like, here are the roll shots, but avoid them as best you can, because I guarantee you've hit your normal swing 1,000 times more than any of these roll shot grips.
Yeah,
I mean, Jack, it's the same thing.
It's really exciting. I'm glad you mentioned that, because it's really exciting to see Mo here and see an Egyptian taking on AC.
All right. Pacific Northwest is lurking in the background there. Steve Scalpone and Patrick Sweeney.
Yes. But to see Mo trying AC out and to see an Egyptian giving it a go, and I actually had a conversation with Stephen Mulliner and asked if there were other Egyptians who tried AC, and he said that Ahmed Almaty played in the 2013 AC World Championship and in London at Roehampton and Surbiton, and so
look at how disappointed he is that it didn't go out of bounds, give him 6 inches shorter. I assure you, in GC, not only would he not worry about hitting this ball, he'd be expecting to cut it to corner 3.
correct.
Like, so it's just funny when he shows a little emotion about like, oh, come on. But he's missed it. Yeah, he took a little bit off. All right, I spoke too soon.
Maybe he did need those extra 6 inches.
Yeah.
Oh, my word.
All right, so see a little frustration there, but, that is a critical miss. And, of course, from a 19-year-old, you'd probably expect a bit more, grumbling and effusive body language. But nope, just a, casual, loose swing, shake of the head, little kick of the foot. Really well composed for somebody that I assure you is pretty gutted.
Yes.
That he didn't set a leave there.
I wonder if Jack's done any quads or attempted any. Obviously, Reg is going to be on court and having a chance to run a break, and he's expecting to finish that break and expect Jack to have a hit in. But regardless, I'm just curious.
Yeah. So pink is the hoop 3 ball. So in theory, Reg could lift, take the shortest shot, which would be at brown, and then those 2 balls relatively close to each other represent. He could manufacture a rush to hoop 3.
Yep.
If he does this well, he might be able to rush brown off the north boundary, send it to 4, and then he doesn't have to send white to 4 going to get the rush on green.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I think these, especially, if you look at the results so far today, you've seen not many peeling turns have finished. And I think a lot of that is due to, especially in the, in my experience in the morning rounds, the hoops were firm and solid. And, it's nice to see the NCC going to quadways.
Is it?
I think so. I don't think the super hoops with 2 fins gave the same fight that the quadways do.
No, but didn't they have Mac hoops? Whatever happened to the Mac hoops? They had like 16 or 18-inch deep full X fin hoops.
You talking about the white ones?
I think so. No, I thought they were super hoop wide. Maybe they were white,
Well,
but they
so-
were just like the fins were super deep, and so they just got really firm, which is
So-
hard to do in this ground. And I think the quadways might be firm at 830,
Yeah.
but a couple of hoops run to the boundary, which every hoop can be run to the boundary at some point in the game, and they loosen right up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree, but I think the super hoops at one point were the best hoop here, and then they went to the 2-fin super hoop, which I think changed.
Yeah,
I think it
didn't-
changed a lot.
I don't know if I got to play with those much.
the
When did
4
they
fins?
switch? The 2-fin super
So
hoops.
they switched probably around 6-7 years ago.
All right, so Reg was able to rush Brown down towards those balls, but not far enough to send it to hoop 4. So now he's made sure to at least he set the pivot ball first, which is a little rare, but he's going to now rush Green into corner 2, and this will look a lot like, no?
Yeah, I think it's
I
strange
guess
that he
he's
went
just
to.
not going to send a hoop 4 ball.
I think it was strange he
Just
went to green
prioritizing the rush.
first. You know,
Brown? He went to Brown first. Oh, you mean Green before White?
yeah, I think he definitely should have went white first, and then at least popped that white ball somewhere near the hoop 4 Pioneer.
So this would be what Wiley would probably call more precise croquet. He's making sure his striker ball travels a real short distance and he gets a really good rush.
Yes.
And then he doesn't need a Pioneer because he's going to continue to play precision croquet. Although I might have preferred at least, Green near Brown if you want to get a good rush later. But
Well,
the risk there is if you don't run hoop 3,
you know,
don't
I don't-
want them next to each other.
I don't mind the choice of precision croquet, but he opted to get the close rush, which is fine. But he opted to get the close rush on the ball that was farther away from hoop 3.
Yeah,
if he-
and had a hoop that could have been in the way.
Correct.
That hoop 2.
Correct. I think it just made more sense to if he's going to play precision croquet, rush white closer to green and have the same dolly rush to hoop 3 with nothing in the way, and you're 5 yards closer to the rush line. Or excuse me,
You
to
want
the
to know
hoop.
what the problem is, if he was watching Fulford earlier, it's possible that Fulford didn't have to build from 1 and 3, so Reg didn't quite know what to do. Yeah. It's been a nice
think of-
takeoff. He looked at us like he heard that.
That's right. I think of all the people who know what to do out here, this guy, he falls into the category of knowing just about every situation you can run into.
I think Reg is great at, even if, he doesn't have the ideal strategy, he will commit to it and take his time and then fully commit to the shot. And he just, puts on the blinders and hits the ball straight. He doesn't second guess. He'll take his time to come up with the plan he likes. And then you see him just change to that, sort of robotic swing where he just has a really, technically perfect swing when he's playing well. And you see him do the same movements, and it's kind of like he's turned off the frontal lobes of his brain. He's not trying to be creative or come up with a new plan based on where the balls went. So here we'll see the frontal lobes on display. He's going to take a minute and think about it. And then once he commits to the shot, he just does that same routine, tilting the mallet, smooth backswing.
Yeah, I mean, I want to.
You're responding to some comments?
Yeah, I'll take a look at some of these comments. I see someone has said the A team has arrived. Will we see sextuple this week?
Yes.
I think so.
Oh, sorry. You want to have a conversation about it? Next question.
Yeah, that's right. No, I do think so. I think especially later in the day. Ben mentioned this a second ago. The hoops are playing pretty firm and tough early in the morning, but I can say just in my match from the 8:30 match all the way until I played a match starting at 3:00. The hoops were significantly easier in the later match, but I think we will see. I definitely think we'll see some attempts, and I think we'll see a couple finish. It depends on a lot of what venue. I can tell you just looking at the results that there's been more triples at the Beach Club for one block than there have been in the entire other blocks at the NCC.
Wait, 7? Is that 7 blocks compared to 1? They have
Correct.
more triples?
It's either more or it's equal, which is pretty impressive. So that's either telling us that the Beach Club is
All of a
easier.
sudden, I'm wondering, maybe I'd want to play at the Beach Club.
Yeah, my last day is there, and regardless, it's I haven't been there, so I don't know the difficulty. But the one thing I can say about these lawns is even though the hoops have gotten a little bit easier over the course of the day,
Ooh, did Green even move? Oh, see, that's precision croquet. He's going for that dolly rush.
Yep.
Should be fine. It's a
The peels-
45-degree cut from a foot.
Even though the hoops have gotten a little bit easier, the peels are still really interesting. I don't know how much.
Yeah, I had some weird ones.
I had some really odd balls reacting as far as, normally they would stick in the jaws.
Matthew, you don't have to admit that on air, but okay.
Phrasing, right?
Yeah, I had a roll to two back, the penalt peel, from like 4 inches, 30 degrees, and I was ready to move my feet in case it bounced back, and that ball just stuck in the hoop. And worked out nicely. I was able to rush peel it after two back, but it was just unexpected result to send a ball with 60 foot of pace from like 4 inches at, a moderate angle, and it just dies on the vine right there. It was a little odd.
Yeah, there's been very few balls that stick in the jaws.
Yeah, when they hit those stanchions, especially early in the morning, you're getting a lot of resistance.
Yep.
They just bounce right back. And I think, the quadways are great for that. And in more like, the loam soil we had at Macy's in Virginia at the Chesapeake Bay Croquet Club, or almost every other club in the world that is not just sand, those quadway hoops are great, and they hold up all day, and it's great having the dipper. I had those quadways at the club I worked this summer, at the Quag Field Club, and having the dipper, you just don't worry about beating up the hoop because you get to set the holes without putting hammer to hoop until the very end.
Yeah,
but the
dibber, but yes.
Oh, the dibber, okay. But the problem is, in a sand-based court, they just don't stay firm.
Yep.
Especially at a golf croquet tournament. Here we have a chance of them staying firm, but like I said, you see Jack and Reg, and you got players like Edmund and Mo Karem, and yourself and others that can just smash the ball through to make the hoop to the line, and you do that a couple times on each hoop. I don't know if they're going to hold up to be firm in the afternoon.
Yep.
Which is probably when you might see some sextuples go. It also helps to, get the speed of things, know how you're playing that day, get a triple or two in, maybe a triple or a quad or a triple in a TPO, and then you say, you know what? Let's make their shot longer.
Yep. So we're seeing Reg get everything under control here.
His back ball is for one, but I don't think we're in a situation where it looks like he's setting that tee lady.
Yep.
You would have had a pivot, possibly the pivot cheated over toward two back already, possibly a ball already back at two back for him to be setting the sextuple now. So commiserations to viewers that were hoping for that. Still possible, but it would be a bit of a change in plan. Like I said, Reg likes to commit to a plan.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy with this approach. Very makeable, but just a lot harder than it should be from that short of a approach.
I guess he thought it would dribble through, but he did not hit it at a pace that would get White away from the hoop.
Yes.
Maybe he didn't trust the hoop and roquet. I do know from being on court with him and even seeing him, I think, in his second game, he had some odd hoop and roquets where the ball is maybe 4 or 5 yards past the hoop and a yard or two off what looks like it's offline, and he runs the hoop to the boundary and center balls it.
Yeah.
And it's just, you could see, and that's where you see, the hand on the hip and the neck, craning off to the side, and just shock and disappointment, not in himself, mostly in the, in the equipment and the balls. Like, really? You're not going to let me get the rush after I run the hoop with pace? So he had to leave White behind. He's got a couple more hoops to pull this all together. So White's just an out-of-place pivot ball. Should be in good shape.
Yeah. So it looks like we see Stephen Mulliner and Rob Fulford walking off the lawn. I know Stephen was leading for the majority of that match. I assume he won and took down Rob, but I'm not sure. I think, the scheduling has been pretty interesting as far as the certain seeds playing. The one seeds are playing 4-5-3 today in their respective block, And I know the 4 seeds had 1 and 2 to lead off the day, and I believe they had the 8 or the 7 as the last game. But regardless, it's cool to see day one, the 1 and the 3 playing each other because you get to see some pretty quality matches early on in the event, which is a possibility of seeing those players play again later on in the knockout. And so
there in the background, you could see Andrew making the hoop to the boundary, and you see kind of the cameras right on line, maybe where you'd expect the ball to go. It went about 2 yards, left, our left of where he maybe expected it to go through.
yeah,
And it's just, they've gotten these hoops nice and competitively tight. Like I was checking my first lawn of the day, and they looked very good. They were definitely within a 16th, some of them within a 32nd. But yeah, by the time, if the lawn is a little squishy, I don't know if the heat helps or hurts, but end of the day, hoops get a little wiggly, and you end up going through it, come through at some weird angles.
yes.
What is Reg thinking about? So I did see the commentary that Russ G, what are your numbers? 8795. I see that you want some more tactical. Believe it or not, we're trying to talk about the tactics of the break. The tactics, game-wide tactics. The hope is to give your opponent as few shots as possible. One of the ways to do that is if you can get your 2 balls around in just 2 turns. And so the idea is in U.S. rules, you'd just run to the peg on your first break if you were playing with these guys' skill, set a really hard-to-hit leave, and in U.S. rules, if it's 100 feet away and it's on the boundary, you not only have to hit it, you have to hit it gently so it doesn't go out of bounds. In this game, the hit-ins, you can hit at full speed, just so long as you hit the ball. Even if it goes out of bounds, you get your croquet shots. So and with the balk lines, the distances are usually less, but you are incentivized to stop after hoop 9. So after 3 back. If you make 1 back and 3 back in the same break, on the same turn, in your first go-round, you will be giving the opponent not just a lift to the balk lines, which are some fun imaginary lines where the balls get to play from on the north and south boundary, but you would be giving them a lift to contact. So you would be giving them a chance to play croquet shots, and thus you are unlikely to retain control on your next turn. So most players, to get around the court in 2 turns, they will try to take the first break through 9 hoops, all the way to 4 back, and then set a leave. Most leaves try to make the oppo's shortest shot 40 to 60 feet. Sometimes you can convince the opponent to shoot like an 80-footer. And then if they miss, you're hoping to finish on your second break. And on your second break, if the first break went through the lift hoop, which was 1 back, then your second break doesn't give away a contact lift. And the second break you try to make from wherever you're starting. Reg would be hoop 1, and it looks like Jack would be hoop 2. You try to make the rest of your remaining hoops to get through all 12 hoops, but while doing it, you try to send your partner ball through its remaining hoops, which if you stop at 4 back, that leaves 3 hoops left. Every time you send your partner ball through a hoop or any ball through its hoop, it is called a peel. And so to get 3 peels in 1 turn and peg out both balls, which denies your opponent another shot, that is called the triple peel. And that is kind of the gold standard, advanced croquet play. Players like Reg and Robert Fulford, Stephen Mulliner, James Deeth, Robert Fletcher occasionally have scored sextuple peels, which is just doing twice the work, where you get 6 peels in a turn, and that way on your first go-round, you don't give the opponent even a lift to a balk line, and thus you can make their hit in at least 33 yards, which, for those of you doing the maths at home, is a lot more than 40 feet. So you can make their shot 100-foot hit in.
Yep.
And that way you lessen the chances that they hit in their 1 shot. But then, of course, you're setting yourself up with a really difficult turn. Anyway, Reg is now through hoop 7, so he's going to start looking at setting up a leave. So he got that white ball. He kind of traded white as a bad pioneer or a bad pivot ball. He left brown there in that same kind of mediocre pivot spot. And now Reg is going to be trying to get the 3-back Pioneer setup, and then set a leave after 3-back.
Oh, so we got a comment from Jim Nichols. Given the
Hey,
new
Jim.
Invictus,
Jim Nichols.
Given the new Invictus balls with good knurling, do you think that that has affected the
word.
pull when peeling? And I think no doubt about it. Yes. These
and
balls pull more. There's they make peeling more difficult, which I think Ben was just explaining the triple peel, and most of the players here that's their standard and what they're going for, and it's made not only the triple peel more difficult, but all peeling more difficult, which I think is good for AC.
I have a question for you. Have you seen a lot of players on their large croquet shots, like what Reg is doing when they have a split croquet shot? You seeing a lot more balls hit furniture because of that draw, that extra pull?
Yeah, I think so. You're seeing the back ball still doing what it's supposed to do, but the front ball is pulling way more in the direction that they're hitting.
Green
And
is
so-
really kind of no man's land there. I don't know if he wired himself from brown, but he's like halfway between brown and white instead of having gone directly to one. Okay.
Yeah, I think I've had a chance to play with these balls a pretty good amount over the last 6 to 8 months, and so I've gotten, I would say, pretty used to it. But regardless, I had one this morning where I had a peel from let's say a yard that I had a little bit of pull to account for, and with the old Dawson balls, you normally give it a couple of inches, maybe not even that, and I ended up hitting it and missing almost the whole hoop. I caught just a little bit of the left wire, otherwise it had gone out of bounds, and ended up with trying to save my break due to one missed peel that used to be trivial with balls that all of us have been using for a long period of time, but with the Invictus balls, the pull is so much more that I think it's affecting a lot of these players' ability to peel.
Do you think it's the Invictus balls or is it just brand new balls? Because sometimes brand new balls have that same kind of milling, that knurling will kind of lock in almost like gears. Do have you experienced that playing with, new Humpty Dawsons or new Sunshinies? Or it sounds like you've been playing with Invictus, so.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both.
Over time, the knurling wears down and the balls get a little bit smoother, slipperier. So like there's less pull, less draw. And if we're playing with a bunch of brand new sets, yeah, they're all gonna have a chance to lock in. But I think over time, I don't know that the Invictus is like a different amount of milling or knurling. That might be a great question for a Fletcher.
Yeah.
To see if they might know down to the micrometer that it's 50% deeper milling than any other ball, but it's certainly something that people are getting used to.
Yeah, I think the new balls definitely are a part of it. The milling is fresh. The balls are locking together more on croquet strokes. I think sometimes on rushes. I've heard a lot of complaints about the rushing, not necessarily this week, but just over the last 6 months about the rushing of these balls. And I think the rushes play great. You might have 1 out of 20 that the back ball rides up, but I think that's happening more so due to the contact of the striker ball not being flush and flat at impact. If the mallet is slightly angled downward, then you're going to get the ball hopping just a little bit.
User error?
I think so. I really do. I think that the Dawsons, the old Dawsons especially, there was a little bit more room for error as far as you could misstrike it just slightly and still expect the balls to make solid contact. I think sometimes these are kind of riding the back of the other front ball on a rush due to off-center contact or just not striking flat at impact. Now, the one thing I will say is the courts in the United States are, for the most part, flat. And I don't necessarily mean flat as in no break whatsoever, but they're not bumpy. And there's other places in the world that the lawns can be very bumpy. And I think the Invictus rushing on those lawns would be a lot more difficult.
Where exactly, Matthew? Name names.
There's many places. I think there's places in England that I've played that have lawns that have more bumps than what we're used to in the States. I think Egypt is a place that, being there, the balls would hop over each other, and at Cairnley as well, and in Australia we had some of that as well. So I think there's many venues, but in the States, the lawns tend to be a lot more flat and true. And whether that's a good thing or not, regardless, it allows for Invictus to play, I think, their best over here. And it's not just the United States. It's more of the fact that our lawns tend to be flatter.
Yeah, I think also we don't have the speed, in England where they don't water, sometimes those speeds get lightning quick. I know New Zealand, there have been lightning quick lawns, and Australia as well. And so if you're getting spin and draw on the ball, as Keith says, even on, your cut rushes, as well as your, split croquet strokes, that spin's going to have a lot bigger effect on a faster lawn because the ball travels for more time. And so the longer the ball is traveling with spin, or the longer it's traveling with, break on the court, the more it moves left to right. And so our courts being less bouncy, and our courts being a little slower, I think mitigates some of that. But certainly you're seeing people have to relearn the draw on these peel strokes.
Absolutely.
And there are some tricks. I know there are players in the bar listening, so I'm not going to tell you what those tricks are for having a little less draw. The one I will tell you is what Robin Brown told me. So if you're facing a back peel at 4-back and you have a decent hoop 4 pioneer, you've just made 3, and your escape ball is right there, instead of doing a roll to get that rush, so you can rush south and give yourself a nice easy drive shot to load 5 going to the ball at 4. If you have a good ball at hoop 4 and you wouldn't blink on a 3-ball break to do that roll shot, just do the peel with no draw, man.
Yep.
Give yourself a break. Set it up to be a nice straight peel attempt to get the at least the jaws, but hopefully the peel after hoop 3, and then you don't have to calculate that draw. It's a little harder, to arrange that after hoop 6, because also you want to peel penult after 6. You want to usually peel that with pace, and if you peel that straight with pace, you're in that hoop by the end of the shot. And straight rover, then you don't have to worry about the draw. So now we'll see Reg setting one of these lift leaves. So he's made 1 back on this turn, so he's giving a lift to the balk line. Russ, they're trying to set 32nd of an inch for the block play, and we were promised 64th of an inch clearance for the knockout, but the tighter you get, the more consistent the balls have to be sized, because if there's some variance in the size of the ball, one of the balls is at a 64th of an inch and another one's contact.
Yep.
Or another one is a 16th. So they're trying to get it nice and tight, but there are limitations to how tight you can get them. So they were looking really good. They are all tighter than a 16th, at least when I checked my first court of the day. And I had a hoop check in my last game of the day, and that one was also still tighter than the 16th. I thought it might have been contact, but it was not, alas. So Reg has set a lift leave here. So what's this leave, Matthew? Give us the breakdown.
He's setting a more vertical diagonal to give. So Jack is for 3-back and 2. And so the intention of this leave is you're setting a traditional diagonal, but the peg ball is pinned to the peg so that if Jack decides to pick up the back ball, which is brown in this case for hoop 2, the green ball doesn't rush to hoop 2. It can rush.
I think it came off the peg a little bit. He meant it to be nice and glued to the peg, unrushable to 2.
It is off the peg a little bit, but I still
think it might be a pain to rush to 1. Honestly.
I still don't think it rushes. I still don't think it rushes within 4 or 5 yards of that hoop. So anything you can do to make your opponent's turn more difficult, if they do hit the leave, is good. And I think this is something I've seen you do a lot when you're for hoop, or when your opponent's for hoop 2, is to set this diagonal with pinning that the peg ball to the peg. But regardless, it's a great leave that a lot of times, even if they hit, they have a hard start to their turn. For me, if I have this situation, I'm going to lean more towards a 2-4 leave, the new standard. One, because it's what I'm comfortable with, but I like to try to make their miss give up an on-time triple. And so I'm going to put the hoop 2 ball, the brown ball, at hoop 2. That way, if he decides to take the long shot down the B balk or the short shot down from the A balk, either way, they're giving up all 4 balls immediately, and it's just preference. But I know Reg does this. I've seen you do it a lot, Ben, as well, and it's a great leave in this situation. It almost encourages them to pick up the the green ball a little bit. Sometimes what I've seen,
Yeah, so what are the distances of the shots here if Jack's going to shoot? So again, those balk lines are the middle of the north boundary to corner 3. So he could be kind of in front of hoop 3 and shoot down at the pink and white ball, or he could be over, north of hoop 6 and shoot at brown, which would be about 13 yards.
yep, 13, 14.
Or he could go to a balk south of 1 from the middle of the south boundary to corner 1. So if you went middle of the south boundary there, south of 5, he could shoot at, white and pink from there. That'd be about 16 yards. If you really wanted, sometimes when you pin this ball to the peg, as I have been wont to do, mostly against Brian Cumming, sometimes he just lifts it to a balk and shoots at the peg/green.
Yep.
And that way he figures he has a good chance of hitting green. He might end up hitting the peg and bouncing into green. If you leave them like an inch and a half separated, like half a ball separated, it kind of acts like a double target. But usually if you're defensive, you're going to shoot from corner 3 or thereabouts down toward corner 4. And if you miss, it's a pain for the oppo to go dig that ball out of corner 4 and might slow down their triple.
Yeah.
But if you're feeling offensive, the thing that I don't think a lot of people consider is shoot at that brown ball, man.
Yeah.
That's 13 yards. Like, that's arguably a hoop 2 pioneer. If I were Reg, I'd be considering cutting pink to 1 and using brown to make hoop 2. And then you've got Peely at 3. And after hoop 2, you go get yellow or you go get green out of corner 4.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to, obviously, we don't have total firm statistics on this by any means.
Speak for yourself.
We don't have total firm statistics on this, but I like to kind of follow a guideline myself of if I think my opponent is going to triple on time and delay, a delayed triple, if I think the separation between their success rate on those two is less than 10%, then I'm going to take the shortest shot I possibly have. And I think that most of the top 5 to 10 players in the world fall under that umbrella, and Reg is definitely in that category. Now, if I was playing Reg today, after watching him play a couple of matches, I would be taking the shot Jack's taking because he hasn't really put together a good tripling turn, and I want to make his tripling turn as long as possible if I do miss. So we're seeing him take this on.
One big practice swing, missed it to the right though,
and he splits the middle,
just outside of the corner. Yeah, it looks like it's like tennis. He's looking at that mallet. Like, what was that?
Make his
strings must have been out of
if
place
I do
for
this.
that shot. I think
so we're seeing him take this on.
One big practice swing, missed it to the right. Hit a little right of center.
And he splits the middle.
Yeah,
I think one of the interesting things about this venue is, the most of the venues I've been to in the world,
Lots of replays.
The
There it
B
is.
balk it tends to be one that breaks towards the boundary. And so you have to, it's either straight or it breaks a little bit towards the boundary, and you have to compensate for that with your
Good footwork, little
alignment.
footy practice out
That's
there.
right. But there's a lot of these lawns at the NCC that it actually breaks in. It breaks in lawn. And you kind of have to use your practice to figure that out. And if you've played block games already and you have no practice, then a lot of times you're kind of figuring it out as you go.
So just like when he built his last break, he's rushing really close to this ball because he cares a lot more about getting a good rush on green than getting a good pioneer. So he's, focusing on the most important hoop is this hoop, not the next one, not the peel. He's just going to make sure he gets a really good rush on green because he needs it. Especially if green looks like it bounced, when he set it, looks like it bounced kind of towards the north boundary. God, I would push that peg down. That's a weird thing to... I understand leaving the crown of the hoops up so you can tighten them, but what, were you going to tighten the peg later sometime?
Do you know why they leave the peg up, Ben?
I don't. I know why you don't jam it in the ground and make a big hole, but getting it down so you don't see the nail on camera would make a lot of sense.
So the reason they do that, my dad took care of croquet courts for years, and the reason they do that is when the peg...
Shout out to John.
Yes, shout out to John Essick. When the peg covers the ground, it actually kills the grass. And so
They're
the grass...
doing this for the 8 hours of sunlight?
Believe it or not, yes. Especially over the course of a tournament, that grass will be killed due to the fact that the peg is covering the ground. And just like the grass underneath these pipes is going to be killed. And so they have to try to move the pipes to different
So what's worse,
spaces.
filling a conventional peg hole where it's like an actual 1.5-inch hole, or having to repair the dead grass, which I guess you could do by cutting a 1.5-inch hole if you wanted. I'm very much of the mind that the equipment should be put in so that the croquet quality is good. I don't really care if it damages the grass. You can fix that the same way you fix the holes.
Understood, but so does that, if you're having that shot that Reg just played, is that something that's actually going to bother you visually?
It's not so much visually. It's when green hit the peg. That peg is supposed to play like a wooden peg is set in the ground. And I get that soft ground, it's going to be a little softer than firm ground. But like a nail in sandy grass is not going to play like a wood peg. And the best way you can get it at all close is actually putting the nail all the way in the ground.
Yeah, but I don't think the ball is actually hitting the nail. I think the ball's still hitting the peg.
In
No,
sandy
I
grass
agree. I just
is
think
not going to
it's-
play like a
it's
wood peg.
silly
And
to,
the
like I
best
said,
way
I
you can get
understand
it
leaving the
all
hoops up a
close
little bit
is
so you
actually
can
putting
firm them up.
But leaving the peg up to save the grass doesn't make any sense to me. Just
Yeah.
fix the grass later.
Yep.
There's plenty of, I've seen plenty of these hoop holes. When they can't fix them, they go and they take like a golf hole cutter, cut out the hole and replace it with grass from the sideline. If you're so worried about the 1.5 inch of dead grass, you just cut out an 1.5 inch hole, replace it from the sideline. Like
That's something we've started using in Orlando. Just because
I
of
much
the-
more worry about like loose pegs. Like if you run into the peg and it doesn't like bounce off the peg, the peg catches it because it's sitting in a loose hole or whatever.
Yeah.
That's really annoying.
So we got a comment from Jefferson Orama, and it's speaking of Brian Cumming. How are the Canadians doing? Any thoughts? I've seen Brian play a little bit. He had a chance to play against Mark Avery. Had some opportunities. Didn't really go his way, and Mark got him. I believe he's playing against Chris Barley now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just saw Chris in play. Looks like Chris just made a hoop. Brian.
So Brian has
ball
also played
stuffed in
Jared
a hoop.
Coots today and lost 26-20. So he had a.
Good on Cootsy. Bad news for our friendly neighbors to the north, though.
That's right. So he's now in his third match against Chris Barley, hoping to get his first win of the day.
Ooh.
Nick Parrish, not Nick Parrish. Let's see. David Druitt. Where is David Druitt?
All right. And I want to point out now that, the scoreboard shows Reg is now ahead by 1. But even when the score was tied, because Jack has 8 points with 1 ball and 1 point with the other, and Reg has 9 points with 1 ball, it was very clearly to Reg's advantage because being for 1 and 4 back, Reg had an easier finish than Jack being for 3 back and 2. If Jack had wanted to finish from this position, he needs a quadruple peel, which is 1 more peel than Reg will need. So even though the score was tied, Reg was more likely to finish, and with Jack having to hit what he attempted a 60-foot shot, or a 66-foot shot, the idea is it's probably less than 50% that he hits that. And so even though the score was tied, Reg was more likely to finish and more likely to have the innings, so to speak, because Jack hitting a 60-footer, despite being a great GC player, that's probably outside your critical distance range.
Yeah, so I just took a look at the Croquet scores, and the other two Canadians.
I know. Why do you think I was vamping?
Chris Percival Smith is 1-2. He had a great match against Jack Good, who's playing in this match, and lost 26-23, so a -3 loss. And then David Druitt has played 1 game and lost the first. So I believe he's in the second.
Yeah, I was on court with him and Rich Lamb, and they were trading some gifts. I think Rich was playing a bit more consistent than David. Yeah, David had a turn where he made all this effort to get himself like a good rush to the hoop, and he ended up with like a maybe 2.5-3 yard rush, and then just like hit with the very edge of his mallet and missed the ball. And
Yes.
it was trying to rush at 60 feet, and it was just one of those like all the prep work, all the attempts to like get that shot, and then that was his worst swing of the turn, which was frustrating. But I can see him up there. Looks like he's shooting away, but he's left his mallet wherever he hit his ball. Something's gone very weird with David Druitt. But he was wearing what I'm told is official team kit, a Montreal Canadiens hockey jersey.
Aha.
That was predominantly white. So It didn't have a collar, but I think he was counting that as team kit. So now Reg is on a 3-ball break. He has not picked up that 4th ball. So again, Jack shooting down the B-balk. While it was a longer shot, he made it so that his miss meant Reg had to run these first 3 hoops with just 3 balls. And importantly, Reg's 4-back ball is down at hoop 4, not here at 3 where Reg could try to peel it. Oh, look at that curve right from our view up here on the second level. You could see that white ball almost gave Reg is down at hoop 4, not here at 3 where Reg could try to peel it. Left on your screen.
Oh, look at that curve right
there at the view up here.
Hard banana.
Yeah, so he scored the hoop, and he's got a little bit of a tester here. You're going to see him call a ref out here. You know, a lot of these shots, this one's straight on, so he can go through the hoop to hit green. But a lot of these shots, it's all dependent on how far away the striker is from the hoop. You can get kind of in that no man's land where you can't hit it from the backside. If you try to put it on the front side of the hoop,
You can't hit it from the backside?
no, it's too far away to hit it from the backside.
It's too far.
Yeah.
It's too deep through to hit from that side.
Yeah, I prefer to hit it from the backside, but in this situation, it's too far away to try to hit it. So
Right, and it's tight, so it's tough to get your mallet in there if you're using that with your backswing.
Exactly.
You don't want to hit the edges or worse, miss, kind of get your mallet hung up on the edges. That's a bad time for everybody.
exactly, and
So he's looking at. He doesn't need to rush this. He can tap it and then take off, but he's got to decide whether, swinging with the shaft behind hoop 3 or swinging with the shaft in front of hoop 3, and then is he? Sometimes you stay on forward and almost hit like a little bit of a jump shot, and that way you get a little bit more room for a backswing than if you hit it flat. So it looks like he's holding it like a jump shot, and he's gonna try to get a little bit more room for that backswing. Pretty trivial. That was maybe a courtesy call to Jack.
yeah,
That was one that later stages or possibly just a competitor he knows better, or if the ref takes more than a minute, you just tell your opponent like, I'll let you know if it's a fault. If it's a fault, I probably also miss because it'd be like a beveled edge going 30 degrees to the side.
exactly.
So now this is like the one takeoff I will probably practice in a warm-up session, is because this comes up often. You run the 3-ball and geez, green must have wiggled a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely think it moved.
But this is the takeoff to practice, because this is a long takeoff that happens to get you the 4th ball when you're trying to pull a triple peel together. And so green is up there, and green will be maybe repositioned a little bit so that it can be the hoop 6 ball that Reg will try to peel pink through 4 back and escape to 6. But first, Reg has to do a little half roll here, loading brown to hoop 5 and getting to his hoop 4 pioneer, which is nice and tidy.
And speaking of pulling it together, we want to thank these people for pulling this tournament together, the WP Carey Foundation. And
provided lots of support. So
yes,
thank
they
you
have.
for their support.
And we have tons of support from the WP Carey Foundation, as well as the Palm Beach Sports Foundation, as well as our other sponsors, the PFC Hoop Mallet Makers.
These are our only sponsors. The other ones were just providing support, I'm told.
Correct. Okay, so the Oakley Woods Mallets as well, with Don Oakley in Canada. White Tie Croquet is our other sponsor, and as well as Invictus Croquet. So we have Reg making.
You may have missed. We have PFC Hoop Maker Mallets, which, I think it kind of speaks for itself. The only way to score points here is make hoops. Use Hoop Maker Mallets. Make hoops, score points, win. So here's Reg going for a point by making the hoop.
That's right.
And he got through. He got a rush back up toward 3 back. If he plays this really well, we might see a nice peel attempt with no draw here.
Yeah, that's with Green being so far away, I don't think we're going to see an attempt here, especially the way he's played his breaks so far. He's been very much under control, hasn't taken on any aggressive shots.
Might hit green.
If this stops where I think it does, I think he's going to give it a go, Ben.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of angle for a go here. The trouble is, now he's got maybe a wide stop shot if he wants to just position pink and rush green north closer to the hoop. But yeah, having a go at the peel, yeah, then he could rush. He'd have to rush green all the way back south of brown and send it back. But yeah, it looks like he's going for it.
Yeah,
you called it.
I like going for this here.
He also doesn't have to worry about the milling or the knurling catching like 2 gears because he's going to play this nice and straight.
Yes, and I like exactly what you said. Play this straight. Played to rush back green all the way to the south boundary. And then if pink, even if it clings off a wire, you can send green back to a position that's a little bit more more north. That allows you to go for this peel again after hoop 5. So I regard it as a free go. The only problem you can have is you miss the whole hoop, and considering he's playing it straight, I'd be very surprised if he didn't at least catch some part of the hoop.
Yeah, and then he's kind of committing to a little bit more work with green. If he didn't go for the peel attempt, he might be able to just rush green a couple yards north, take off back to brown. But on a tricky lawn, it's entirely reasonable to rush green back south of brown anyway, just to avoid having to do a long takeoff. Brown's not such a good pioneer that you want to have to take off to that from 60 feet. So by rushing green back, he's really ensuring that that precision croquet play continues, where his striker ball is traveling shorter distances. Instead of 60 feet on a takeoff, his striker ball rushes an opponent down, and then he gets to travel that distance ball in hand. Now he sends green back, and white will only be going, 30 feet there to get to brown?
I don't think
that was not a great rush.
I don't think he hit that well, Ben. I think he was trying to cut that a lot farther to the west, and he's kind of stuck with this weird hoop 4 in the way where getting a rush on brown could be difficult. And a lot of times you prioritize the rush on brown, trying to make sure you get a rush out of hoop 5, where you end up leaving green in a spot where it's not a good escape at 4-back. So it'd be a pretty good shot to try to place green properly and get a good rush on brown.
Yeah, so it really wants it, level with the hoop, maybe a little bit north. You got a good rush on brown. That's a lot north.
Yeah, getting a rush on green is not going to be easy. And one thing that I have changed over the years is obviously he went for the go on the peel prior to hoop 5, but I don't like Peely being this close to 4-back because of the fact that if you don't get a rush out of hoop 5, you're rolling to this approach, and if you come up a little bit short, you have a very tricky shot trying to either hit it into the jaws or hit it lightly, and break becomes a factor, or you're trying to make sure you get close enough and you end up going past the hoop, and you're wired on Peely. So a lot of times it can just lead to some difficult situations due to the fact that pink is so close.
We'll see how comfortable Reg has gotten with the touch here. This is his first real forward rush that he wants to get the peel going together. It was a good effort. Made sure to give it enough momentum to not stick, especially after hoop 3, where it kind of got stuck
Forward
there.
rush
Left him a hampered shot. This hoop, he really wanted the forward rush to get kind of east of pink. It was a good effort. Made a lot closer, but he can get straight due south of it, a little bit east, but he's now got to travel at least 50 feet with that white ball on this roll shot.
Question, he played a cut there to try to make this shot a little bit closer, but by doing that, the line that white is approaching pink on is now much smaller of a target.
If
he's not on the right
pink
angle.
Pink is 4 inches west of dead in front of the hoop. If it was 4 inches east, I'd be like, oh, great choice.
Correct.
But since pink is 4 inches west, I think he probably should have cut that to about the line our camera's on.
Yes.
The line that he's standing on. Because then as white travels towards pink, it's got the rush straight at the hoop.
Correct.
Whereas he's now coming not fully perpendicular to that rush line, but more perpendicular than if he had just, hit brown 10 feet instead of 30.
Yeah, one way I like to play this, and you really can't do this from the position Reg is in, is tapping brown and then playing to get really close to pink. But if you happen to go slightly long, you're actually still rushing it backward. And because you're rushing it backwards, you then have a better chance to maintain the rush. And Ben's holding up a little piece of paper there.
Show us. We can show our wonderful supporters. The YouTube channel is provided by Chris and Gail Barley, the Oakley Woods Croquet, and Chris and Karen Weiss. So, the Barleys are there at your club in Orlando, right?
That's right.
and I think the Weiss are up in the mountains. I forget
Chris and
which-
Karen Weiss are
Weiss.
in Sarasota, and then they spend some time in the. They used to spend time in the mountains. I'm not sure that they're there anymore.
Okay, yeah.
But
Well,
I
that's
know
where
they're
I
in
met them.
Sarasota.
All right, so Reg is rolling up. See if he can get a little bit west of that ball. That is great
It's
placement.
a
with
phenomenal
White.
shot.
It's actually really good. Yeah, it's just good all around. Put that ball, within each ball is within a yard of where you'd want it. So he's close enough to play a nice touch rush on pink. Maybe if it had gone a hair farther, he wouldn't have to be as worried about the touch. But brown being a little bit north of those hoop lines of hoops 2 and 3 is good. And it's within 2 yards of one back. He's really made up for that, not getting the rush out of 5 and possibly over rushing.
Yes, so
with
he's
a great
played
croquet stroke.
a phenomenal croquet stroke. But at the same time, if his intention was to come to this west side of this pink ball anyway, I don't think he had to rush Brown over there. Sure, I gave him a better angle to play the peel, and it wasn't as wide of a split. But the striker ball is approaching on a line that the margin of error is so much smaller. And, you play this from around where hoop 5 is as far as the angle goes. You're approaching on that straight line like Ben mentioned, and you can be a little bit long, even a little bit short, and you're still hitting the ball in the direction that the pink ball needs to go. But regardless, if you play a stroke as good as that one is, then you really don't have to worry too much about it.
Yeah, so, sometimes it looks really easy. What was that decision? He really did not want to play a touch croquet there.
So he's opted Much about it.
Yeah,
For
so,
the rush peel,
sometimes
on a
it looks
peely
really
that
easy.
is-
What?
It wasn't
was that
really
decision?
close, Ben. And I don't mean the
He
stroke. I
really
just
did
mean
not
the
wanna
pink ball
play.
wasn't that close to the hoop.
Oh my goodness,
it
that was a choice.
It was 2 inches off center, west of center. It was.
He really must have not liked rolling to green. He wanted that decision might have gone back to his days playing doubles with Mulliner. That was a very aggressive rush peel attempt
Wow.
because he must have he saw the possibility of rush peeling, and then he gets to do the standard double. And he gets an easier rush on green. He gets to send pink to peeling position, but it was just so unlikely.
So, Ben, if he didn't like rolling to green, he's now rolling to green from a much more difficult position.
Agreed.
It had to be that he was just scared of the ball staying on line at a soft pace and trying to keep position with the peely.
Yeah, all that precise play, and then he chose a Monte Carlo sort of line there.
Yeah.
Where if the peel goes, now you're doing a standard double, basically, maybe with a little wily action. But if the peel doesn't go, you just decrease the chances of finishing by 40%?
Easily.
50%?
Easily. It's just a
Wild.
I think he's played consistently enough the last 12 hoops that he's played that he didn't need to do that. He could have just played a soft croquet and let's say it goes a hair past. Your chances to get the peel on the way to Brown are still so much higher from the pink ball being close to 4-back. As opposed to now, with as much pull as there are, his chance he missed the whole thing.
Whoa!
A shot.
And immediately redeems himself with another great croquet shot. He's got to start leaning on those croquet strokes.
Oh my gosh, what a shot.
That worked out very well. And he got the rush. And he got the peel. All right. So, you could make a couple of mediocre shots or just some downright passable shots where he technically hit pink, but it was not a good shot. It wasn't even really mediocre. And then redeems himself with an elite, excellent
Phenomenal.
croquet stroke, getting that peel and a narrow roll shot at that, where with the milling, the narrow roll shots, sometimes you get a little bit of push away and a little bit of reverse draw when you're hitting hard, and then it starts drawing in. And so it's hard to know exactly how much on a narrow roll shot. And that he just made it look buttery smooth.
Yeah, that was incredible.
All right, and just bump those odds back up 35%.
Easily. Yeah, we're looking at a good chance of a finish now.
Yeah, I think that's a little aggressive. I mean, he got positioned nicely, but I don't know if green needed to be on the west side that bad.
Based on what I've seen, he might just try to peel pink from here on the way to Brown.
Yeah, he's just gonna rush it level with Brown and do a 85-degree split shot peel. So this is rushing green to a perfect 2-back pioneer, taking off back to the rush for pink. I don't know. I would, if I were him, I would not be relying on this rush. Save it for a croquet stroke, Reg.
We were kind of joking, but
No,
it looks
that's
like
literally what he's doing.
he's opted for the rush to 2-back.
Wow.
What?
I think at this point in doubles, I would have come out on court and be like, "Are you feeling okay? It's a little hot." Maybe it's take some of Damon's, words. It's like, "How are you feeling right now?" It's like, "Why do you ask?" It's like, "Because you're making some choices
Yes.
that are not your usual choices." This might be like a Snickers commercial. It's like, you're not you when you're hungry,
Yes.
Reg. What is going on, man?
When you're hot, you're hot.
It's like a roller coaster here. The odds are swinging one way or another.
I do think the
Now
one
he's
thing
on the wrong side of pink.
I do think the one
That
thing
was a croquet stroke, Reg. That was supposed to be a good one.
I do think the one thing that
What? The what?
a lot of experience with sextuples does is that these situations where a lot of players would be uncomfortable, trying a lot of sextuples, you're just put in these weird situations that, not saying it warrants a decision at all, but I don't think Reg is uncomfortable or in a position that he doesn't feel like this is still going to be a finishing turn. But due to the fact that he's so exceptional at peeling, I don't think he has to do this.
Right.
Just
If
take
you're-
pink to
if
two
you're
back.
a sextupler, getting the 4-back peel before 3-back, you're thinking you're finishing, which
Yes.
is why it was so odd that he went for that rush peel, because it was just overly unnecessarily aggressive. Like I said, it was kind of Monte Carlo. If it worked, now you're ahead of schedule, but when it failed, it looked like it was gonna be really hard to recover. Of course, that stroke worked out nicely. So I'm changing the way we kind of mark the hoops scored. As pink had 9 points, and now it's got one more on a peel, which is why it's 9 + 1 there. So for this turn, at least, we'll kind of represent how many hoops pink has been peeled through with that notation. At the end of the turn, I'll let Excel do its math. All right, a little pass roll here.
Sit. It's too hard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, he's still okay.
Oh, you can see him. He's shaking his head, doing little hand motions of what happened there. Looks like he got like a 3-2 pass roll when what he wanted was 5-4. Might have wanted 3-2, just clubbed it. Just everything went
Yeah, I
2
think-
yards too far.
I think the ratio is fine. I think he just played it too hard.
But yeah, these courts got a lot faster. I practiced on Thursday, and it was hard getting these big roll shots around the court, from corners. And then they really lowered that bed knife and cut it down yesterday. So practice day yesterday was a lot more consistent, fast speeds. And so you can see even a player on his third game, a quality player like Reg, can get fooled by the speed of the lawn. And I think he was here Thursday as well, so I don't know. I doubt that muscle memory hung around, but clubbed that one a little. Nice, smooth hoop shot. He's starting to trust it. Not so much to get a forward rush, but I don't think he wanted one.
Yeah. I think he's right where he wants to be. Drive Brown back. Hopefully, do you think he's going to go for a death roll here? I would expect it.
It's a croquet stroke, so he should.
Yeah.
He's got the opportunity for it to be like a truly elite shot. So he's going to send this brown ball to 3-back. If you have a lot of faith in the penalt peel, you might want the ball a little bit west and maybe southwest to 3-back by a yard. But I don't think I'd be that confident about this peel. So normally you'd leave it inside the box, a little northwest of 3-back. And then hopefully he's getting a rush due east on that pink ball. You see Mo Karem in the background there, and Adam Peck, responsible for setting a majority of these hoops. He's getting some well-earned rest. Oh, they had the other camera for a minute. We could see Mo Karem. There you could see, there we are. Now there's Adam Peck. Looks like James Deeth on the balcony, but Adam getting some well-earned rest. He has not been relaxing all day. He was running around, like a chicken with his head cut off, getting these courts set up before 8:30. So thank you very much, Adam. That is Egyptian Open competitor, Adam Peck.
That's right. Adam's got a lot of croquet experience just in the last year, and it's been fun to watch him improve.
Right.
And
Reg managed to avoid hitting Brown into penalt with all that pull. Got
Yeah,
a pretty
it's-
good rush. A little inside the box.
Played a pretty good shot.
Ooh, got a tracking shot. See Tom in the background there and Reese McCorkindale. David Druitt, for our Canadian fans, is back there under the veranda. Oh, going out to talk to Rich. Let's see if we can get to peeling position. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, a little too much. The hoop is kind of in the way of his striker ball getting to 2-back.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a peel attempt here.
Yeah, unless he can just miss it. But no, hand on the hips tells me he doesn't like it. Have you ever done one of these where you cross the streams, where pink goes right into the center of the hoop and white goes left of the hoop? And then you hope that they don't somehow collide on the backside of the hoop and ruin your break?
I think I've tried it twice. The first time it worked out really well. The second time they collided, and I ended up missing the Croquet at 2-back. And that was the last time I gave that a go.
Once bitten, forever shy.
Correct. It's just not worth it. There's so many more opportunities to peel this, and
Right, like we
as
said,
I've improved,
you got 5 more hoops to do 2 peels, and a
Correct.
straight double is not, that low odds for players of your and Reg's caliber. Oh, there's Brian Cumming going for a hit in on the other court, just missed it into corner 2.
yeah, it's I think that's the one thing. If anybody were to ask, hey, what do I need to practice on to become a better AC player? And I think Ben would agree with me here that the straight double, when you can get confident that you can finish a straight double at a pretty high percentage, it makes the thought of a triple peel a lot easier. It's I have 10 hoops to do 1 peel.
I think the Arizona closed, the old guys that I learned a lot from our former U.S. team members, Rory Kelly and Charlie Smith. I think, when they used to wax poetic on this, they'd say, the straight double is a great amount of precise shots to practice in like 10 minutes.
Yep.
And it's probably up there with the difficulty of a standard triple. And the idea that you can do that in like 10 minutes practice is actually quite valuable, considering how long it takes to run even a speedy triple.
Yep.
Not quite the Robert Fletcher run around the court hitting a triple in under 10 minutes, or James Deeth, whatever his time was. I keep forgetting. It was like 5 minutes, something ridiculous.
Yeah.
But like an actual triple where you take your time to make sure you play well is got to be at least a half hour. And you could do a straight double, or I like doing a delayed double. So one of my practice techniques these last couple of days, just I put one ball at 3-back, and the other balls are all on the south boundary, south of 3-back, and I do a drive shot to send one of them up to penalt, and then I have to turn around, hit like a 5 to 7 yarder, and then I send that one up to penalt, and one of them's peely, one of them's the escape ball. You should probably tell yourself ahead of time which one you're doing.
Yeah.
And then you run the delayed double from there. And so you're getting those long drive shots, and then you try to get your rush out of 3-back. And oftentimes you end up with a straight double because it's hard to get a delayed double organized from whatever that is, 75 feet away.
Yeah.
And so that's a helpful practice. So Reg's takeoff went well. We might see the death roll to 3-back, but a lot of people don't do that again because, like Matthew said, you got a lot of time to get 2 peels. And rolling to 3-back, that's a lot of distance for your striker ball to travel, and it's hard to really commit to where your 4-back ball should be because you don't know where the pivot's going to end up. But he avoided the hoop in Croquet, and he's got himself a nice northbound rush here. So we'll see where he puts green, and that'll kind of tell us whether he's trying this peel or not. If he keeps green nice and tidy near penalty, he's not trying the peel. And that's what this rush might kind of force him to do that.
Yeah.
In theory, he could stop shot it over.
If my brown ball is as good as his, I think I'm going to go for the death roll. It's not necessary by any means, but with pink so tidy and brown in a really good spot, I feel pretty confident that I'm going to score 3-back with no trouble as long as I hit a decent split, and it's going to be a good chance of appeal considering everything's so close. Once again, it's not a necessity because a delay double is no trouble at all for Reg, but me personally, I'd be going for the peel.
I could see that with that. The brown ball's inside the box nicely, and this is a real consistent court. You know, if you have a bumpy court, you got a court where like there's brown spots and it's 15 seconds, then you're not looking for any difficult roll shots. Now, the fact that he left green there tells me he is not going for the death
Correct. It
roll.
looks like green's going to be in his way.
Nah, he should be fine. I actually like putting pink like level with the hoop.
That's what I do
here,
as well.
Because if you don't get the rush out of 3-back, you don't want to have to be rolling to a ball that you're partially wired from and having to miss green and miss the hoop to get to pink.
Correct.
But he's left green close to penalt and he's going for the death roll. This is what we call half-assing two things instead of whole-assing one thing.
Yes.
Like he didn't put green anywhere near 4-back. And if this goes well, which we've seen some exceptionally good croquet strokes from him, a great croquet stroke puts pink at rover and gets him to brown, at which point his 4-back pioneer is really out of place with no pivot nearby.
Yep.
So he kind of wants this to jaws or dribble through, or he's going to have trouble getting to 4-back with control. So that was actually probably a better result for completing the triple than if pink had gone down to rover.
Yes.
If pink goes down to rover, now you need to rush back up to green to get your rush to 4-back, and that doesn't always happen. But as always, he put the priority on the striker ball, make sure the break stays alive, so he got a good rush to his hoop. Again, brown being inside the box makes that a lot more reasonable, that roll shot there. Oh, you see, put the hand out, trying to will it to stop. All right, and I'd like to remind you of our sponsor, White Tie Croquet, windproof, rainproof, and SPF-rated sunproof white clothes for all the croquet players you know. Better-looking clothes make better-looking players. That's www.whitetiecroquet.com, an official sponsor of the USCA and these WCF AC World Championships. Oh, he's left himself an angle here. All that trying to get the ball to stop, and then
This
he
is
needed
the
to hit
first
a little harder.
It's the first tricky hoop shot he's had in this turn. We're going to see him play this with a little bit more pace, I think. Yeah, really well
And
played.
he got the hoop and roquet. You see the little sneer on his face when he's looking into the sun, but he's had a lot of those hoop and roquets that were just not ideal. He would have much preferred a rush down to pink so that he could get good control of pink. As you can see, he has to take a long walk just to make sure he gets a good spot on that pink ball. And so being able to rush brown down would have made this a lot easier. But it's kind of a good thing that, again, pink didn't bounce back to 4 inches straight in front. He actually has a good line because pink is a little bit east and he's east of pink. So long as he stops short of it, he should be in good shape. But again, he's going to have to do a bit of a split peel because he's got to get to the left side of the hoop to get his rush on green.
Where do you like to put brown here, Ben?
Get it out of the way. West, little southwest of penalt.
That's what I do as well.
I
just
don't
to
want
keep it
brown
totally out of the
anywhere
picture.
behind penalt. I certainly don't want it north of penalt.
Yep.
And so I just send it west. So I would normally probably have wanted green a little bit more east so that you have this alleyway to get to pink and it's not so narrow.
Let's go sit.
Looks like a good white ball. No, right into the hoop, just like he planned it. That is going to be the turn. So you can see Reg, hands on his head. Oh, now he's doing the full lean. Yeah. No, that's just the one spot. That's like the Fulford tactic is not only does he know all the spots to make this very successful, he knows the one spot that will ruin this break. And Reg found it. He found the one spot. He is now not through hoop 6 to where he could, play to score penalt. Well, he's not for penalt. It's not his hoop. He can't really hit pink. He can't hit green. Unless he gets an absurdly weird angled hoop and roquet like he's been doing all day.
Yeah, I think he
He has to somehow come off that west stanchion and come through sort of northeast.
Yeah.
And maybe tickle that pink
I actually
ball.
don't think there's from our angle it looks like he could get it, but from the camera angle that we're getting, I don't think it's possible. So if he has a look at green, maybe, but
Well, Matthew, with God, all things are possible. And as Reg likes to say, the croquet cods are African. So we'll see.
he is calling a referee, so it looks like he's going to try something.
I don't know what else he would do.
Yeah, I
Play
mean,
to the south boundary.
there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, so we got Jack is for 3 back and 2. Jack has balls right at hoop 2, right near hoop 2, within 10 yards of hoop 2. If Reg goes to the south boundary, that's putting a ball near 3 back in case Jack wanted to run 3 back. There's just no hiding. He can't even get to a corner.
Yeah.
So it's kind of you go for broke. You see if you can get off of the stanchion just enough to come through. Now, if he were back a little bit more and still couldn't hit green, he could maybe try to hit down on the ball and hope some like top spin spun it through to the east. But I think he's just in the middle of the hoop, so he can't spin it to the right as far as I know. I don't know, maybe with some more milling on his mallet.
Yeah.
But he's got to play it off the west stanchion and just hope it misses the east stanchion by nothing and comes through northeast.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's possible. I think it's too close to that right-hand wire, our left-hand wire on the visual. And I think if he tries to go at pink at all, it's just going to flick
All
off
right.
and go. So it
Well-
looks like he's going off the opposite wire.
This shot and ref call brought to you by Oakley Woods Mallets. Don Oakley uses various woods to make mallets. It's all in the name. Oakley Woods Mallets. Featuring the Arrow Mallet at www.croquetstore.com, an official sponsor of the USCA and these AC World Championships. I actually played a lot with Oakley Mallets this summer at a Quag Field Club. He sent some demos over. So if your club is looking to try out new mallets and maybe get your members some, contact the croquetstore.com or info@oakleywoods.com, I think, is their email. And they might even send you guys some demos to try out. I really like the Arrow mallet. That's the Kyle Maloof version.
Yep.
It's a little taller, I think, than the David Maloof version. But
Yes,
I
it is.
played a lot with that this summer.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I
Is
use
that what you play with?
I still play with a trimmer. I have an Arrow and I have the Kyle Maloof version. I do like it a lot. It's my backup mallet in case anything happens to the trimmer. But
Yeah. And if you miss, you can always quote one of my favorite shows to quote, South Park, and say, "Damn it, Kyle."
yeah, it's a good mallet. I think he did it. Don did a good job with creating it. I think that Kyle and David did a good job coming up with the idea. It's very similar to the Predator, but it has the holes in the side to
Yeah, so it's wider than it is tall. But yeah, those holes allow for some end weighting. It's very similar dimensions to the Dawson I used to play with and the Morford I now play with. And sadly, I am my competitive career seems to be outliving my mallet makers. So as my Morford mallet ages and time makes the glue and epoxy get a little looser, I might be having to switch to Kyle Maloof Arrow. I see Brian Cumming pegging out over there against Chris Barley. So he's got that one win. And like we said, if you start 0-2, 0-3, you hope that at least you have found your shot making.
Yep.
You might be stuffing a couple hoops, and hopefully you can get better at that. But you hope that you found your shooter and you start to center ball some hit-ins, because at this point at 1-2, Brian probably needs, we got 8 games total? Probably need 4 more wins out of those 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, but
5 wins probably.
Pepe was talking to me about it was a 10 person block last time around, or not last time around, but excuse me, in 2018 in New Zealand, and Jose won 6 of 9, so he went 6-3.
Nice.
And didn't make his. Not only did he not make the knockout, he didn't even have a playoff to get into the knockout with 6 of the 9 wins.
Yeah, well, bigger blocks, you can have those scenarios where you get a group of people that all win 2/3 of their games, and if the people losing are going like 0 for 9, then you have a lot more competition at 6 wins.
Yep.
Sometimes you get like the people who win go undefeated, and there's like a 9 win and an 8 win and a 7 win, and then the cutoff is a lot lower. Because now all of a sudden, to make it out of the block, you only need like 4 or 5.
Okay,
All
we're
right,
getting to
here
see him play
goes.
it.
2 refs. He's through the hoop. Oh, wait, that wasn't what I wanted. 2 refs to check that one out just to ensure. So yeah, he really needed to hit the west wire, which looks like he did. It just didn't flick him over to the east side like he needed. Maybe like 830, would that have bounced more to the right for him?
I still don't think it could have bounced that much.
That's like a 9 wicket, those like 5.5 inch wide hoop plays
Yeah.
where you're like, I'm just going to hit the far stanchion and come back 90 degrees.
Yeah. But like you mentioned, Ben, he had no other option. There was nowhere to go. There's nothing
Middle
to
of the
do.
south boundary, middle of the north boundary. None of those really slows Jack down a bit. This might speed Jack up a bit, but Jack was going to get a break going either way.
Correct.
So Reg is now at 4 back and penalt, so I'll change this to 10 instead of 9+1. So you got 1 out of those 3 peels, and it was a spectacular peel. But yeah, he went for 3 peels. No, 4. He tried the peel after 4, and then he tried the rush peel, and those both failed. Then he got the great peel after 5, and then tried the peel going to 2 back. So 1 for 4 on his peel attempts. And weirdly, the one he made was not, without draw. He made that one had plenty of draw, I think.
Are you interested at all in trying to peel white out of the game here, or are you going for the quad?
You mean pink, probably?
Pink? Excuse me. Yes.
Against Reg, I'd definitely be considering the quad. I thought you were going to ask, are you interested in some sort of off-ball cannon or combo to kick that white ball over to 2?
So that's kind of what I'm thinking is play left half of pink. You have a chance to get the in off on pink through penalt, and white goes over to 2. And then you have a real option on your hands.
No, he went straight to white. I think the other thing was if you hit middle of pink or right half of pink, black might then kind of carry him off toward white, and an in-off sort of, you would maybe hit white over to the west. It's not really important. Jack can make a 7 or 8 yard rush to his hoop. But yeah, I think if he had wanted to peel pink out, the problem is then he's 4 back and peg versus, or 3 back and peg versus 4 back and box. You can't play a 1-ball game there, and you have to beat Reg in a 2-on-1 when you are a 19-year-old, relatively new AC player. So I don't know if he's done a lot of 2-on-1s, and Reg is one of the best single ball shooters in history.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
agreed. But
Quad?
there's no contact.
Quad,
there's no
maybe?
contact. I think that's definitely part of it.
Yeah, okay. So because Green is already through the lift hoop, which is 1 back, he could run all 12 hoops, and he's only giving a lift to balk line.
Yep.
But yeah, so now for the quad, we're still in good shape. He really wants Brown to at least be rushable to the north boundaries, or Green to be rushable to the north boundary, and then he would send it up to 4 on his way to 3. So now he's trying to rush over to 2. He's got a nice pioneer at 3, and Green is in just about the ideal pivot position. But that would be for a normal 4-ball. For a quad, you don't really want Green in that pivot position. You're going to want to put pink as a pivot and then do a pivot swap. And you want Green to be your hoop 4-ball. It's a lot easier to peel a ball as a back peel right after you use it to make that hoop.
Yep.
So he's got the break. If he's going for the quad, we're going to have to see that green ball become his hoop 4 pioneer. And I could totally understand him. I would normally wait till after the hoop shot, but he's looking at the situation because, you want to get the break going. And now he's very likely to have the break going. Now's a good time to think about it, though, instead of right before a hoop shot. But now you could think about, okay, I've got the break. Do I go for the quad? And, does that mean I'm hitting pink a little harder here than normal? And we'll see. It really depends on that rush on green. What rush he gets on green will tell us what he's going for. All right. No ironic fist pump having hit the return Croquet that he missed to end his last turn. All right. So it looks like he's sending pink all the way to 4, which we could still be on a quad. He would just have to also send green to 4, I believe. All right. So we'll see. So pink is, I like to say, your pioneer should be inside the box. And then my only other caveat is you'd like it to be closer to the hoop it's the pioneer for. instead of any other hoop. And that pink ball is suspiciously right on the border between, it might be closer to 5 than it is to hoop 4. So he's right in the cusp of being a acceptable pioneer. But he did rush green north. So that might just be a pivot that is closer to hoop 4 so that he can get control of the ball at 4. It looks like he's sending green all the way to 4. It could, in theory, if somebody were just running a 4-ball break and pink was their hoop 4 ball, they might just send green there anyway because, like I said, pink is almost closer to hoop 5 than it is to hoop 4. But I like to think this means we're on for a quad. Now, if Jack had been playing AC, 10 years ago at the Opens in England, the British Opens, quads would have been a normal thing for him to do all the time because with super advanced rules, the quads became a lot more popular because people were trying to avoid giving their opponents an opportunity to TPO them, which is to peel out the opponent with a triple, as that became pretty compulsory to try in the super advanced game. Oh, a little short there. You see a frustrated swing.
Yeah, so
I didn't follow through.
I just took a look at Jack's history here, and he's got 30 triples all time. He's done 2 TPOs, but no quads. So this will be his first all-time quad.
This could be
Could
his
be
first.
This would be.
Might be
he
his
would've
first. Might be his first attempt. I don't know. We'll have to ask after. There's no live on the scene reporter to ask him right before a return Roquet.
Yeah.
Hey, how many quads have you ever tried, man? Just a quick question, real quick. Don't want to distract you.
Yeah.
But, people want to know. We got viewers. Let's see. In fact, how many viewers do we have? In all your research, did you check the stream?
We had 132 at one point. Looks like we have
137. All right. Yeah. Inquiring minds want to know. I think that might be enough to interrupt Jack. Let's go interrupt him. So he's going to now roll that white ball down to hoop 5. And this is an easier roll than on a normal 3-ball break because he doesn't have to get a precise spot on pink. And, just getting within 10 feet of pink should be good. So send white to 5. Get to pink, and then if he can get a really good rush, even though green is a nice pioneer, he wants a rush on it so that he can have a close, within 18-inch, slightly angled approach. He wants an angled approach so he can put green straight behind the hoop and then do the back peel, where he'll try to peel it with some pace. As in an ideal world, when you're peeling an odd hoop, like 9 or 11, you want to peel it hard, get it down to that next hoop. A lot like playing golf croquet you'd be familiar with, running those odd hoops with pace.
That's right.
So I think he should probably just take off from pink because when you're peeling green with pace, I'd expect brown to go 4 or 5 yards. But I think where he put pink, I think he might be a little bit more limited on how hard he can try the peel. But he got a good rush on green, got to that nice within 18 inches angled approach. Yeah, no frustrated, mallet swings or, hand motions. Calm, cool, composed. The hat and the glasses is a lot. Are we worried about, opponents getting a read on him like poker? All right, small swing, big follow through like David Mom. All right, you see he kind of bends over there when he's disappointed. But that was also just kind of paying a lot of attention. I think he wanted to sneak past it so he could rush it a little closer, but I'd be pretty happy with it. It's within a yard, straight in front. Nearly missed it. No, he's just trying to cut it to a straight-on shot. How many quads have you got, Matt?
I'm not sure. I think I might have more sextuples than quads.
Yeah, we don't play super advanced over here. Did you play any of the Opens when they were super advanced? You played
I played in
2016.
one.
That was it?
I have one claim to fame from that Open, which was I think all of the sextuples that have been completed on me were all during that one event, which is I think 5, maybe 4. I think it was 4.
What event was that again?
It was the 26 Open.
Right. Who won that?
I think it was an American guy. I'm not sure.
Oh, right. How many Americans won that? That happens all the time, right?
Yeah, I think there's one guy who won it. But nobody really talks about him much.
I'm aware.
But yeah, I played Reg in the first round of the knockout, and Reg completed 2 sextuples off of a diagonal.
Jack's pointing at us. What did we do? I didn't do it.
And then right after those two sextuples,
Did he just realize that he shouldn't have rushed pink any closer to white because he's not putting it at 6?
Yes.
I think he just realized. He rushed it to where it is because he thought he was sending it to 6, like on a normal break. And then he realized, oh, we're still peeling.
yes,
And he actually has to send it like 4 or 5 yards farther and get it all the way to 4 back as an escape to 6. You see a little bit of recognition of his tomfoolery right there. So he got it north enough. But
okay.
It's a bit west of where you'd like it. Yeah, you can see the head bob. He's okay with it. It'll work. It's speculative as well. You need a really good rush on, green. But
Correct.
a good pink ball means that the rush on green doesn't have to be perfect. That pink ball rush on green has to be real good.
that's right.
So he's getting the rush back. So anyway, Reg, you played Reg in
so
that?
I played Reg in
How'd
the
that
first.
go?
Reg got me in 2 straight. It was my first time playing Reg, and Reg got me in 2 straight, both sextuples off of a diagonal, and very tidy, very clean.
Oh yeah, the super advanced diagonal leave for the sextuple.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he did them both, and very quickly, and then I played Gavin Carter in. I played Gavin Carter in the plate or the ball, whatever it was, and Gavin Carter did his first ever sextuple against me. And then I
Jack's
played a
getting
guy.
a
I
little
believe his
talkative.
name was Mike Brown, something like that. And
Robin Brown?
no, I know Robin well. This guy, I don't think he's played since. But regardless, he said, "Hey, I've never done one. You've never done one. Let's try them." I said, "Deal." And he was like a 2000 grade, so I thought, "Oh, I don't have anything to worry about." I was like a 2000 grade. He really didn't have anything to worry about. But he completes it and misses a 2-yard peg out.
Ooh.
And so
That's a liberal use of the word completing it.
yes, fair. But for a guy who's never done one before, that's a 2000 grade, it was amazing because it looked easy. And
Oh,
regardless,
gutted.
that was a very
And you
interesting.
say he never played again.
I don't think he played after that tournament, which is amazing.
It's just his Icarus, too close to the sun, man.
That's right.
So close to the sextuple, not getting the peg out from 2 yards. Probably one of the easiest shots of that turn.
Yes.
Like you might have had some 4-inch roquets, but a 2-yard peg out is harder to miss.
Yes.
Because you're in contact with the ball.
It was amazing.
You don't have to worry about the pull. Jeez. Oh,
Yeah.
that's disappointing. So we've got some help in the commentary. RF just won with the TPO. I'd like to remind people saying Robert or Robert F or RF, not really specific enough. Somebody, either Fletcher or Fulford, just won with a TPO. And then Andrew Wynn lets us know that Jack recently attempted a quad against Stephen Mulliner in the English Interclub final, but failed to complete it, possibly because he didn't get a northbound rush after hoop 5, which is, what just happened on the court. He went ahead and sent white all the way to 1 back as necessary, but despite he scouted that spot. Before he shot hoop 5, he scouted where he wanted to rush white, and then he made hoop 5 with the rush, got the rush over there. I didn't see any body language. He was disappointed, but then he just clubbed the shot and ended up on the wrong side. That was the whole point of scouting it, was so that he would get the rush on green. The hoop 1 back ball could have been near, inside the box, and even nearer to penalt in this scenario would have been fine if you're trying to maybe get a peel. It's a good 1 back ball, but now he's going for a late back peel. So in theory, if that ball
It's gotta
stops
sit.
next to pink, he could have made hoop 6 and then rushed green over to try to get a back peel after making 6. But we are now looking at probably, if I were, allowed to coach young Jack, if this were a doubles game, I'd say we're running to the peg, and you don't need to worry about the peels anymore.
Yep.
It's now too late. It'd be one thing if he had rolled green to position, and then you could try one more peel, a wide peel going to white. White's in good position for that. But with green where it is, I'd say, hey, you remember golf croquet? Get in front of 6, run it to the boundary, and then run a 4-ball break. Take off that pressure, make Reg hit.
Yeah, and not only make him hit, Ben. You look at Reg at 4-back and penalt. There's no guarantee that if he does hit, he's going to finish in one turn. If he gets everything together for the straight double, you would back him to finish. But there's no guarantee that after hitting a leave, you're going to have the balls in order enough to play a
He's
straight double.
He's not 4-back and peg.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's possible that Jack will have control of the balls and be with a 1-turn finish, whereas Reg would have to hit in and have a 2-turn finish. So it'd be a reverse of the scenario we had earlier when it was 9-9, and Jack had to hit and probably had a 2-turn finish, whereas Reg had control and a chance at a 1-turn finish. So there he goes. He's maybe I'm talking too loud. He just got in front of 6, ran into the boundary. Now we'll see if he takes the rest of my advice and just runs it around, sets a leave. I think we'll have time to talk about that leave in a few. But first, I wanted to remind you all that we have some wonderful supporters. So major support from the W.P. Carey Foundation and Palm Beach Sports Commission and viewers like you. And we have some sponsors as well. More supporters of this YouTube channel. Support provided by Chris and Gail Barley, Oakley Woods Croquet, and Chris and Karen Weiss. And then our actual sponsorship, the companies, we're going to make sure this all came together. Oakley Woods Croquet, White Tie Croquet, PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, and Invictus Croquet. And I've seen a lot of Hoopmaker Mallets out there, plenty of Oakley Woods Mallets out there with this being in North America. And Invictus Croquet balls are on every court you're watching. That's the new standard croquet ball. So he has sent green to 2-back, which looks like we're just on a 4-ball break. This is where you might say, a little twinkle in your eye, there's one more chance at this finishing.
Yes.
You leave a ball at 4-back early, and if you make 2-back and have a really good rush, you might get a chance to peel 4-back right after 2-back, and then you're looking at a straight double.
I think it's too risky. I think at this point he's kind of set his mind on, all right, I'm going to make Reg hit a lift shot, and put all your efforts into that. Don't risk the break at all.
Well, the hope is that it doesn't risk the break. If you have a ball you leave a ball at 4-back, get the rush over, so you have a drive shot to send a ball to 3-back. You have, that's a decent 2-back Pioneer. It's inside the box and closer to 2-back than any other hoop. And then if you get the rush, you're rushing to a pivot ball. So it's not like a lot of risk. And the big risk is you might hit the peg on the rush, at which point you leave PLE as a pivot ball at the peg, take off to 3-back.
Yep.
So I like to think it's low risk. Once you start trying the peel, then all of a sudden you could be peeling it out of bounds, and that's where the risk comes in.
But with his,
the risk comes in is when you succeed at the peel, and hopefully it could go out of bounds, but hopefully it stays in bounds. The real risk comes in because then you're rushing back or taking off back to 3-back, and now your shots get a lot harder because you're trying to get the straight double organized.
Yep.
That's where the risk really comes in. But that's, it's such a speculative attempt that oftentimes the risk doesn't manifest because you don't actually get a good enough rush or peel for it to become risky.
Yeah, I think.
Doesn't look like we're doing that.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is put all of your focus on setting a good leave. You don't want to get to the end of this turn.
See his stop shot swing. This time he stayed behind the ball. He wanted to rush on.
Yeah, played a really good stop shot.
It's a little far, but on a 4-ball, he's fine.
Yep. But put all your effort into setting a really good leave.
I like that angle with the sunset over the center. Yeah, our man on the middle of south boundaries. There we go. Getting those, little, is that diffraction, some cool angel rays. There's Michael Albert. A lot of this live stream and the tournament directing efforts brought to you by Michael Albert. And thank you, Karen, for lending us Michael for, the last couple weeks and the upcoming 10 days. And look, his work never stops. He's out there measuring hoop positions, doing something. Oh, and there's Adam. They woke him up. Oh, the dibber. You got to do some re-dibbing over there. Meanwhile, Jack's just setting a nice pivot, getting a good rush. Ooh, wow. Putting in the effort, wearing the team kit with the new Navy pants. How do you feel about the new team kit? We had a recent change in our Team USA wardrobe.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I think it makes us look a little bit more unique with the navy pants and or navy bottoms, whether it's shorts or pants. And I'm a big fan. I think, especially if we do team events and everyone's wearing, I think it's gonna look really clean.
All right. I have yet to procure any, but they're in the shopping cart on my Costco app. Wait for a deal.
I've got some the shorts I have that are navy are some Costco shorts, and they're really nice. I recommend them.
Yeah, they have those like travel pant where it's like thin fabric, lightweight. Because although I don't know if I would wear them at this event because the sun is brutal.
Yes.
I don't need any dark clothes absorbing all the sun. I was giving Logan McCorkindale a hard time. It's like, I know you can wear the team kit, but you might want whites for like 85 degrees sunny days. It's a lot letting those black Kiwi kits absorb all that sun, even though they're lightweight sport material. It's just a lot of solar power that you're collating all together.
That's right.
All right. So, this court brought to you by Randy and Bev Cardo. Oh, wait, no. They only bring us the primaries. The secondaries, if we change angle, we'll see, brought to us by the W.P. Carey Foundation. Support all over this lawn. There we go. W.P. Carey. We even got the name badges right. Wow. That's like only the third game today I've seen the name badges right since this started. So here we go. Jack is now considering a leave position. The way he's looking at that pink ball makes me think he's considering some sort of new standard, but this is pretty early for a leave considering he's got 4 more hoops to make. Usually you'd start positioning those balls more precisely, after 4-back or penalt. So I'm not sure what leave he might be going for by pre-positioning pink there. In theory, he could put a ball, I don't know, in the jaws of 3-back, and then run a 3-ball for the rest of the turn, but it seems absurdly risky.
The only thing that
I guess he just didn't like putting it in a pivot position. He's going to make the hoop. He did a little swap. He made pink his reception ball to get a little rush to make some more room. So for whatever reason, he's doing a swap here that might make pink his penalt ball. I know the only swap he really needs is to not have green as his rover ball.
Correct.
It's a lot harder to set the leave when you hit partner immediately after making your last hoop, which is why on a 9-hoop break, you don't want your partner ball to be your 3-back pioneer. You usually try to make it your 2-back pioneer so that it can't end up as your 3-back pioneer. In this case, you might want your partner to be your penalt pioneer, but it's too late for that. So what he's going to need to do is after 4-back, he's going to want to do a little swap and be sure to send one of the opponents down to rover. So let's start talking leaves. He's going to be, hopefully, 4-back and peg against 4-back and penalt. So in theory, you want Reg to maybe play the 4-back ball because it's hard to finish and then he's giving you a lift. If you make it easy for Reg to play the penalt ball, then he hits, runs 2 hoops, sets you a T-lady shot, and you have to hit a 100-footer. So I would guess if you're going to make either of these balls an easier play, you'd want Reg to play the white ball.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I think I would normally opt to, especially against a player as good as Reg, I'd normally opt to have them play the front ball just to guarantee that I do get another shot, regardless of length.
You don't want him trying the double in 3 hoops when you set a tidy leave? Like, hopefully the leave also takes into consideration it won't be easy for Reg to organize a double peel.
Yeah, I mean, you hope so, but I don't like any opportunity to give a player of his caliber a chance to finish, regardless of how difficult it is.
Right, but I think if he hits, which is, the leave is presupposing he hits, I would think you don't want him making 2 hoops and setting a T-lady.
Yeah.
Like, you want one more shot, and you'd like it to not be the longest possible hit in.
Yeah.
So I know it's a risk, incentivizing the back ball, but I guess maybe trying to think, if we look at the leaves, so a regular diagonal that would have Jack's balls on the east side. You'd put 1 ball near the peg, 1 ball at the west side, little bit more on lawn than a normal diagonal because you need to get a rush to 4-back, not to 1.
Yep.
And so in that case, whatever ball you put at the peg,
You don't want it to be the penalty ball.
it makes it so that that is the ball they would like to rush to their hoop.
Correct.
So if you put pink at the peg and they leave it there, they hit in with white, they'd be rushing pink to 4-back. If you leave white at the peg, they might play pink, hit in, and then, you've left white only 7 yards from their hoop. But the more defensive play, they would pick up the peg ball and maybe take a shot at you to make it a longer rush to your hoop. So I would normally favor peg and 4-back a reverse diagonal. And that would put balls over on the west side. Yeah, maybe pink hit the peg, white over on the east side so that he doesn't get to rush a ball from straight in front of 4-back to 4-back.
Yep.
Reverse diagonal, pink at the peg would probably be my normal choice.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to do everything in my power to not, I think I still want a shot, but I don't mind the tea lady as opposed to giving Reg an opportunity to. The way I look at it is, let's say you put pink at the peg.
Yeah.
Okay. So pink's at the peg, regardless of whether it's a reverse diagonal or a standard diagonal.
To finish, Reg would probably hit white at pink.
So you can, but also another option to play the finishing turn is to shoot at the two oppo balls.
Yeah.
Hit one, rush the other to the peg, send it to reception to 4-back, rush east of 4-back, and load penalty.
All right, Howard.
That's how I would play it. If I was
Howard Sosin sideways load and hold to get the ball's range. I thought you were going to say you load penalt, you rush your penalt ball to 4-back, and then if you get a good rush after 4-back, you could try that, peel. But you only have 3 balls to do the double peel in that case. I think if Reg was going to finish, and we're presupposing a reverse diagonal or whatever with pink at the peg, white shoots at pink, and then he gets to send pink to penalt going to the oppo balls.
Yeah.
And then one oppo ball goes from boundary to a couple yards on, the other he rushes right to 4-back, then he rushes back to the oppo balls.
Yep.
And all of a sudden now you got a ball at Rover or north of Rover, a rush to penalt, and Peely sitting at penalt.
Yeah.
And then Jack goes, oh, I'm probably not getting a shot.
Yep.
So I see that it's, it's possible.
I guess what I'm getting at is if I'm setting the sleeve, I'm putting the ball that plays the front ball.
So pink.
Yes, I'm putting pink. Farthest away. So I'm not putting pink at the peg.
Okay.
Reason being is most likely he's going to play the ball that is not at the peg because that makes Jack's turn easier if the peg ball is still there, regardless of whether it's a reverse diagonal.
You mean
or
normally he's playing the ball at the peg.
Correct.
Right.
So
he wants to take away the ball that's closer to 4-back. And that's the peg ball.
Correct.
In these diagonal leaves.
yes. So excuse me, I do want pink at the peg because I want him to play the forward ball.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. And like I said, yeah, I think in my mind, the way to finish there is he would lift white, shoot at pink.
Yes. 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 That's the easiest way.
He could finish another way, obviously, with some really good rushes and really good peel shots. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other leaves. Old standards could play, but I think all things are possible from an old standard. It'd be like, balls in corner 4 or corner 2, so it's only 40 feet for Reg to hit. And then the other 2 balls are on the lawn. So whichever ball he lifts, there's another ball on the lawn somewhere. You could do some sort of weird, I'm sure Robert Fulford has some really big defensive leaves here.
Yes.
Where you could put a ball in a hoop. The vertical spread used to be popular where you're trying to put a ball in penalt and a ball in Rover, and then you're going over to the sideline. And that way, usually that's helpful when they're for the outer hoops, because then those balls, if you get them a little bit in the jaws, they're not rushable to 1 or 4-back. But with a ball for penalt, you'd have to put the penalt ball in the back of penalt, then put white in the back of Rover, and then go off to the west side, set yourself a rush to 4-back. Let's see, Jack looks a little disappointed in that, although that's a very serviceable Pioneer.
Yeah, I think it just hilled on him. It
nice
hilled
rush.
about a foot to the right.
It wasn't, the body language wasn't disappointment, it was just mirroring the ball moving.
Correct.
It's kind of reverse body English.
Yes.
Oh, they don't call it English. What do they call it? They just call it body language. We always call it body English when you twist to try to
Do the English
impart
use
some
the
spin on
term
the ball.
English?
No, I've talked to them about it. They just call it body language. Yeah, so when we say body English, they get
It's
a
like,
little,
yeah, like, what are you
little
talking
eyebrow
about?
raise like crazy Americans,
Yeah, it's fair.
which I get all the time. That's, it's pretty standard English response to me talking.
Yeah, I don't think I get it as often as you do. I don't know if there's a reason for that or not, but
I'm not going to dive too deep into that one. But yeah, I've also heard the Spaniards don't love our commentary. So I guess if Pepe gets in a match on here, we'll have to bow out and let them let them enjoy somebody else commentating. All right, so now he's through 11. I got to update. Yeah, now that he's not peeling anymore, I went ahead and did my math. 8 plus 1. Green is through 9 hoops. So no quad, but the frustrating thing is I know it was a chance to finish, but if you are for 3-back and the opponents are not, you can put a ball in 3-back, or you can put a ball up against the peg that's rushable to 3-back, but say not 4-back or penalt.
Yep.
That's not a real great position. That would be like from hoop 1, or from the hoop 1 side, the southwest side, you send a ball into the peg, so it's not rushable to penalt or 4-back, whichever one they might try to rush it to. But it is rushable to 3-back. So there, Pink's in a nice position that he could put up against that peg. But again, he's for 4-back. So if he puts Pink in a spot that's unrushable to 4-back, that hurts him as well. And so we'll see. That's not a bad position if you're going for the reverse diagonal. I'd be happy with that. But the way he reacted made me wonder if he's going for a traditional diagonal over on the east side. One of the other reasons I like to switch it up at the end game is this late in the game, I like to think I've already set at least one diagonal, and they've chosen their shot and shot it, and either hit or miss, they've seen if it breaks.
Yep.
And you go reverse diagonal, and that's out the window, because now they're shooting at balls over on the west side. Or if they're shooting at the ball on the east side, it's not on the boundary, so it's not down the line, and it's kind of like, I know that you've figured out that if the boundary moves, if you're shooting down the east boundary, but have you tried the west boundary?
Yep.
It's like,
It's a good point.
So when
Just
it gets
trying
to
to-
the critical hit in, you're giving them
Something they haven't
new
seen.
ground to
Yeah.
go over. So whether it's bouncy or hilly or whatever. The disadvantage of the reverse diagonal is if they're for 1-1 and you've got all these balls on the west side, if they hit, it's easy break for them, or if 1 and 4 back.
Yep.
But in this case with Reg for 4-back and penalt, I don't think being on the west side gives him much advantage at all. In fact, the whole idea is you get to rush to 4-back from either the east side of the court or the peg. And I think that's a lot easier than if Reg hits you and then has to rush to 4-back from the west side. That's not as fun.
So I think you're right, Ben. I think his plan originally was to play a standard diagonal, traditional.
Still looks like
and
it.
I actually think now he's going to go with the reverse. I think putting
'Cause
white.
he's got green on the east side still.
I agree, but once he put white on the right side of the peg,
Okay.
or excuse me, right side of the on the east side, the west side of.
No, he's gonna hit it gentle and send it to the west side. He's gonna
Think?
do traditional diagonal. Yeah, the green was the kicker.
Okay.
It's hard to, you don't want to hit green before pink.
Agreed.
And you don't want to hit pink and have to like roll or take off past green. So I think green being there, it was kind of like you're committed. Like, I would have liked to think that with pink rolling past there, if he had taken a minute and just been like, well, what if I reverse this?
Mm-hmm.
Then he might have been like, oh yeah, reverse diagonal's good. And then later we could be like, yeah, we would have done that intentionally.
Yeah.
But I think he's, like you said, he's committed to setting a good leave, and it looks like it's going to be a good leave. A little past ideal.
Round's a little long.
You should still be able to get in there. Get it to the wired spot. If he hits it nice and gentle, it'll be just a little tiny drive shot. There, we're getting those sun diffraction. See Mo Karem back there, Rich Lamb, Salah Hassan, Muhammad Kamal. A lot of GC players in the background.
Yeah, I see Callum Holland as well.
All right. Yeah. I DM from that hair.
Yeah, it's hard to miss him. Normally the pants give it away, but today it's the hair.
No, the funny thing was in the practice day when you didn't have to wear whites, he comes out in all whites. And it's like, wow, I didn't know you had white pants. I look 45 minutes later, he's out there in some paisley blue checkerboard like thing with pineapples on it as his pants. And it's like, I see that didn't work.
Yeah.
It's like, nope, couldn't do it. But today it's been all whites. Yeah, until that becomes adopted as the Aussie kit. I don't know if he'll be allowed that.
Yeah, I think it should be.
Yeah. Some
Yeah.
John Daly style pants for
It'd
the
be
Aussie
awesome.
kit.
It'd be awesome.
He might have a better chance of some Greg Norman pants.
Yeah.
Those are at least are like golf pant with like a little breathability.
Do you think we could get a chance to see?
See the hand movement? We gotta read the body language. Get a handheld cam to see if it's cross-wired. Just gotta read the body language. Oh, head down, bent knees, gutted. I think he's left Reg 9-yarder, 8-yarder. Like you don't mind, White being able to see 2/3 of Pink. You really don't want Pink to be able to just shoot at White though.
Yep.
That's frustrating. It's really rare that you'd put it so bad that White has all sides of Pink. Hopefully you're not setting this from that far away.
Correct.
But if White can miss the peg, players like Reg are quite able to put the peg out of mind, and that's an 8-yarder. Like Matthew said, if you think their chances of finishing are high, you take the shortest hit in, and Pink being able to hit White is very likely to be the shortest hit in now. All right, getting some nice views of those flags. Matthew, can you name them all?
Let's see. We have.
It's not alphabetical, so beware.
Okay, so we have the USA. We have.
Got one.
Is it Australia or New Zealand?
Ooh, I know. Do you?
It's Australia.
What's the difference?
The New Zealand one has red on the stars on the whatever they are.
Southern Cross, and I don't know if the star under the Union Jack is red too.
It's Canada next. I think it's England next, but I really can't see the
Oh,
flag.
you got it. 4 for 4.
I really need that other one to blow a little bit. We're gonna skip that one. I think it's Egypt.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have Ireland. Then we have.
Ooh, tough one.
Is that Sweden?
If the wind were blowing, it wouldn't be a rectangle. I'll give you that. It's a square.
All right, I'm skipping it then.
Yeah. Maybe not. Nope, I was wrong. It's not a square. The square one's.
That's Latvia.
Right. Latvia. Yeah, that's the red with the white stripe.
Okay, the next one's Mexico.
Mexico.
Then the USA, then New Zealand,
Glorious nation of
then Scotland,
United States
South
Croquet
Africa,
Association.
Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland, and
it is.
then Wales.
You got it. All right, upper left flag. There's one more hard one. It's not
can't-
blowing in the wind. It's a big
Yeah.
one left of the American
I
flag.
can't even see it. We're gonna skip the flags for now.
State
worry
of
about,
Florida. State of Florida
is it State of
flag
Florida?
is the X, the red X on the white with a seal in the middle. Had to
Okay.
look that one up yesterday. Wasn't sure if it was like Palm Beach County or something. But,
Yeah.
and then I think National Croquet Center is the white flag right of the American flag. And the WCF flag's there under Florida. The green WCF flag. So Jack rushed away to where you would normally rush away for a diagonal. We'll see now how conservative he gets. Sometimes when you expect pink to hit white, you just put green down into corner 4 and stay like 6-8 yards separated. And Jack, as a GC player, should not be too concerned with being able to hit a 6 to 8 yarder. The real concern is if Reg hits pink at white, you want to make those balls separated enough that he can't just hit one and easily get a rush on the other.
Yep.
But now he's going away. No, he's going to set the rush anyway. So maybe it's not as open as he originally made it look. Again, this is entirely based on my body language speculation, so I have no idea how wired those balls are. It's maybe they were totally wired, and for whatever reason, we just got a lot of hysterics out there.
Well, that's part of what I was mentioning earlier. I think there's a chance that they are.
He can see half a ball.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a chance that he can see half of it. I really do.
Not really a problem.
Do we have any angle on the side to get a view on white on pink? Is there any camera
I
angle?
don't think either of the cameras are mobile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, this is
It's
where
okay.
having Stephen Morgan, around to give us an X for blocked or, safe, for it's wide open. All right, somebody stop Jack. Ask a question. And David Druitt, another Canadian. All right, Reg is out there looking. Well, he didn't immediately line up to shoot pink at white, so maybe it's not open. Maybe he's just being a little bit more considerate. There.
Okay.
David
All
Druitt.
right. So it must have been pretty wired.
See the walk. Oh, Reg is lifting the pink ball as David. You can see by David's body language that Reg has lifted the pink ball to a balk. There's Reg. So it must have been wired enough. So maybe the peg was really close, or maybe, Jack was just frustrated that he thought white might shoot at 7/8 of the pink ball.
Yep.
So
So he is
white
playing the
going
front
down.
ball. That's something to point out. He's playing the front ball. And I think if we do see a hit, We're going to see him score 2 hoops and peg out, and
What?
not peg out his ball, peg out Jack's ball. You don't think so?
What? No.
Why not?
No lift. You make 2 hoops and you give him a 30-yarder.
That sounds like a lot better choice, Ben.
So yeah, when I played with Reg, if I hit this and I'd say, Reg, what do you think I should do? He'd go, well, make your hoops. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. Like, what leave should I set? And he's like, I don't know, give him a 30-yarder. 35 yards?
Yeah.
And I'd be like, well, okay, thanks. Like,
Yeah.
how? What? Where? And he's like, I don't know. So, Reg is very much like, put one of them in corner 1, one of them in, quarter 2, and like, come over here. Or like, crosswire them at 4 back and put us in corner 1. That's what Reg would expect of me.
Yeah.
And then like, after penalt, when I don't get a rush that would make that anywhere near likely, then it's like, so now what do you want me to do? Oh, missed it by a hair.
Close on the left.
All right. So we won't get to see if Reg can pull off the 2 hoops and a leave, or Matthew's more radical and exciting 2 hoops peg out
don't think
oppo
it's-
and try to win the 2-on-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think you give him a
Pete
30.
Trimmer, Pete Trimmer, friend of the show.
Yep.
Pete Trimmer has told me long ago at the British Opens it is very unconventional when you're for 4-back and peg and they're for 4-back and peg for you to peg them out. It's just really unconventional, because if you set a good leave, even a lift leave, a diagonal, if they miss, you have a 3-ball to finish for 3 hoops. If you peg them out, then if you set a lift leave, they can take a shot that doesn't give you a 3-ball. And then they're going to get more shots.
Yep.
And you're going to be 2-balling it. And as soon as you make 4-back, you're giving them another lift. And so now you have to set another lift leave that they can shoot a shot that if they miss doesn't give you a 3-ball. And if they hit, like, that's going to be the best chance they have to win. So it just, occasionally I could understand it. Jack is a really good shooter. So you're playing somebody that just isn't missing the lift shots. I could see it, but it would have to be a really defensive leave,
Yeah.
and then you have to survive 3 28-yard shots, to get a break. I would have been surprised if Reg had pegged a ball off after making 2 hoops.
No, it makes total sense. I think I would have. Not saying it's right or wrong. I just think lack of experience. I think I probably would have done it. I would have still given him the 30-yarder. Assuming if they hit, they have just as hard of a finish as I do. It's a 3-ball as opposed to a 4-ball.
And the
But I think my
crosswire's not
assumption is
easy,
that they're
but yeah.
gonna hit. And if I think they're gonna hit, I'd much rather them only have 3 balls.
Whoa, getting a real run in. Oh, yeah, we're seeing some athleticism out there.
Yeah.
I was watching local news. It says this game involves strategy and athleticism. I think I just saw it.
Yeah.
That was the athleticism for the day.
I mean, that's got to
Other
be
than Adam setting all the hoops.
that's got to be top speed reach today. What do you think?
Oh, by like triple.
Yeah.
That might be his triple
Yeah.
of the day. He just tripled everybody else's top speed.
What is it? The NFL statistics on top speed reached
Yeah,
for the
it's-
season?
Yeah, it was a 40. I think he just ran like an 8.240.
Yeah, 8-2. I think it was like 5.
He's gonna have to
5-7.
get those numbers down for the combine later.
That's right.
Yeah, when is the Croquet combine this year?
I really think we should have one at this event.
Yeah, we're gonna like get some sprints in, maybe a couple of rushes to hoop 1.
Yeah.
Some lag shots.
Closest to the peg?
This is really a lot longer than I expected Jack to take with his 2-foot Croquet. He's really just scouting out that position. He wants to rush over to white. The trouble with this traditional diagonal is now, because Reg took the peg ball away, the ball that you would rush to 4-back, you're now rushing from perpendicular to 4-back.
Yep.
And not only that, you're rushing from 45, 50 feet perpendicular, but penalt's in the way already, and you're just about to put another ball at penalt, so you'll have penalt and your penalt pioneer in the way of the rush to 4-back.
So he is opting to hit pink. Sometimes if you have a dolly rush already, you really can't get any better. It can only get worse. But I think in this case, the rush to white could improve, which is why he's opting to hit pink.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there any time, maybe if white were closer to penalt, you might just get the rush on partner to 4-back here?
I was thinking about
But
that.
white is
It's
8
too far.
yards west of penalt, so you don't want to be have to rush your second hoop, another long rush. So he's hoping for 1 long rush to a hoop, and then it's an easy 3-ball.
That's right.
So he got pink on court a little bit just so that he is able to come back to it easily.
I don't think green's nearly as good as it was.
No.
I think this is pointing directly at hoop 5. He's played a good cut.
Yeah, and also with this diagonal, like I said earlier, when setting it, normally you wouldn't mind white within a couple yards of the boundary. But since you're having to send a ball all the way out to penalt instead of just sending a pioneer to 2, like normally the diagonal, you're for hoop 1, so you'd be sending brown to hoop 2, getting the rush to 1. You don't mind white close to the boundary, but here you need to send the pioneer out to penalt and get the rush across to 4-back.
Can we get a replay of that little kick he just did?
Oh, here we go. More footy practice?
Is there a little replay of that? Watch
All right,
this. Watch
there it
this.
is. It's coming. It's coming.
Whoa! It was clean. Look at that.
What do you even call that where you get the
That's-
back foot? I know it's classic football move, but I'm not really a football fan.
I mean,
so,
that is the highlight. You call it a rainbow if you kick it over your head, but I've never seen that with a croquet ball.
what do we call it? Oop-de-doop?
We're going to call it the oop-de-doop.
I'm sure there's a proper name for that, that ball flip. But yeah, again, amazing display of athleticism out here.
It's oozing.
This is more athleticism than I've seen in, probably this whole tournament. This might be the most athleticism we see all week.
Has to be.
So here we go until Doug starts arm wrestling people. So,
Yeah, I think that's going to have to wait till Monday.
Yeah, as soon as some people are out of the tournament, Doug might be able to convince them for a bar bet before everybody behind Doug starts waving their hands. No, don't do it.
That's right.
All right, so he's putting that brown ball out there. In theory, if you know ahead of time that you're going to rush white south of penalt, then yeah, you put the pioneer on the north side. If you know you're going to rush white north of penalt, then you might want to put the pioneer on the south side. It looks to be far enough away; it's not an added blocker.
Yeah, and
But
I think
the real
green's really good.
tragedy here is white hitting penalt.
I think green's really good.
No. Whoop.
He's played a good cut as well. That's a great shot.
Oh, look at that. Coming from perpendicular, ended up dead straight south of that hoop. So it looks like a 2 or 3 yard approach, but again, golf croquet players love approaching even hoops from straight on. You just send a ball deep and run the hoop to the boundary. And Bob's your uncle. Oh, that's an Aussie saying. So we're going to have a chance to send white to Rover, going to brown. So we'll see. He's just got to make sure he gets close enough that he's comfortable, not so close that he finds an angle.
Ooh,
Yeah, you see,
didn't like that.
I don't think he had a firm enough grip. That little hand jiggle makes
Yeah.
me think that when he hit the ball, he got more of a stop shot than he intended. So white's plenty deep, but yeah, he wanted to be within a yard, and I don't think he got there. Slight angle shouldn't be a problem, but it's a 3-foot hoop instead of a 18-incher. Not normally. This is where you got to put on your golf croquet hat. I was telling Mo Karem, it's like you just pretend it's golf croquet. And in golf croquet, you have had to make a dozen really good shots to earn that shot, and you would never be scared of that shot in golf croquet. You'd be asking, how far am I running it? And you'd be considering running it down if it's an odd hoop. So Jack dialed in from his Openshaw and GC under 21's experience there, making the 1 yard hoop look absolutely trivial, which it isn't always in AC. You get conditioned to running these hoops from 6 inches to 18 inches, and you get a 1 yarder and you can go, actually, I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah.
It's a little sweatier than I expected. A little flop sweat. All right, so I don't think he's going to hit this particularly hard. Yep, just going to, again, worried about the tennis racket strings there. Yeah, check the equipment. We're through, that was Reg. Reg is still through 9. We're through 10 with green. There we go.
Don't see a lot of the, just noticed this, but you don't see a lot of the English players using a Terminator mallet. Most of the English players are using tremors or something else.
Is
But
the Terminator mallet English?
no, it's from New Zealand.
Okay. So then why would you expect them to use it?
No, it's just I think it's unique.
That's a PFC hoopmaker mallet, Terminator.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's a Transforma.
No, it's neither one. It's so Mike McClure, who made Quadways, made Terminators as well.
Right.
And
So you're telling me this is not a sponsor we're talking about
this
right
is
now?
not a sponsor. No,
All right.
Weird. Mike McClure, I think we
Hashtag
sold.
pay me.
He sold Quadway and sold it to Jared Coots, who's here. Cootsy.
Oh, Cootsy makes the Terminator on the Quadways now?
I don't know that he makes the mallets. I know that he bought Quadway.
But McClure makes the Terminators.
I'm not sure. I know that he did.
I would be expecting the English to be playing with trimmers and probably pidcocks.
Yeah.
Maybe Hobbs, some Hobbs, stands out there. They've been playing with the Hobbs forever. There's plenty of English mallet makers. So he looks pretty disappointed that it stopped.
I think he's in a hole. I think he's
Okay.
asking for someone to fill the hole he's in, or
Yep. Well, the referee might have to confirm that it is in fact special damage. Otherwise, that's just a hole, Jack.
Yep.
Good luck. But if it's a hoop hole, old hoop hole, or somebody scuffed with a mallet, then it'll be special damage, and then he gets his relief. Oh, okay. Get to see some spectators there. And the referee, I think Sandy, there's a couple Irishmen there. Sandy Grigg. And I know I've met most of those folks, but I don't want to get their names wrong on camera. Let's see. Is that Randy Reed, the redhead there?
oh no, Stephen Allen.
Stephen Allen. Oh, the Englishman, Stephen Allen. All right. Andrew
Johnston's out there
in the
behind him.
background, wearing one of those nice kukri shirts. I keep trying to trade for those, but they tell me that the Irish Croquet Association gives them each like one, and they're like,
Oh, wow.
no, you can't have them.
Huh.
It's like, all right. Yeah, look for some other fun team kit trades. All right, well, this is not super exciting when it takes a long time to get a ref to do something, fix a hole when we're losing daylight.
Yeah, I think it looked. I
But
think they're
Jack's
looking
got
for sand.
fresh eyes. I imagine Reg would be excited to have a hit in, but given the opportunity to peg it down, he might wait for a brighter day. to
Yeah, we.
shoot a hit in.
I have firsthand experience with.
Taking Adam's lounge chair.
There you go.
Oh, you better look out. Adam will come for you with a hammer, man. That's
During the
prime
Solomon,
real
we
estate.
had a late day where Jack was the last game playing with Stuart Lawrence, and play went really late, and you could hardly see anything, and it finally got to a point where Jack asked for the game to be pegged down, but we thought because he's so young and he could see that he was just going to keep going, and no one could actually see what was going on.
Was Stuart already informed so that as soon as Jack finished, he could say let's pick it down.
Yes, the game would have been pegged down as soon as Jack's turn was
As
over.
soon as it was Stuart's turn, it would have been pegged down immediately.
But I don't know that Stuart would have known that it's his turn because he actually couldn't even see Jack play. He would have had to be out there on the lawn to see Jack playing because it was that dark.
And we do have some lights on courts 1, 2, and 3, but sadly not here on court 6. Court 6 brought to you by WP Carey Foundation, major support. WP Carey Foundation.
It's amazing
there's
how
some English players. We got Jordan, I think it's his first Worlds. Debbie Lyons there. Robert Fulford. Robert, not just Robert F., Robert Fulford. And we got Pepe Riva. There's Don Oakley, the man, the myth, the legend from Oakley Woods Mallets there in front in the white. And hat and, no hat and glasses.
and then Mike Town on the far
Behind
left.
him, yeah, Nick Parrish, Mike Town on the left.
Okay,
A lot
looks
of
like
Englishmen.
they fixed the hoop hole or whatever.
They've finished their relief. Let's see if Green can run the hoop with some control. Very nice. Wow. Yeah. I'm expecting him as a GC player to just club it.
Yeah.
Have to hit white and figure it out, which wouldn't be all bad. Make the hoop off of white, come back for brown. So I don't think he's going to venture to pink. All that effort to get pink involved. Stuart's here to correct the record. What would it, in fact, have been pegged down immediately?
I couldn't hear a word you said.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought your ears must have been burning. We were talking about
heard my name.
playing Jack in the dark. Matthew was telling at the Solomon that you were ready to peg it down as soon as it was your turn, although you wouldn't have known it because you couldn't see the game from where we
It
were.
was so dark. You couldn't even know. All the spectators couldn't even see what was happening on the lawn. But Jack had no issue. He was still continuing his turn, and eventually he decided that he was going to peg it down. But
Yeah, I remember when we did this commentary at the GC Worlds. It was Brian Lozano and Blake Fields playing late into the night, and out the window and from courtside, nobody could see anything. The camera was picking up like infrared or something.
Yeah.
And we were able to actually tell what was going on.
I think we pegged that. We matched that.
Yes, it was pegged down twice. That was the first time.
Oh yeah, which peg down of the Jack versus Stewart, epic battle.
That's right.
It spanned 3 days like a proper cricket match. All right, so Jack's got easy control, got a nice rush. I think we're going to see Reg Bamford, his first loss here to the young Jack Good. 19-year-old Jack Good taking out what many consider the GOAT here, a 5-time AC world champ on day one. Good for Jack. I'm a little scared when I have to play Reg. He's going to be out for blood, and I guess I'm going to have to be scared of Jack here, the giant killer. No beanstalk required for Jack the giant killer. See Reg over there. Not packed up the mallet just yet. We're not seeing any Bob Jackson antics. But preparing the hat and the mallet for the handshake. Boom,
right.
2-in-1 shot. Little fist pump. Well done.
Well played to Jack Good. Great match.
Great game, great match. And yeah, had to go at the quad, but then we saw when it started to get slippery, he just went to the 4-ball. And the single ball shot is a great equalizer. Best players hit more often, but even a weak player, a new player, can hit any shot. And even the GOAT can miss a 60-footer.
That's right.
So there it is. So Jack wins. What kind of score are we looking at here? 19, so +7 for Jack Good, 26-19. And so I'm on a loss, Reg is on a loss, and Jack might be sitting top of our block if he's 3-0. I don't know.
I believe so.
Record, yeah.
We have that block. We have a 3-0 out of Jack. No, the 3 seed's got a bye in the first round. I think.
Okay, so 2-0 for Jack.
He'll be 2-0.
He beat Chris Percival Smith earlier, so he'll be 2-0. Although Chris Percival Smith got 23, so Jack's got 2 wins, but his opponents have like 42 points.
Yes,
in those
yes.
2 wins. So he might have to clean it up a little to go farther, but he's in good shape right now with beating the top seed in the block. So he's the 3 seed. 4 out of the 9 make it through.
That's right.
And so Lachlan Berryman is 0-2, but he played, or 1-2. He played Reg and I today.
Yep.
And so the 4 seed has 2 losses. And
so
the
there's
3 seed now has a win.
There's a look at the block here,
It's
and
a little outdated. So Reg beat Lachlan Berryman 26-6, and he beat Ewan Burridge, the 5 seed, 26-0 with a triple. So Reg is on 2-1 with 1 triple. I'm at 2-1 with 1 triple. Trevor Bassett got me 26-21. I got Lachlan 26-5 TP, and I got Shane Hetler 26-1. Hold the phone to the camera. Is this a thing?
they're not gonna be able to see
Zero. Zero help there. But yeah, so 2-1, 2-1. Ewan is 2-1. Trevor Bassett is 2-0 at the moment. I don't know if he's still playing or if he had a bye.
There's
So
some
yeah, a
games
lot of
still
people
going out
on everybody. Nobody's got 3 wins in my block, so
Yep.
it's still wide open. Got I guess that's at least a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-way tie right now at 2 wins. So that's more people on 2 wins than spots that qualify. So that's going to be a tough one going down the stretch. How's your block looking? You're sitting pretty 3-0.
Yep, 3-0.
Catbird seat.
I know that Edmund is, or Greg Fletcher's the 2 seed. He's sitting 3-0. Edmund is 1-1, and
Edmund 1-1 with a bye. Ouch. All right.
yep, 1 loss to me.
2 wins for Randy Cardo on familiar courts. I know he's a Beach Club and Quag member, but he plays here quite often. So
That's right.
He's got 2 wins. They were against lower players in the block. He did lose to you 26-0. That was one of your triples. Oh, you haven't given up a point today. You don't even consider popping opponents? Come on, man.
No.
Figure out that pull. Pull off some pops at 1 and practice.
That's right.
Oh, here we go. We got the updated block. Thank you very much. Well done. So you can see we got the top 3 are on 2 wins. Number 4 there, Lachlan. Again, just like Brian Cummings' situation is, if you're 1 and 2, I hope you found your form. And it looks like he did, because those first 2 were Reg and I, and then he won at the end of the day. Again, not sure how much resistance David Houston offered him, but the fact that Lachlan got to 26 is a good sign for him. He's really got to rally, though. Like we said, he probably needs at least 4 out of the last 5, and up on 5 wins is hopeful to get out. Trevor doing well, having got a win against me in the top. Jack doing great. Ewan is beating the players he's supposed to beat. Same with Chris Percival Smith. So, it's anybody's block still. Day 1 in the books. I don't see anybody out there on the 8 lawns we can see.
Yep.
So, I don't know. We could run down the blocks for people, or we could go get a drink.
Yeah, I think we, want to shout out our sponsors for today's coverage. The sponsors for the YouTube channel, Chris and Gail Barley, Oakley Woods Croquet, and Chris and Karen Weiss. Thank you guys very much for your support for the YouTube channel. And then the major supports provided by the W.P. Carey Foundation and the Palm Beach Sports Commission. And then we have 4 sponsors for our tournament here, the Oakley Woods Croquet, White Tie Croquet, PFC Hoopmakers Mallets, and Invictus Croquet. So thank you guys for your support. And
right, of course, all of this brought to you by the USCA, which fosters croquet in all its forms, from the backyard game to the modern sport played on 6-wicket courts. We invite anyone to come and join us in the U.S. croquet community, and why not here at the National Croquet Center in West Palm Beach, Florida. This broadcast is made possible by the USCA members. Visit croquetamerica.com for more information. And the World Croquet Federation is the international governing body for the sport of croquet. The WCF organizes world championships in association croquet and golf croquet. These include individual championships like this one, team championships like the Open Shaw, as well as women's AC and GC individual championships and over 60 and under 21 GC individual championships. Possibly AC with those. I'm not sure if they have age-limited AC. But find out more and find out if they have age-limited AC tournaments at www.worldcroquet.org for more information. And I've been Ben Rothman.
Matthew Essick.
And thank you so much for tuning in. Have a great week.
See you guys tomorrow.